Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's been a long time coming, and we interrupted this music stream to bring you some Valorant gameplay. I'm IHOLDSHIFT. With me is RyanCentral, looking quite dapper, might I add, Ryan, with the hat going on today. I love it. I love it.
I'd love to say that I'm having a bad hair day, but to be honest, there isn't much up there anyway. So it's late, so I thought I'd get in my comfy clothes, and this is a really comfy hat. So
I love that you have a comfy hat. I wish I had that in my repertoire of fashion, but I don't. I just have like hats that are like I use for like display purposes, but I don't wear a lot of hats. I don't know. Hey, so we were supposed to be doing a lot of stuff with NRG today, but as we were kind of talking about in the chat, there were some miscommunications and miscoordinations when it came to trying to get into round one matchups. So instead of trying to wait for an indeterminate amount of time, we're going to be jumping into Elevate versus Sedated, which all intents and purposes should be a pretty good game. This is a round two matchup. Elevate last week when they played, or actually I guess it was 2 weeks ago, when they played in the Nerd Street Gamers Open qualifier, they were actually knocked out by the Slimy Boogerman, who obviously had a very good run, not just through the open qualifier, but also in the closed qualifier. But for this best of three versus Sedated, we're going to be getting Bind for map number 1, Split for map number 2, and then if we need the third, we'll go to Ascent for the third round.
yeah, and we even have a bit of information on Sedated picked Bind. That was their choice. Elevated wants Split. It's going to be very confusing with the names, I feel, because they're both ended in ED, but you get the picture. Ascent will be our tiebreaker. And you're right, these are teams that you won't really recognize, and with all of the teams that didn't qualify for the closed qualifiers for Nerd Street, Immortals, FaZe, NRG, these are two teams that lost to two teams that actually got to the closed qualifier, right? So they were well on their way to surprising a lot of people. And with less teams coming in from the open quals, this should be a good opportunity for either of them to show up.
Well, we'll take a look here as we're going to get a couple of differences as far as the agent composition is concerned for both of our teams. Elevate going for just the solo duelist of the Rays with a Breach, which is not something we see terribly often on Bind. And on the other side, Sedated will be going for the double duelist of the Rays Jet combo with a Killjoy instead of the Cypher. So for the attack for Sedated, currently you're looking at them starting to posture over for a B hit. Sentry turret's going to go down, and Tanaka, who is a guy that I'm very familiar with during his time in Battalion 1944, will maybe potentially be the first one in coming out of hookah. Biotic Rain nearby is just going to be sidestepping over from a nanoswarm, and still Sedated showing some patience as now they're actually sending 2 members back over towards the A side of the map.
Interesting that SH or whatever you want to call it, they played Sova in the other qualifiers, right? So there's been a lot of pivoting from both sides of what they play. We can break that down in a second, but you can see right now Sedated posturing for a bit of a B execute once their Sova comes into the line of fire. It's going to come through now. The boombot doesn't actually go through onto the lower ground, so it's not really going to find too much impact. But Tanaka is trading on either side. 4 versus 3. Sedated are going to be able to get the plant in, but the defenders are swarming around them.
And Bancroft from behind will find one. Consideration on a player nearby, able to snap to Fayers. So now we've got ourselves a 2v2. Bancroft could upgrade to the Ghost. You still have the ability to play with Exalt over from Elbow. And as they work their way in, the good information is Exalt's able to find one kill into Tanaka. Now the last one left is Hijinx. He finds the first, knows the second's up top, but can't find the kill. Bancroft for 3 off the flank, and that'll be a pretty solid retake into what was a 2v4 situation, really.
It was patient play, really. The amount of people that Sedated had on the site, you could see exactly where the defenders died. They kept elbow control, they kept hookah. It's really difficult as an attacker once you execute onto B to be able to keep hold of that site if you have neither of those areas under your control. Everybody's pretty much changed up their role on either side, so it shows that there's been a big impact with this patch. By the way, gotta love the little UI. You can see exactly where people are postured, the abilities that they have available.
Yeah.
And the Elevate are going to be buying moderately, and there is going to be a force on the attacking side too, which should be interesting. If the UI is right. Sometimes it's wrong,
yeah,
but I think it's right.
But when it comes down to Bind, I don't know if you have found this when you were casting through the open and closed qualifiers yourself, but I feel like Bind is one of those maps that a lot of teams will force up even if they lose the pistol. Not sure if it's just the dynamic of the map itself getting into close quarters or what exactly has considered for a lot of people to be that position. Miniature in a really tough spot. He's going to fall to this nano swarm, just trying to spam shots at the Bucky. Won't find anything. And with this, Fayer's going to find another kill behind. So with the spike planted, you've got a 5v3, and the force buy is looking pretty punishing at the moment for Sedated.
Exalt's trying to hold his line with the Guardian and actually gets 2. And there is an ultimate available, a Rolling Thunder, so it's him and Shocker trying to poise their position. They don't maybe realize that both of them are within U-Haul, but they're taking a lot of space. And Shocker manages to survive in really impressive fashion. Triple kill for Exalt. It's just up to Shush to try and stop it up, but he's able to sneak his way in. The right click is good with the classic. And in pretty surprising fashion, Sedated take the Force round.
And I want to say that SH's name is also familiar. I want to say him and Tanaka played together when they played in Battalion 1944. I might be just making stuff up, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. But as far as this team is concerned, this is almost the exact same lineup, and I think it actually is the exact same lineup for both teams that they played with during the open qualifiers from the Nerd Street Gamers tournament. So it's nice. You know, the other side of the story with both of these teams that, again, like you had mentioned, maybe a lot of people that are out there looking at the Valorant scene right now might not be as familiar with some of these guys, but the Tier 2 scene, if you want to call it that or label it as such, there's been a lot of resiliency over the last couple of weeks, months, really, since the Pop Flash Invitational, where teams are sticking together and they're realizing the strength of just working out your kinks rather than just trying to find that magic recipe where success seems to come out of nowhere. How about this push through? Defensively for Elevate, though, Hijinks is going to be right in front of both Bancroft and Miniature. Neither are going to find kills. Nice opening here for Sedated as well. Have a free look at the A site.
Yeah, utilities being put down. Elevate, not buying much. I'm going to be too worried about this necessarily. Yeah, just holding on to classics and ghosts. It's kind of pretty much go for it at this point. There's no reason not to. But Sedated, if they get flawless round here, their economy is going to be set for the future too. And they have a keen eye on exactly where these defenders could be coming from at least.
Well, Tanaka for 3. Exalt will find 1 pickup kill. That will be a weapon for him to use. Needs to get the reload off. Players nearby are likely trying to suffocate and make sure he doesn't exit with this weapon, but it still could be risky. And this is not a shoulder that you want to throw, Exalt. One more player coming from top. Tanaka will actually grab 4 kills. Not bad at all for him, as he's had a hell of a start, and with that, Sedated will go up 2-1 early.
Both teams in the fourth round now are able to sort of buy up at least. And a good few ultimates. Rolling Thunder. Exalt has had it for quite some time. Didn't use it in the round that we saw prior. So he's going to have some retake utility available to him. He's going to be playing from elbow, so it's intended to play that way at least. Meanwhile, for Sedated, they're pretty much stretching across the map, defaulting in various areas, and trying to see what they can do.
Get out of my way!
It's going to be a Blade Storm immediately. And this feels like one of the rounds that you're going to consider trying to get this Rolling Thunder going. And based on Exalt's position, he's been playing from inside this B elbow the entire time. That would be a safe location to try to channel it. See him tossing out the fault line just in case. He's going to have Mini just essentially checking the spy cam through and through. And this looks like this will once again eventually be a hit for Sedated towards B. But this is almost T1-esque, where they're kind of playing with some utility, throwing out a thing here or there, keep the defense planted. Then once we get to the point where they feel comfortable on their position, they will make the go call. Tanaka's gonna be the first one through, but it's Mini with 2. Exalt will immediately hit the Rolling Thunder. Not necessary, but the kills are still good for Elevate's defense.
They're still gonna try and make it work. The spike is over there, along with SH, who's just trying to clear some of these angles. Clears the wrong one, but Miniature has already died from a similar position to this, so he's a bit more careful at least. Waiting for the push through. That's a really good flash out of his teammate Exalt. And it adds up to his third, only 2 left for Sedated.
And at a certain point, I think if you're Sedated, you have to consider that this is not really an opportunity for you to go anymore. It just comes down to, are you just going to try to find a couple of kills before the round comes to a conclusion, as you're likely going to be buying into AR's next round anyways. Fair's going to have an opportunity for one, but not going to come through as he switches to the classic into the dark cover. That will be the end of him. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of the screen, Miniature found 4. So a couple of really nice explosive moments so far for the defense. Just came down to them being caught off guard by the force buy the round previous, and then the last one through. Obviously, they just didn't have the weapons purchased up. So now that we get to round number 5, this will be the first round that we actually have a gun round coming through, Ryan.
Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
Elevate going to be pretty happy with that. The rolling for the did get used, and they only really have a neural theft coming online at least sometime soon. From the shadows, maybe from Bancroft, but realistically, how is that going to be used in some cases? So they still have a lot to work with. It's just about entering onto a site that are a bit lackluster, headed towards B. So it looks like they're going to be checking towards A more than anything. Already a little bit of BAF control coming out of Faya. But it's whether Elevate decide to aggressively meet them here. It seems likely, really, that they're just going to play rather passive.
It's a 3-man defensive stack over towards A, but the potential of opening things up with a showstopper, you're feeling pretty favorable towards that idea. And even if you look over towards what's looking at B right now, you've got Exalt who's actually a little bit trapped over towards B long, especially if SH decides to push through Hookah. There's going to be a 1v1. The flashpoint will actually allow Exalt for the peak, and Sync has no chance to respond to it. So First Blood will be confirmed, but with that, the spike will rotate over. We're going to get an A execute as Tanaka's already making his way onto site.
Paranoia is really nicely hit, but nobody's going to follow up. But Bancroft could at least get one. SH trades him out as Tanaka is starting to make a bit more of a menace of the site. The 2 defenders left for Elevate coming from the B site at least, so the rotation's going to be a bit late. There's so much utility already that's going to keep them here. Might even be considering worth the save for Elevate, but they're going to be going into Heaven, trying to find people, but honestly, look at where Sedated are placed. They're not really going to be bothered by anything that's coming through right now, but it is space that Elevate could potentially take if they want to.
Exalt has at least some sort of an idea that there could be a player up top, and that's a beautiful first kill. 2v2 we go. And we're not seeing the lockdown being used at the moment. Doesn't look like this can be committed here. Exalt finds number 3, has an opportunity for the 4th. Has to stick this to at least half, though. And he'll get it there, but just as he tries to hold it past it, SH will make the 3rd peak, and with that get his 3rd kill, and Sedated will be on top 3-2.
I really like how Sedated played out that round, though. It was very mature in the sense that they would default in across the different sites, threw a bit of utility to keep those defenders on B, hit A with a good amount of energy, and took the round from there. It was needlessly close, to be honest, for Sedated. They were, 4-2 up, and it went down to a 1v1. Certainly some areas that they could certainly fix, but Exalt is 10-4, doing a really good job on their defense, almost as another Rolling Thunder. But it's how they get these ultimates and how they use this utility. He started off really well in that round, but how much more could he realistically do?
Ulf was one of the top players for this Elevate team during their last run of the NSG Open Qualifiers, but mostly was playing the Phoenix and the Reyna. Still held just underneath a 1-point KD, but a 234 ACS in his Open Qualifier matches. Not bad at all. So definitely showcasing that he is one of the top performers for the squad. Hunter's Fury going to come through this time, and SH can't actually confirm the first kill. Biotic Rain is actually able to confirm a second behind Exalt's opening first blood. So this has been great again for Elevate early on their defense. The only real concern that they've had so far defensively is the late rotations that have come through. As Bancroft able to find another kill that was over towards the backside of Hookah, and now Sedated in a 2v5. And with the newer patch, you have to consider what exactly do you want to do in these rounds, because you don't want to give up these weapons, but you're also not going to get much of a save result either.
It says a lot that every time we've looked over to Hijinks, he's checking behind him, because he knows how aggressive that these defenders have been that they could wrap around. But Elevate have full control here. If they could do it flawlessly, that would be pretty big when it comes to their economy. It's really up to Sinker at this point. And the Omen, and at least he can make sure that some money isn't going to be taken through for Elevate. But Hijinks, can he realistically do the same? He can. And bit by bit, they're sort of taking this down. If you're Elevate, you might want to back out and not get taken down. But luckily, Decipher's on the A side. There's no physical way that they could turn that map around. So it is going to be a save. Good work from Elevate on the defense, but Sedated aren't going to be too upset with the fact that they did so much damage to the economy just then.
Yeah, you forced a couple of repurchases. It never allows Elevate to really snowball their economy, at least not early, and that's good news when you're looking at that from the offensive standpoint from Sedated, as they should be able to purchase here. Maybe a couple of considerations for what Tanaka and Sinker want to do, as Tanaka does not have the ability to go into a Bladestorm. He will go to the Judge, and Sink will go to the Bulldog instead, but does have a Hunter's Fury. So there is potential for ultimates to come through here, and that very well could be the commitment for Sedated this time around. Get the Killjoy lockdown out, see if you can find value with the Hunter's Fury or the Showstopper, if not both, and see if you can turn a kind of broken buy round into a successful one for you.
3 defenders over on the B site for Elevate. They're expecting at least some form of pressure over there. I mean, every round Sedated has done quite a lot, but the majority of successes come over onto the A site. From the Shadows is going to be used, so the Omen, which is Hijinks, is going to be getting up to some Hijinks himself, trying to cut it off. So really, Elevate needs to be careful. They're looking behind them, and this is a good opportunity for Sedated to push onto this B site. Hunter's Fury is going to be used towards Elbow to create a little bit of space, and it even forces out the Showstopper 2 on their side. Shuka gets 2 before he's taken out by the ultimate, so it brings it down to a nice 3v3. But the Sova is still there. He wasn't taken out by the Hunter's Fury. Yeldron is going to be able to scout out Sinker in this position at least. And a really good execute has gone terribly wrong for Sedated, and they're in a 2 versus 3.
It all comes down to the fact that nobody actually went to go clear out the elbow, and with that, not only does Biotic Rain stay alive, but you saw Shoker was playing from the backside of screens, just watching over towards the defensive side at spawn. So yeah, without any attention on the offense, trying to take over that area of the B site, it becomes a little bit too easy for Elevate to hold. And so with almost every single ultimate that Sedated had available being spent that last round, save just the Killjoy lockdown, that was a pretty expensive round, all things considered. You force bought in to make sure that the Vandals that you held from the round before were having a little bit of extra help, and now you're onto a full save, and Elevate is right back not only in this half, but they could wildly take control of it depending on how this next round or two goes.
Well, the next round is looking to be their advantage because Sedated are forced to half by at this point. Gives us an opportunity to shout out Shoker there, who has only got 2 kills so far, but those 2 kills that he got just then changed around. The fact that he got 2 before an ultimate took him out was a big factor. Bancroft is under a bit of pressure when it comes to utility, but they're still able to get that first kill onto SH. You can see still that they are very much giving Sedated a lot of respect, letting them play for the plant before they go in for the retake. Sedated aren't expecting much here, but if they can get a couple of kills or even steal this round, it's going to work out for them down the line.
It would be incredible for Sedated, even if you force out ultimates, which you're going to be able to do. The Boombot will make sure that the lamp stays safe. Singer, you don't want to step into the light there, friend. You would have been absolutely nixed from it. Tanaka going to try to help out over towards the spike side. This is great for Sedated. Elevate is about to be flawlessly taken down, but at least Shoker is able to find one off the Boombot, bankrupt another, but this doesn't make a difference. Those are free weapons. That's the spike down. It's the Rolling Thunder that came out, and Elevate, honestly, for at least my taste here, Ryan, that's just too much ground given up considering the weapon advantage that you had at the beginning of the round.
They had the weapons, they used Rolling Thunder. That was a horrible retake from Elevate. It all went wrong. And there were so many little corners that Sedated were hiding in. And even though they were on an eco, you still want to respect areas like U-Hole, like lamps, because if they've got a shorty or even a bucky or something like that, you need to respect it. You can't try and retake that in the old-fashioned way. Really well played from Sedated to hold their ground there. But Elevate are very much going to be kicking themselves. That was the chance to at least build up a couple of rounds. Scores are still even.
It's not going to feel even, though, after what just happened, though, I think, if you're looking at that from Elevate's POV. Miniature, he's going to hear that there is someone on the orb over towards the paths. Has a Bucky to try to play defense over towards the front side. Bancroft, just to his right, is going to be responsible on the other front. And just as he gets scouted by the recon dart, there's the double peek to come through. Bancroft now by himself, needs to find at least 1 kill. He will, but the problem is the site will still be taken by Sedated, and this should result in a pretty easy spike play today.
Spike planted.
Exalt can at least get 1. He needs to be careful, though, and the more ultimates have been forced out. Shoker can't get much. It's the grenade that actually gets him killed from Thea. And this lockdown is going to be more problematic in this 1 versus 2. They are within the range. They managed to get out of there right in this corner. But Sedated seem to have some nice post-plant positions to keep this on lockdown at least. Biotic Rain just going to touch the spike, poke out some people. That's a nice kill. He's still not dedicating. He could defuse to half at this point, but he's not quite sure where SH is. Bit of unfortunate timing there. And these rounds, even though there's been a couple of half-buys here or there, so close between the two. This economy is taking so much damage from either side at this point.
It's literally a tug-of-war game at this point in time. It really, truly is. But there was a hell of an effort right there for Biotic Raid. I mean, he had the opportunity to isolate both of those final 2 kills. There really wasn't an opportunity for either of them to double peek together considering the positions. But fortunately for Sedated, they're able to still clean things up. So 14 and 7 for Exalt, the big man on the leaderboard right now between both of our squads. But in a 5-4 round 10 coming up, you've got a ton of ultimates that could also be spent here. And Elevate, who are looking for some early defensive pressure through B long, will see absolutely nothing. And you'll see on your minimap that it looks like that will be enough for Biotic Rain to say nothing here. I'll just go ahead and play a little bit more passively and see if I can get maybe an early rotation to A if we need it.
Oh, Miniature, though, is placing very close on A mid. Even forces out the paranoia on the defended side. So Bancroft is going to be trying to hold on to U-Hole as much as possible. Nice pick for Sedated. And they have a lot of opening ultimates that could break onto this site at this point. So Bancroft needs to give him a little bit of respect. But you can also see that Sedated is taking a lot of space towards Hookah. And Elevate are gradually rotating away. Other than the raise, that's going to be holding there as much as they possibly can on elbow.
The good news here is for Elevate is that you have the Hunter's Fury. So even if you get caught off guard on this rotation, which it looks like they're about to be, you can at least stall out the plant for a little while longer, which should give Shoker an opportunity to hopefully find one kill at his leisure. Aldron's also going to be spent. This is going to find a ton of information. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hunter's Fury coming through. Shoker does find one kill. Now a tag coming out. That's the showstopper being played over by Elba, my favorite, but he's not able to find an elimination with it. So SH is still going to try to stick for a plant, but Bancroft is already on the site. And as they are really unsuccessful at fully clearing off the elbow, it's going to be a 2v1 for Elevate. Tanaka, last one left, is going to go to a Blade Storm. Has an updraft because he wants to jump over this. Nice shots for the first, but the defuse is being stuck. And that'll be enough for Biotic Rain not only to find the defuse, but also the final kill, and we'll stay tied 5-5.
2 rounds left of this half, and there's absolutely nothing to separate these two teams. Another buy round coming in. Whoever can win this is going to have such a massive advantage going into this final round of this half, at least. There are a few ultimates, but really it's a lot of secondary ultimates. None to really break onto a site. A lot of stuff was used there on the defense, though. That's a good thing for Sedated. Hunter's Fury came out, and it caught very little. There is going to be some more B pressure with a triple stack, trying to feed up these ults, so Exalt has his 3rd or 4th Rolling Thunder in this round at this point. And Tanaka with a judge is going to try and take some space at least. The paranoia is going to be good from Bancroft. And he catches him out in the right position.
Yeah, Tanaka was fully committed, not just because of the tail end, but he spends all 3 of his cloud bursts just to try to stay alive to that paranoia, and never actually reads that Bancroft took the challenge. So now SH looking to get aggressive over towards B. The spike is rotating up through mid towards Hookah, but this is an isolated push. A little bit of going rogue as SH, and fortunately there's a trade, but you wonder if that's going to be even remotely enough. 60 seconds to play. There are still 2 members for Elevate that are sitting over towards B, one of which has the Rolling Thunder, and I think Exalt actually has a read that there are members in Hookah, and that's the case. You'll see one of them bounce up. The Guardian will actually get a lot of damage dealt, but still surviving his hijinks, while meanwhile over towards B long, Shoker's able to find the 3rd kill. That one on the sink.
He's 9 HP and needs to be careful if he's considering from the shadows, because the Cypher's still there. He can kill him before the plant even comes in, and Shoker can only do so much.
30 seconds
Miniature,
left.
this is going to be the first kill that he's going to be able to get. The spike doesn't get planted. They know exactly where it is. And a bit of an interesting play from Sedated. It didn't quite work out when it came to timing. Miniature's looking to get the 2nd. Really nice play from him to anchor onto that site.
Yeah.
And Elevate. This should be a round that they take after this, because Sedated's economy is not going to be good. But they're going to force up. There's no reason not to. It's the last round of this half. And these half buys have been very deadly on either side.
And you're still going to have Biotic Rain, who actually he does get purchased for. So remember, I was going to say he doesn't have enough to individually buy a rifle, but he'll get a little bit of help from his friends. So the broken buy, like you mentioned, coming out for Sedated will result in Tanaka going to the judge once more. There will still be 2 rifles, but neither of them are going to have their full kit. You've got Fair, who's only on a light armor. So that's going to be a little bit troublesome as far as trying to get your Rays into the mix, which you likely are going to want to get them in early. Nice paint shells coming through, though, and even though Bancroft finds the kill, he'll be taking out a half HP, and while this is all occurring, Sedated has already made their way onto the site from behind. Tanaka be able to find one with the judge. Does he know there's a 2nd nearby, though, is the real question, and this is not the weapon that you really want to challenge over through heaven. So for Tanaka, you just have to stay here, and no one actually scouts Mini! He comes right out of bat saying, "You forgot about me. Thank you very much." He gets himself 2 kills. Tanaka with 1 in response will now leave it to a 1v2. Down the hijinks, the spike is planted just in front. You'll hear the boombot coming through. That'll be sent over in the lamps. Not a lot of information off of that for hijinks, as now he hears the spike, knows that both players are nearby, finds the first, grabs the second, big clutch from hijinks, the double shell, not quite good enough, and we'll tie up the first half 6-6.
Switching sides.
After that play from Mini, I was thinking, okay, Elevate is going to at least take a 2-round lead at this point. But Sedated, they just don't back down. Now it's their chance to defense. They've had a really good...
Standing.
In a position that Elevated have really struggled holding on to, causes them even more problems at this point. And really, Faye's playing Bath bothered me a little bit on the attack. He was going in alone a lot of the time. Mini took that engagement in the 2v1, stayed in that position, caught out Elevate, but it doesn't matter. Sedated were able to take it back a little bit at least. And what a crazy match. Both these teams, you wouldn't go against the fact that you probably didn't pay attention to them maybe in the Nerd Street Gamers Open qualifiers or so many other teams, but these are real deals. You know, we've seen Slimy Bogeyman, Xset, Spot Up do some pretty good work. I don't think either of these teams are too far behind them.
No, I 100% agree with you. I mean, we've seen that in other series so far, but as we get into this pistol elevate, we'll find first blood. Sinker is still near sight. Shots not quite as clean as you would have hoped for, but at least he finds a lot of damage. You can see the health bars top left side, 3 of them in the red, but Shoker is able to find a random paint shell skill on the Sinker. So now that they know where Fair is, he just gets a right click into buy out a grade for a kill and gets another. He's earned his paint shells back. We'll clear out a little bit of space. Sees a player at long range, not able to fully capitalize, but as Shoker takes down SH, they have to play patient. It's a 2v2. Wait for Hijinks to get here, and as he does, he's able to find 1 kill. So it's just down to Shoker for the 1v2. 22 HP plus a paint shells to play with, and the timing of this peak, not great. Hijinks for 3, and Sedated will clean up the pistol.
Nice round for them to pick. Remember that this is Sedated's map pick too. So they had a lot of strategies that worked out very well for them on the attack at least. Most importantly, it stopped Elevate being able to build up the economy. You can see the rounds trading either side, that nobody could really build up money for a few buys in a row. Now it's a case of what Elevate can do on their attacking round. They are able to win the first round of the beginning of this half, but lost the force afterwards. Can they do vice versa at this point? Tanaka is going to be caught out by the fault line. It does force them away from each other a little bit, and the breach flash is good enough, actually. The fake gets taken out, and the dash is even worse by Tanaka. At least he can get one before this pistol round starts to go super well for Elevated. It's a 3 versus 3. They need to be careful now of Hijinks that's in U-Haul, that's in Lamps. Going to be holding on to this position. It was so problematic on their attacking side, at least. The paranoia is actually going to be good to catch on to Mini, but he can't follow up on it. He's just trying to keep this position, wait for his teammates to jump in, but he does eventually get downed.
Great help. One more player nearby. Actually connects onto a right click, and with that, the double chow comes through behind it. SH only able to find 1, but very low health pulls here for Elevate. Sneeze in their general direction, and either of them likely to fall. And that leads to potential very deadly shock dust, but that one didn't quite get the bounce that Sinker wanted. Recon Bolt is going to toggle the spike. Someone has to check. That's going to lead to the first kill coming out for free. Now the second toggle has an opportunity, but no, it's Shoker at 26 health, able to come through, pick up the Spectre he had from Baths, and that will be good enough to take the following round. 7-7, we're still tied in a very back and forth affair here, Ryan.
And this is a chance for Elevate to at least try to get off even grounds consistently. They're going to be able to buy fully. Sedated aren't going to be able to buy much at all. Pretty much saving what they can. Frenzy coming into play, really. Some nice play on this retakes, but it's areas that both these teams are struggling a little bit on. I do like the fact that Sedated are stacking 4 people on this A site. You can see that Elevated are going to be able to scout that out pretty quickly with a lot of pressure towards B. Cypher lurking on A, seeing what he can catch out. If he can get an opening, that's even better for map control for Elevate at this point.
A big gamble here for Sedated with just holding on to SH solo through the elbow, but there is so much utility from this killjoy that information is more of the component for this defense's success than anything else. As you see, Sedated have already cleared through A mid, already cleared through A showers, and there are 3 members stacked right to the opposite side of this trap wire that's holding them in place for the moment. You see Hijinks considering trying to get a paranoia through as this hit is likely to come from behind. And I think Elevator realizing what's coming, they need to make a commitment to either get onto B or hold their positions to watch this flank from coming through. There goes the paranoia on the way in. Mini's able to find 1 kill. Flashing in and also blast packing in is going to be Elevate on the way through, and SH can't find a single kill. Not great news here for Sedated as the spike will go down, and it'll be a 2v5. Make it a 1v5. And, well, you might as well make it a no v5 because Miniature's not going to lose this gunfight today. And that'll be 8-7 for Elevate taking the edge.
First full buy of this half at least going to be coming in on either side. Biotic Rain is good to go with a Hunter's Fury. I really like how they're playing these executes so far, especially onto B. Sedated couldn't really do too much. They tried to sort of put a bit more pressure towards the teleporter, towards B ramp.
Yes,
But now it's going to be heavy stacking towards Shower more than anything. Something the Sedated really didn't do on their attack. It was usually just Fair lurking on their own, trying to take this space. So multiple people might catch out the Raze, who's now on the defense. They're not careful, but she's going to respect it at this point, knows that there's going to be people pushing. The rotation might be coming in straight away from those B-side players.
Well, so far it looks like Sedated is happy to play this one a little bit more passively this time around. With the weapons, obviously, you don't want to be giving away too much for free. And Tanaka might just be the first one up. 4 members starting to come across the sides there. And shots just really aren't good enough, are they? Bankrupt able to find first blood. Now it's going to be the Aldrone, Showstopper behind it. Blast packing on the way in. Shoker's looking for information. He'll see one. Tosses out the Showstopper. He actually got Fair. That wasn't maybe the player he was initially looking for, but it doesn't make a difference. The Spectre will allow him still to double up, and Biotic Rain will get this spike planted, no problem.
Worked up very well there for Shoker, who's almost on for the ace. Nah, it's flawless at least. Damage was done in the blink of an eye at that point. And I like the change round. I was a little bit concerned when I saw them putting a lot of pressure towards Showers and then backing out and 5-stacking A. But Schalke's ultimate was able to get so much, being able to follow on through as well, as Sedated had to back off completely on that site. They have a showstopper of their own now. Fair is ready to go at least. But it's another half buy. The first time that either of these teams have got 3 rounds in a row at least.
Yeah.
But I'm still very scared of Sedate's force buy here. They have the showstopper, and they're pushing aggressively in the central parts of the map.
So they actually do have Elevate split up in 2 different pieces. They will find 1 kill, but the unfortunate thing is it's only a kill. It's not a weapon picked up behind it, which is really what you're looking for when you're making a play like that. Keep your eye, though, on Hijinks. That's going to be the defensive Omen making his way through mid-Spice Market. There are 3 members nearby, and very wisely, Hijinks will back up a little bit. And if he could just play in this position that nobody would expect him, he very well could at least trade out his life for 1 more. You just wonder at a certain point, is that really enough? Just getting 1 kill for your life, is it going to be enough considering the fact that you're still at a steep weapon disadvantage? Fair on the opposite side has cleared through A Showers. So now all of a sudden, Sedated have a wealth of information that no one's B long, no one's A long. It all has to be either through Hookah or up through A Cubby.
Yeah, going to find Hijinks there, though. And really at this point, because Fair, is so deep on the A site, it's going to be a long rotation to come through. With a Bucky too. More damage has been done against Sedated at this point. And they even dedicate the neural theft, which is interesting from Elevate. They know that it's just going to be the Silver there, so they're quite happy to plant in, and Sinker's going to be put under tons of pressure from various angles at least. Biotic Rain can take them down, and they know that Fair is pretty far away, but they've picked up a Vandal. They're going to be saving this round. And Elevated, a team finally starts to build up a lead.
And it's been really convincing on offense. This is one thing that maybe we just need to talk about this in slight. When you talk about teams like Elevated and Sedated, you were talking about how teams before them, like Slimy Boogerman and all the teams that were not picked up, now Equinox, Dignitas, the likes of teams like that, how they've kind of paved the way when it comes to finding a good group of 5, working out the kinks, finding a way to be competitive, and then eventually it leads towards success versus these squads that up until this last week and a half, we'll say last month since the first strike series, none of them really found that kind of success. So, I mean, not to say that Elevate and Sedated are necessarily the next ones up, but there is obviously a clear difference between how some of these teams have tried to work the map overall. I mean, that first half, really not convincing for the offense or defense, depending on which POV you want to take. But so far, Elevate has been really calm and collected as far as reading information, knowing what numbers and which members are in front of them, and deciding how exactly do you want to execute. And so far, it's led to some pretty convincing rounds, even including the one after the pistol that they lost.
I'm a bit nervous for Sedated, though. They're putting a lot of pressure on A mid with 2 players there. Both of them having their ultimates, too. Sedated putting a lot of pressure on B long at this point, but Showers is completely uncontested. Nobody's really looking at it. The ult is going to get picked up to allow Elevate to have the Rolling Thunder. So Exalt is ready to go. They are pivoting around, so they just wanted to put in some early pressure there, get the ult orb, move around the map, reset. I like the fact that they've been doing this. Both teams have done a really good job at it so far. Slowing down the game, clearing some of these angles at least. But they had an opening. The good thing, though, I suppose, is that Sedated rotated 3 players from B to now having 3 players at A. So now they're hitting the site. There's the less players. But Sinker gets that first frag and that key bit of information.
Yeah, and I just don't know about trying to move forward that far. If you're SH or Sync, you've got an advantage on numbers. Just hold your positions, maybe. But they don't do that, and now all of a sudden Tanaka, double updraft maybe? Nope, this only has one charge. So he can't quite get the angle he was hoping for, but the operator and Bladestone will be available for him. Meanwhile, on the flank, once again, it'll be Hijinks, and he's looking to clear things over towards B long as the spike gets planted. He will have point of contact. It's him versus Biotic Rain, and that's a big kill for Hijinks. So now all of a sudden, Elevate has no exit. They have to play from inside the site. And as Bancroft falls, Fayer is able to find another with a showstopper. That was essentially a counter being played off the rolling thunder, but it doesn't really find anything. So it's just down to Shoker to hold on. It would be a 1v3. Sees one, now he gets the other, but can't quite get the bullets to lock in as Fayer will find their third kill, and Sedated will get the defuse for round number 8 for them.
Bit of a wonky post plant for Elevate. Even using a roll in thunder from a position allowed Fair to get the kill. These showstoppers have been very impactful to at least pull a couple of rounds from them. Currently 14 and 14. Because Elevated won 4 rounds in a row, they're good to buy still. Even Shuka is pretty much locked up on money at this point anyway, so it's kind of good to be able to spend it. Ultimate to either side, I'm curious to see how Sedated is going to be using this Killjoy lockdown. But look, I like the fact that Sedated have actually learned from the previous rounds. Going to be stacking 3 towards Showers, maybe grabbing the ult orb before Elevate try and go for it. Learning about their plays and the way that they want to play around Bind.
A lot of information for Tanaka. It's a free kill, Shoker. I mean, if you're going to see a recon bolt coming over through a Showers like that, you have to figure someone's nearby. And I don't know if they fully recognize the threat of Tanaka on an operator from the previous round, but they absolutely will recognize it this time around. So 5v4 in favor of Sedated, who still have a number of ultimates to play with, but mostly are looking for the operator to feed their big boomstick here in this 19th round. Aldrin that's going to make its way over is going to find some information. Paint Shells will shrug back Bancroft, and that might be enough for Elevate to say, okay, operator and the Rays, let's not go over to A. Let's see what we can find over towards the B site.
Turret's going to give up Mini's position at least. And SH wanted to peek off of it. And Elevate have increased the pace, are quite happy to clump as much as possible. They're taking a lot of space. So from the shadows, even gets used to getting on the site. They're trying to pincer these defenders, but honestly, they have pretty good positioning at this point. Exalt knows that there's 2 at least. They're trying to catch him. Sinker, very much a shot in the dark, but it's SH left. From that position is able to get 2 before they're taken down. Teleporter play is going to be good, but you can see that Sedated didn't really rotate that far away. Tanaka's ready to wait for them, and the operator's staring down the barrel.
But the dirt cover will deny line of sight only for a moment as Bancroft will fall. So now a 1v3. Exalt would love to get the spike down for a bit of extra cash, but as he tries to play for the kills instead, Tanaka will punish the decision, and with that, Sedated will hold. Yeah, it's a brilliant play. I mean, the Hunter's Fury that comes out for Sinker, not exactly the greatest, but what it does is actually forces members over to SH to where he doesn't have to be the one peeking. He can play a favorable angle and play a bit of a power position outside of B long, just because he knows that members are being flushed out of the wooden room straight to his direction. So the fact that he doesn't just find 1 but gets 2, that's the entire round defensively for Sedated. So a brilliant play for SH to find himself 2 kills.
Tanaka's going to peek them very aggressively with the operator. There are 3 players there waiting. He's not able to get it. Shuka just nails the headshot with the Elder Flame Vandal. And Hijinks has used the teleporter play again. It's forced out both the cyber cages. So he's going to try and play mind games with them by just triggering it. He knows that there's multiple people there at this point, and the rotation has come in. But Elevate do have B long control. They can go for the teleporter again, and Hijinks at this position, actually, interestingly enough, gets sent back of all places. So I thought he was going to use it to get out the teleporter because he's in such a difficult position, but no, he uses it to get a bit more intel. And Elevate's play is very easily read at this point.
I'm actually a bit surprised that not only are we getting the Hunter's Fury a little bit this late, but it's not used at all to find any eliminations onto the isolated member of Hijinks who's stuck in the teleporter. It does connect onto the 2 members that are on site itself, but Sedated's able to even things up to a 4v4. Over into the elbow goes the offense for Elevate, but Fayer is trying to lock things down from the front. And now as Hijinks has made his way back through hookah, Elevate with the spike and elbow, they have to commit to this. And really, for me, this comes down to, does Sinker actually realize that this push-through is coming out? If he can find even 1 kill, be valuable. Nice paranoia to come through. Exalt and Mini are able to find 2. Fayer on the site can do absolutely nothing, and Elevate have cleanly taken the B site.
What a paranoia from Bancroft. The patient play, you could tell that Sedated weren't able to position themselves. They weren't sure how Elevate were able to sort of flip the side, so to speak. And SH was expecting the teleporter play, was holding in A showers the whole time. Couldn't be involved in the fight. That lockdown there could have been the difference at that point. But Elevate take a much needed round, and they take it in convincing fashion, only losing Shoker at that point. So Sedated still on the back foot. They were able to pull a couple of rounds at least, but not enough. Elevated keep the lead.
Wow. Big play. And a lot of it, you do have to give credit to Bancroft, just reading how exact that paranoia was going to find itself through. Sedated.
It was all improvisation.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
Really,
like, that's
really
not a
was.
set play. Nobody plans stuff like that. So the fact that they did that on the fly and didn't panic and go, all right, we're just going to rush through, try and wrap around, that they waited there for 30 seconds. Today, weren't sure how many people were there because they were expecting the teleporter play to come through, right? So really well played from Elevate to do that kind of thing on the fly, which I think a lot of teams on Bind especially struggle with, especially in NA.
Well, pretty steep advantage now as far as a 2-round differential, certainly putting itself into play here for Elevate as we get to the late game, 11-9 the current tally. We have not seen SH commit to a lockdown besides the one-time offensively they try to make a play with it.
But they're
So
facing, look how close they are. They're really pushing aggressively on these defenses.
I was about to say, there's an opportunity to maybe catch somebody off guard with this broken buy. But Elevate have numbers here, and they are looking to potentially throw in an Aldrone. There's Shoker for 2. Fair responds, almost gets a lineup for another double. A little bit too close for comfort, but Elevate still come on top of the trade. So a 3v2, the Aldrone will confirm. Nobody on site. Let's definitely make our play forward. But at least Sedated will be here for a rotation. And with this tag from the Aldrone, that might be enough to say, okay, the defense has rotated. Let's just go ahead and join Miniature over onto B and get a free plant off.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how long it takes for Sedated to realize that this is the play coming through. Because all of this space taken from the attack in Cypher. And that smoke allows Mini to play a bit more aggressively too.
Spike planted.
So SH is going to be pretty much facing as soon as this smoke disappears. Might not be expecting the Cypher to be playing that aggro. Not at all. Looks away at the worst time. And I love these really creative attacking plays. Today it played super aggressively there on the start. We're able to bring this to a bit of a smaller round when it comes to players available in it. But how much space Mini took, Sedated need to be careful for that kind of thing.
Well,
especially with the changes to Killjoy.
Here, he very well could find a couple of kills by making his way on this side. I was about to say, he has an angle, a pretty good read on the player that was sitting by elbow and the one over by Hookah. The one he maybe did not anticipate was the player sitting closer towards B long. And so match point coming through here for map number 1. Again, split would be map number 2 here for us. And now Elevate not just on 12-9. It's going to force Sedated into a really awkward position with their economy. A couple of members can force into ARs, but it's only a couple of members. Even Tanaka's going to go actually over to a Marshall, just try to bring some long-range pressure. But you've got a showstopper for Elevate, and you've got a Rolling Thunder. You're going to be feeling pretty comfortable, I think, as far as your loadout compared to that of Sedated going into potentially the last round of the map.
I'd like to see Sedated playing for a full 5-man retake. They have the Killjoy lockdown, but they haven't really had a good opportunity to use it. It means that, at least at this point, SH is going to be anchored towards this B site, where a little bit of utility's been thrown again. Mini's lurking as per usual, and now both these showstoppers are going to be used in a blast of the past. They both get a frag, but Shuka's the one that actually takes out the counterpart and gets a second follow-up, meaning that we have a nice 4 versus 3. The rotation has come in yet again by Sedated, but Mini has the site completely open.
And the only bit of value here for Fair is the fact that you got rid of the member holding out of the Rolling Thunder, and as Shoker stays by himself to lurk at A, he actually gives away a weapon. So Sedated are now in a 3v3, a bit of chip damage done with the Nano Swarm just outside of the elbow, and as the spike goes down, this is a retake that has to come on the backside of this lockdown. Just comes down to where do you want to put it if you're SH. Looks like they might be trying to place this over towards the elbow, which will give them an opportunity to move through. But you need to commit this, and there it is. It's going to go down immediately. But a lot of time has drained off the clock so far. And so now the choice for Elevate is, do you try to hold your position? Do you back away and get an angle? As Biotic Rain actually pushes through, they'll find one. They're going to try to chase down the lockdown, and they're going to get there in time. So SH, you need to clear up this kill over by long immediately. Because Biotic Rain with Mini are going to be in a really good position to hold off a defuse from coming through, and there's just not enough time. So Elevate with the easy kill at the end will walk away with map number 1, 13-9, and a 1-map advantage over Sedated here in round 2.
And this was Sedated's map pick too. We got to Split next, which is clearly a map that Elevated are really interested in playing as they chose it. So it was very even towards halftime, both trading rounds off each other. But eventually we start to see Elevate pull ahead. Their attacking rounds were just a lot better, I think, overall. The creative plays, the improvisation skills, and better use, I feel, of some of the ultimates to break onto a site looked solid, but we still have Split yet to go where both teams could have a real fun time with some of the utility that they're going to be using.
And I feel like, you know, if we were just to go back and immediately react, again, just kind of trying to paint the picture, this is obviously going to be a pretty long journey for either of these two teams to get to the point where obviously the goal is to get to the First Strike regional finals. A lot would have to happen before that. But overall, as you take a look back at our scoreboard here, just kind of lining things up, I would say for Elevate, your offensive half was incredible for you. But defensively, there were some moments in there that we see some of the softer teams, I guess is the way to kind of want to pan it out when it comes to the close qualifiers from before, where you're giving up numbers, I think is the biggest thing. You know, you have to be a little bit tighter when you've got a numbers advantage. And there were a couple of moments in there where Sedated took advantage of 2v4 situations. 2v3 is just a couple of isolated moments where you're not putting yourself in a position to get easy trades. And that is something that I think I'm going to be interested to see if that is a copy paste going from bind to split. Will that still be a concern for Elevate on what is going to be their map pick, or is it just something that needs to be polished up on bind specifically? But you take a look at the kill participation, those are great numbers up and down the board for Elevate. On the opposite side, you don't really get as much value as you're hoping for from Sinker, but still a very competitive game, all things said.
And you could tell, you could sort of see Elevate's win condition too. Exalt had multiple rolling thunders. He was picking up as many orbs as he could. And Biotic Rain, 5 plants. It means that they're clearly playing around their ultimates, and 2 big ultimates. They're playing that double initiator role. So a lot of setup play, a lot of breaking onto sites and breaking people down, even with the showstopper from Schalke. And that really was the difference from both teams. I felt that the ultimate play was a lot better from Elevate. And Split, you imagine that you'll see the exact same composition, maybe Biotic Rain dropping us over along with Sinker. But I imagine the way that we're going to be seeing Elevate play is going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. And I think, again, for, you know, we've had a chance to watch Elevate, at least as an organization, play through things like the 30 Bomb Summer League that was kind of going on. The results there, maybe not as what they were hoping for. There were a couple of roster changes to come through. But this is at least my first good look at Sedated. Outside of seeing a couple of these individuals play when they were in Battalion 1944 years ago, it's been a really refreshing look, I think, to see what the new tier 2 looks like, if you want to call it that. I mean, when you take a look at teams like Renegades and Complexity that were kind of there during like the Pop Flash Invitational around that time, the FaZe Clan Invitational, things like that, that was like your tier 2 squads. They've obviously now upgraded to being a consideration for not just top 16, not even just top 12, but potentially even top 8. And then behind that, it kind of comes down to who are the next ones that are going to be up. We've gotten a look at Slimy Boogerman, who looked really good over the last 2 weeks. And like you mentioned earlier in this map on Vine, both of these squads, I think, have the potential to be those next guys coming through, especially considering the talent that these rosters boast with a number of individuals who have a pretty sterling reputation, not just in previous games, but also in Valorant as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to tier 1 and tier 2, both of them don't really exist right now. It's just a hot pot amalgamation of the two, really, because, yeah, you have some tier 1 organizations with teams like FaZe Clan, NRG, even Immortals didn't get through to the qualifiers where Xset did, Shot Up did, Spot Up even. I always get those two mixed up because of the player and the team. There are a lot of different teams that, you know, I didn't really pay too much attention to Xset really all that much other than them winning the Nerd Street Gamers Monthly. There's a lot of teams out there that have that potential to come up and just outshine some of these rosters that have been playing in the Ignition series. I'm not necessarily saying that these are two that are going to be doing that they're going to go run into Andbox and smash them to pieces, for example. But I definitely feel that there is this okay, these teams don't matter, just gloss over them. When these are the up-and-coming teams that could be signed, there's still organizations looking even at this point, right? So I don't really want to talk too much about these teams because honestly, I don't know too much about them prior to this. I just know the names, and I know that you love to go on about them too. So they have history, and they're definitely worth learning more about. And I'm excited personally to learn more about both of these teams. But Elevate, because the way that they played executes was acting very similar to how Sentinels play them, with just getting the ult orbs and playing around the Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury. So the fact that they're sort of taking a leaf out of that book is super interesting because they looked good doing it.
Yeah, in just to kind of hit this home with one last point. I mean, you take a look at the teams that both Sedated and Elevate were knocked out of the NSG Open qualifiers by Moon Raccoons, Slimy Boogerman, and Built by Gamers. You know, all three of those squads have a lot to be said for as far as what they've done in the last couple of weeks. So, yeah, I think that there is potential as far as, you know, that improvement and potentially being in a position to maybe surprise some of those squads or maybe even ones that are above them. That path could very well be paved, not just in this tournament, but potentially also today as far as how these brackets go. They're going to be seeing some of those big name squads sooner rather than later. And well, it's not been comfortable for some of those previous favorites that we had in the past. So with Split coming up, as far as what Valor GG is saying here, neither of these two teams we have recent results with when it comes to them playing this map specifically. But when it comes down to the map overall, we've been seeing some different varieties. Obviously, the conversation of Viper is a little bit more prevalent, but is there something to be said about how Sentinels have kept Sage in the mix so far when they play a map like Split? Or do you still think that both of those agents maybe are a bit outdated as far as what is actually meta for this map specifically?
I think when you look at the comps, and it's basically how the silver player plays around it, I think. Sentinels have been adjusting to this kind of comp pretty much throughout their lifespan at this point. You've got Sinatra moving from the silver over to the Rays. They kind of fill that void, and they don't necessarily, at least I don't think, play around Breach all that much. But they seem to be pretty happy with their playstyle. So I don't expect many teams to follow suit with what Sentinels are doing, but it's just the fact that they haven't had to adjust much. Certainly not in comparison to some of the other teams that used to play Sage all of the time.
Right.
And Sage is considered bad across all of the other maps. So they pretty much changed the agent that they're playing full time, right? So it's hard to say with teams like both of these, to be honest. It's hard to say whether they do something similar. But considering so many other teams haven't opted in for it, and so much success from teams like Renegades and even Cloud9 on this map not doing anything like that, I wouldn't say it's needed, but it wouldn't surprise me if either of these teams tried to run that kind of comp.
Well, we'll see. We're just getting word that these guys are going to take a bit of a pause, maybe doing a little bit of shopping with the new skins that are in the store, and we're going to be due for a 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern start time. So just 7 minutes, actually now 6 minutes from now. So we're going to set things to a small break, and we'll jump in with these two squads as they get ready to go for Split Map 2 right after this. Don't go anywhere. Hello there, friends. Welcome back. Good to have you guys as we're getting ready for map number 2 between Elevate and Sedated. It's going to be split. It's RyanCentral, and with me, of course, on IHOLDSHIFT. And just to give you guys the update, NRG was supposed to be the focus team that we're supposed to be trying to stay with throughout the day. We're going to do our best to jump into their series, pending that we get through this one in due time that allows us to make sure that that does happen. So for now, we're sticking with these two teams. And we had a really nice display for our first map, a 13-9 overall after a very back-and-forth first half. Elevate started to put together a much more comprised attacking second half to lead them toward that small cushion. But the big question that comes on hand is what's going to happen here with Split. We threw around the potential topic of, we've seen things like C9 running things like the Viper and then Sentinels pulling out the Sage. Will there be any consideration for that? Or is it going to be something a little bit more traditional? Only time will tell. And I'm excited to see what both these teams have to offer for us here on Split coming up.
Yeah, and I'm thinking because we had both teams, we had Elevate running the Cypher, we had Sedated running the Killjoy. I wonder what it's going to be like going onto a map like this, what agent might get picked up. Like we sort of mentioned in Bind 2, both of these teams have changed up not only what agents that they're playing, but the roles that they're playing too.
Yeah.
Like I think it was SH that was playing Silver before, is now on the Killjoy, which... yeah, 2 weeks have happened. There's been a big patch, but that's still a big change. And there's been a couple of roster changes here or there, but to be honest, not much to be considered, I think. So both these teams are trying to sort of work it out. And I'm curious to know the agent select screen. I know we're going into game, and I really do want to check out the new UI for going into it. So if we could sneak over to that as soon as possible, it'd be great. I could feel like a League of Legends caster talking about it.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, you got the Killjoy on one side, you got the Cypher on the other, you got the Viper in play too, Biotic Rain, and they're going to be attacking first. So some nice play. I actually really love that. Like, I'm so happy that that's in the game. I don't think it needs like the, one selecting at a time, but I still appreciate that we get a look in. And those people don't know, there was a period where you would be observing where in agent select, it would be like you were flashed. Like being breach flash. So that's a big improvement over that. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Viper works on the attack for Elevate. And really, there's not too much of a surprising factor with what agents they're taking out. Because it was Biotic Rain, and they were playing Silver on Bind. So typical that teams drop out the Silver, bring in the Viper. Should still be a balanced roster that Elevate are trying to run here.
And for other teams that have been out in the mix, we've seen instances where when you're doing things like picking up the Viper, you're still going to be playing one of the Sentinels, whether it's a Killjoy or a Cypher. But one of the things they typically miss out on are flashes when they're trying to opt to go into maybe a Jet. We're going to get no Jet here. It's just going to be Razes in the mix with breaches behind this with your traditional Omens and your Sentinels. So a little bit of fluctuation coming through as far as what overall we're getting. But one thing that neither team will be missing are flashes, which is sometimes the case. And how about this? Elevate are going to go very quickly. Shoker a little bit of a backwards in, and he's actually going to catch one while paranoid. Hijinks trying to keep their life, even trade so far, but it is Elevate that are already looking to plant. Biotic Rain taking down SH. Will make sure they confirm the numbers, and they will confirm the plant behind it for a 3v2 setup.
It's how Sedated play around the toxic screen from Viper. It's down at the moment.
There.
The Killjoy turret is not going to be useful on the defense as the Killjoy is down. And that's what I mean. Tanaka's found an opportunity where Biotic Rain assumed that they weren't going to be there. They've upgraded to a Ghost, and these two players are both on site, but it's the Frenzy that wins it out for Bancroft. 1 versus 2. Now Sinker's jump peek to see that both of them are there at least. Time is not really on his side at this point. He's going to go for the defuse, but it's like watching World of Warcraft at this point, just pillar humping as they're trying to fight each other. But Exalt gets that final kill. Nice attacking round from Elevate. And it does look like they have taken a bit of a leaf out of Renegade's book with an aggressive play, but also using the Viper, which TSM played a lot around in the previous tournament.
And one of the things that we often see when there is a Viper on the table offensively, that will be the one agent that kind of lurks to the opposite spike site than what you're trying to hit. Very traditionally, you see just the Vipers put up their toxic screen right through this A tower, which is currently where it is positioned for the second round. And in this case, it'd be Biotic Rain who essentially just lurks and kind of plays around it, seeing if they can keep the defense planted at A. But no, you're absolutely right. That's just like how Renegades would play an offensive hit. You just get onto the site with all 5 members, and then you try to work a post-plant setup afterwards, and it works through very nicely for them. But as we get into the second round, Sedated once again, even dropping the pistol, they will go into a bit of a force buy situation. You saw the Bucky currently in hand, that for fair near the middle of the map, and with this, SH will be trusted to hold onto the B site individually, and Sedated will try to play around this toxic wall over towards A with 3 members.
Worked out pretty well last pistol round. The biggest concern, I suppose, with a Viper is the toxic screen is now over on A. Some really nice lineups that you can get, but it's whether it telegraphs your play a bit too much. It has worked. The bait is already in because 4 players from Sedated have rotated over. And now they're running over to B because expecting that hit. They've caught out SHU. Took all of that space but can't do much else. Nishauka's going to be hit by the paranoia. Doesn't quite know that there's going to be 3 people on site. So the bookie gets a good amount from Fair. He gets 2. Sinker now spraying down with the stinger.
30 seconds
Map
left.
control is very much theirs. It is just going to be Mini that's on the high ground, who is far away, lurking on his own. Was an opening for Elevate to break onto the site, but really well defended by Sedated, who actually do take the false round.
Yeah, beautiful play overall. I think just from Hijinks, he gets a brilliantly placed paranoia to allow Sedated to get back onto the site before Elevate could even plant. And with that, and I think just with the information as far as how many members stack through the bottom hit through B main, they didn't have to throw much consideration up towards the tower, which again allows them to essentially single focus on the retake. So yeah, great play from Sedated through and through. Another force buy situation for them, but it pans out nicely. And with that win, Elevate will actually just go back to pistol upgrades here in round number 3. So a small weapon advantage coming through for Sedated on the defense. But look at this play coming out for them. With their SMGs in hand and shotguns, they're actually going to try to clear through B main as well as clear through the middle of the map. So now they'll know that there are members that are trying to hit over towards A, but a nice first kill from Miniature with the 1 tap off the Sheriff will allow him to not just push through, but also find himself a Spectre and give his team some space for a plant.
They don't have heaven control. That would be ideal for them, and Mini's taken a lot of space towards screens, but against the bigger guns, it's going to be very difficult. Even fully stunned, these defenders are able to bring it now to a 2v2 as Biotic Raid gets 2, never mind. They've pulled it very close now. Bancroft is going to be able to sneak out and just spraying with a ghost, hoping to nail some of these shots, but the bigger guns tend to win. But much like Bind, even on these half-buy rounds, out of some of these lineups, they're still very close and doing a lot of damage to either one's economy.
It's just one of those situations that as you find that kill from Miniature over towards B screens, or A screens, pardon me, you think that, hey, this is a winnable round all of a sudden. And even behind that, Exalt hits a brilliant fault line that connects to the 2, but it has to be Biotic Rain who has to confirm the 2 kills. You would have loved to have had those previous 2 members for Elevate, like you mentioned, not just find the kills, but take away some of that pressure over towards A tower. They don't fully get that. So, yeah, you punished the round a touch, but it was one that was absolutely winnable for you. So we'll see if that one comes to punish them. But at least for now, you're able to come into a full gun round. Fault line will push Tanaka back over towards Mail. And with a Lear coming through, Boombot as well, Sedated throwing a lot of utility trying to contest this mid-map, and Elevate are happy to let them spend it. The big question is, are they going to expect Sedated to push this aggressively? Spy cam coming through. Fair will find one, but the double peek that comes out will actually allow for a couple of even trades. At the end of it, though, we'll get a 3v2 as Fair is able to just barely dismiss away in time, as the trades over the middle of the map will favor Sedated's defense.
Yeah, other than the fault line, they didn't use much utility on mid and just lost out to bodies. 3 versus 2. SH tries to push a little bit more, but gets caught out completely. Utility not going to be useful now, but the Reyna is still on site. Fair is going to be waiting. This could be a little bit of a bait away, at least. Elevate trying to see how much map they can control for themselves. And it's really a test of Sedated to see where their minds go in a situation like this. Do they rotate together? Do they try and anchor both of the sites at the same time? This is going to work out well for Elevate if they can split them up like this.
Left.
And Fair is maybe not looking in the right place and could get caught out. Sinker now going to see that A is completely clear. And Fair hiding behind the default spot. Might not be spotted, but that's clearly going to be a sound notification, and Sinker's going to come running.
All right, there's a lot of angles that have been cleared. Viper's Pet's going to be placed, and Shoker does respond to Fair just before the peak comes out. Spike planted behind us. Shoker down to 4 HP. But how about this? Sinker's already on his way down. Fault line's going to come through. He's going to push into this. He finds the first kill. That's the one that he needed to have and gets the second. Beautiful play for Sinker. well using the utility, well done when it comes to contesting, and is able to lock down the defuse without much problem. That'll give him the fault line, or pardon me, the Rolling Thunder, and a big lead now for Sedated early on the defense, up 3-1.
Really well played. There was a little bit of luck. He was looking in the right place. Whether that was a sound cue or whether he just figured that that's where the Raze was going to be playing. He didn't have too much utility to work off. The fault line doesn't hit, but the spray comes in a bit prematurely from Biotic Rain, and yeah, no real sound notification to know that Schalke was there. But 5 ultimates available on this defense now, all ready to go. And another buy coming out of Elevate. Wow. They have quite a lot of ultimates to break through. And I would like to see a fast execute hitting on A, but you can see the Sedated very much expecting it. I'm going to be aggressive themselves, actually. Showstopper almost gets the kill onto XL. But they get a bit of information that they're there at least.
And if you're Exalt at this point, again, you force spot into this round. For me, that just says we're committing to getting ultimates out on the table. You have to drop this spike for somebody else so you can stay safe to get the Rolling Thunder off. Hijinks gonna throw Paranoia up towards A tower. Not gonna find any kills, but at least does connect and read some information that there are a number of Elevate members that are onto the B site. Hijinks on the way over, trying to wrap around the backside of Dirt. And interestingly enough, the Empress was popped for Sedated. That's over through the mid ramps. And for Fair, he's not really in a great position to find value with this. So as the spike gets planted, this Empress is going to expire with no value at all. So now all of a sudden for Sedated, you might have to consider using this Rolling Thunder just to retake. And depending on how it's used, you might find a lot of value because Exalt is in a position where he's not going to be able to immediately respond to this. And if Sinker does throw this over to the right side, he's going to find everybody on the site with this hit.
Both Rolling Thunders come out. Tanaka actually gets a fallen kill into XL. I think he falls from the high ground and dies in that retrospect, but it's a 1 versus 2 now. Sinker brings it to a 1v1. Schalke was just looking away. It caught me by surprise seeing the fall in the kill feed. So many people died in that process. So yeah, a little bit embarrassing. I don't know if we have an action replay of that one, but I'm curious to know exactly how Exalt died there. I think maybe the Rolling Thunder knocked him from the high ground and he died potentially.
I think so too. That's my only guess because he was sitting in that top left corner of your minimap. So if he was on top of those little boxes, he must have gotten booped up into the air just after he sent his Rolling Thunder out and then, yeah, fell to his death. A bit awkward, but on the same front, I just don't necessarily agree with the position for Exalt to be there in the first place. He's already down to half HP. You're going to be likely holding on to that Rolling Thunder to stop the retake from coming through, and it just isn't as efficient as maybe you would have liked. So we'll see if it's going to be a punishing round. Again, we expect the defense to be a little bit stronger out of Appleg split than we do the offense, but now Sedated is really starting to run away with this first half. They've got all the weapons they want. They go ultimate for ultimate in the previous round, and you've got Elevate on a save round coming through, and this eco is going to be tough, and that's actually a brilliant play. Just as the dark cover expires, the flashpoint comes out, and Miniature's able to not just find the first kill, he's able to get Exalt the weapon.
Very aggressive A-ramp control. It's been working so well for Sedated, and it's still doing okay as Fair is able to bring this into a 3 versus 4 on their side. Sink could just flash in to get a bit of intel. Doesn't see much, but has a bit of fire aiming back at him. And SH is going to be pushing towards mid. It's been the first death in a lot of cases on this defense, but it hasn't really mattered all that much. Sinker knows that there's going to be more, and it's how Fair plays this. There's going to be a flash heading his way as well as a showstopper. He tries to get out of there. That ultimate is actually going to find even more use as Sinker rotates around. It's just up to SH at this point. And another half buy that's worked out.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's not the trades you were hoping for, because honestly, you just don't want trades to happen at all. You just want to be able to win these gunfights cleanly if you're Sedated. SH, do you consider the lockdown here for a 1v3? It looks like he's going to give this a go. That, or he's just going to play for exit kills. And the exit kills is probably the safer and more recommended approach here. And it looks like that will be the case as he does back out, clear up the A ramps, and he'll just play this for some post-plan action.
Yeah,
Turret's going to be placed for a little bit of help. And, well, as he actually decides to go for it, maybe a little bit more aggressive than we would have anticipated, Biotic Rain will find the kill. It's another weapon on the ground, so that's a great round for Elevate. Not one that you expect to win, but after a couple of plants in a row, now all of a sudden your economy is in a great spot, considering that you just went from pistols to ARs without having to buy anything for those last 3 members.
I think SH tried to go for a ninja defuse there, because he didn't see anybody. He might have assumed that everybody had ran off the site at that point. So I understand the try. It is going to be a half buy out of them anyway, so losing the gun isn't going to influence the round too much because the economy just wasn't good across the board. And Elevate have been looking a little bit better. Don't have as many ultimates as they have had in the past couple of rounds at this point, so playing super slow, very passive on the defense, expected Sedated to push aggressively with their half-buy weapons. So they're just watching these flanks, taking a ton of influence over mid. Sedated just aren't moving.
At this point in time, I mean, you've got a position set up to where you're gamble stacking your defense over towards the B site, and with no information being read mid-map, I'm not sure where this call comes from, but Elevate are going to commit to making their way over to A, and this is the correct gamble stack. You've already freed up Shoker to sit mid towards vents, so he can stop any rotation, or at least hear it as it's starting to come either to the middle of the map or back to the defensive side at spawn. So that's what you're really trusting on for a play call from Shoker, is can you read the rotational information? It just comes down to what are you going to use to execute with 40 seconds left for Elevate. It looks like they're just going to full stack through the low ground, which is risky, but you do have a toxic screen set up, and it's going to be requiring Tanaka to find at least a kill for his life. 2 would be incredible for the effort. And as we get the 30-second call, there goes the dark cover, there goes the paranoia. Tanaka going to essentially softball toss, and he's going to find one. Not bad. It'll delay the push for a little while, but the problem here is Shoker's up top, and this is not a position you want Elevate to be in if you're sedated right now.
So whether he tries to fight on heaven, he does. He knows that there's a Bucky at least, and suddenly this aggressive position is caught out by Sedated. It's an option. They actually get a couple. They've brought this down to a 3 versus 2. Bancroft at least makes sure that it doesn't get too out of hand. But even he goes down. It's a 2 versus 1. Biotic Rain is on the site, sprays down to make it a 1 versus 1. Completely flashed. Has no idea where this breach is. He's right in his corner. Very low health. He's just going to try and hold on and hope that Sinker doesn't get spotted trying to at least go for the defuse, getting it halfway. Nice play from Biotic Rain, but Sedated had no right making it as close as that.
I'm wiggling in my seat a little bit here, Ryan. These are too many moments that are just too close when it comes to the team that is completely unfavored as far as weapons or numbers go. And they make something literally out of nothing. That should have been a much easier round for Elevate. And especially when you've got Shoker trying to control over towards A tower, I just don't even know if you need to put him on rafters. Just essentially allow him to play for information through either the ropes area or backside screens, and just give your teammates the read as far as this is where the retake is coming from. Let's make sure we convincingly win it. But he puts himself in a position where he can't really respond to either the up top play through tower or the backside of screens. He gets isolated, and it becomes way too close for comfort for Elevate, but still, they find a way to get the round. And with this, now as Sedated find first blood, it's going to be a 5v4. A lot of ultimates available for Sedated, and defensively, they're getting a pretty solid read of where Elevate are. Fayer's going to find one. He reads that there are more contestants nearby, so he'll dismiss. Now the Lear comes up top just to try to keep hijinks free. And even though he's taken down to 10 HP, at least he stays alive, and Fayer's going to make the gut check call to essentially go into the Empress, and that will likely be enough to send Elevate back over towards a more favorable position.
Look at Sinker's aggressive positioning now. Here's very little noise, so knows that they're moving away from mid at least. An SH out of range from the alarm bot, I think, at this point, so not going to be finding too much use there. They do have the turret in a nice position now, so might play off a bit. And the patience of Elevate so far has slowed right down. They are going to be triple stack pushing through B at this point. The lockdown is available. Surprised that they used it that early at this point. But they might play off of it, actually. It should be a fairly easy kill now for Bancroft to go in, but it doesn't really work out that way. SH dedicates an ultimate for very little at this point, but the Rolling Thunder's going to come through. Biotic Rain gets one, and Bancroft tries to teleport out of there, but not enough time, and it's ticking away.
The Viper's Pit was actually delayed for maybe long enough, and the Showstopper coming through does get the kill, but the spike gets planted. So it's Biotic Rain in a 1v4 down to 30 HP. You can spam through multiple directions, and there's just nowhere for him to go. Now, is this the timing of how those ultimates come through? If you can get that Viper's Pit up maybe a touch sooner before the Rolling Thunder comes out, maybe you can block line of sight. You can kind of get the status effect shrugged off, and you're going to be okay to hold that post-plant kind of retake. But Sedated, the timing is just a touch better, even though SH's lockdown really doesn't do anything. Doesn't even allow him a position to maybe even find a couple of kills. All of it just come through, they take care of it. You think that might be just enough for them to control the site, but the Rolling Thunder was played just in the nick of time, and with that, Sedated will keep a small advantage 5-3 up.
Full buy on either side. No ultimates really to work with. So many were used on that defense. But the Killjoy ultimate, they didn't find much. The Showstopper, the Rolling Thunder, the Empress. And Elevate not having too much to work with either. It's going to be a very quick hit, and they do catch SH, who has been caught out multiple times at this point. It's been the first one going down for the most part for Sedated, as we mentioned previously. But what I like from Elevated here is they haven't rushed onto the B site. In fact, they have a lot of map influence. Tanaka playing aggressively here has been caught out in this position too. So Elevated might want to double peek in this spot. Especially now that Tanaka knows that they're there. This is great play from Elevate.
And on the other side, just conversely, that's just not a heads-up play, I think, from Tanaka. You're in a 4v5 situation. You lose your dedicated defender on B, which means that Sedated have to keep members at least in B tower to make sure the B site stays safe. With how fast that first blood came through, you just never know if that execute's going to come out. So pushing that far forward on A ramps, I get that you're trying to clear some of the map, but it's just too late in the round. You have to figure that it's not going to be a safe angle. And now all of a sudden you take a look at what's happening in A tower. You've got a great position set up for Mini, who's going to be able to lock things down with a spy cam to make sure that things stay safe. And really, you're just hoping that Sinker can find a ton of value, playing his life over towards A. He's only got 14 HP, though, and his Shoker comes bunny hopping around a corner. He will fall, and with that, it'll lead to likely a pretty easy plant here for Elevate. And Sedated, I know that saving is not the best option anymore, but I just don't think you can afford to give away these weapons.
A couple of mistakes early in the round for Sedated, showing that they're not immortal by any stretch. Both these teams have been taking chunks out of each other. Elevate having a Rolling Thunder going into the next round at least is going to be a nice addition. They've been able to get Elevate's Rolling Thunder up so often. Exalt has been great by being able to do that. And Sedated are already one map down. They don't want to go out just yet. And it is worth mentioning, whilst we do have a second, that this does work a little bit differently to the Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifiers. There are two opportunities. Let's say Sedated lose this 2-0. On Friday, they will be able to play again. So, and it's 6 teams that go through the first half, 6 teams that go through the second half. So tomorrow, we'll have 6 teams qualifying for the closed qualifiers next week. And then Friday, Saturday, that'll be like another qualifier, if that makes sense. Yeah. It's very complicated when you try and explain it, like certainly when you get all of the other qualifiers in, but there are other opportunities. If Sedated lose this, they try again on Friday.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, just to see how this all pans out. I mean, again, you've got a lot more opportunity, I think, especially considering the fact that there are teams that have been noted to say, like, well, we just had a bad day. Like, that stinks that we don't only have one opportunity to get through. And there is a little bit extra life here for these guys, but it does result in longer days overall when it comes down to how many matches you are playing. So it kind of comes with a little bit of half glass full, half glass empty type thing, if you want to consider that, or just a couple of considerations as far as what your days look like. But so far, I mean, you really can't be mad about this half, I think, for either side. 5 rounds defensively here going at around 10, not the worst, but 4 rounds offensively with round 10 in front of you is also pretty great news for Elevate, who do have that Rolling Thunder and maybe might be the consideration to try to execute with this. Spycam will find information on Tanaka, and, well, he's going to be trapped up here, but the good news is he has Fair nearby, and you also still have Sinker, who's holding on to a long fault line coming through. Rolling Thunder coming out. Shoker able to find first blood. Oh, that's actually a nice second kill, and Fair is going to fall to these paint shells. So this has been a very clean take once again for Elevate on their offense. Hijinks is nearby, but he really can't contest up top or down low. So the spike will come down now.
Spike planted.
What an insane execute. They played that perfectly. The Cypher camera knowing that there was more up there. Schalke's little flank. Even to a point where we just saw Fair at that point just go, okay, fair enough, you got me. Just didn't move when that grenade came in. There's some really nice play from the attackers. And now that we're going into Sedated saving, I like the way that Elevated played that at the start of the map. And it's a bit of a thing that Sedated have been caught up on. They put a bit of pressure B, killed the Killjoy turret. Sedated immediately rotated over. And they just moved to A. So I like the Elevator putting pressure on various parts of the map, but it doesn't inherently mean that that's where they're going to be executing. And they are pulling Sedated all across a split at this point. So not only did they have a superb execute going on to the A site, they're playing the passive game. Teams like Envy have done this a little bit as well. Teams like T1, of course, do a really good job of it. And Elevated are certainly keeping up with that kind of style, and Sedated don't really have an answer for it.
And beyond that, just to kind of add a little bit of salt in the wounds here for Sedated, you're looking at a Viper that is currently 12-6-1. This might be one of the more valuable and more efficient Vipers that we've seen when it comes to, you know, comparing it to top-level teams that have tried using the Viper very regularly. The Viper sits near the bottom of the leaderboard, just kind of providing utility. But when you're providing utility and eliminations in the kill feed, you love that if you're elevated. It seems like everything seems to be going mostly right for them, as you're going to get some early consideration towards B. Lurking over towards the A site will be Miniature, and a Showstopper will come through very aggressively. Shoker, they'll hit by a Paranoid, just throws it out literally blindly. Now there's a Leer nearby, and how
is
do you
he able
not
to get
find that
one?
kill? How do you not find that kill if you're SH? You've got your turret in front of you. You've got two different types of flashes that are blinding players, and he only walks away with one? That can't happen, and with that, Bancroft able to get Elevate not just on the site, but now they've got a post plant set up that they can work with.
So they're going to be trying to go for this, just waiting for everybody to get around, clearing some of these mid angles. There is a lurker. Mini is right around that corner. They don't even check him. So he's going to be able to wrap around and do tons of damage if he's not being checked. He's able to do that at least onto the breach. It's just going to be fair. Left knows that Mini's there. Bit of a lazy peek to sort of just check and quickly go into the site. I know there wasn't much time. It's probably the reason why they didn't go a bit deeper. But it means that going into this last half, last round of this half even, it's going to be a bit of a dicey buy, but they're going to do what they can on the side of Sedated. And another great execute. This should not happen, though.
No way.
There's no way that he gets Exalt, so that's probably one of the reasons. So he's getting a kill behind him, so it wasn't like he was completely whipping the spray. But you just can't let Schalke do that kind of thing. They were lucky that the Showstopper didn't catch on to anything. But Elevate have been running away with the game so far. On the attacking side, they've been doing really well in the last few rounds of this half.
And again, uncomfortable will be round 12, final round of the half here for Sedated, but Fair is able to find one. Sinker's in a position where maybe he can convert onto another, but the numbers just overwhelm him at the A ramps. The spike will rotate behind this through A main. That should lead to a pretty free plant. I don't know if there's a Viper's Pit available here for Biotic right now. I think he was close a couple of rounds previous. Yeah, he's not going to quite have it, just a couple of ticks off. But with that, Sedated will be a bit hard-pressed to try to find this retake with weaker weapons overall, and even more so now that the numbers have been dwindled just down to 3.
Spike planted.
Spike is going to be planted, and there's very little for Sedated to work with. They do have it from the shadows. If they can get towards A main, that might be a nice play. But yeah, I'm going to keep together. They're checking as many angles as possible, and Heaven is in full control of the defenders. So they have a nice opening to break onto the site, but it's whether they expect Bancroft in this position. If they can clear him, they have a good opportunity to try and break onto this site, because now Elevate are getting a little bit antsy. That's a great pick, but Biotic Rain is able to do more, and this is nice play from Mini. Again, in a position that Sedated weren't expecting, it allows Elevate to go 7-5 up on their attacking half. Now they get to defend.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, again, you mentioned Bancroft in that position, but they do see that dark cover coming out, so it gives them the intel that there is a player lurking over towards A main. The problem is, again, with Guardians, how do you break onto the site itself from that angle? A little bit too much for them to overcome. So 7-5 in the half. Again, a very good offensive half coming through for Elevate, but it didn't wake up until late. The good thing, again, just one of the things that I encourage viewers to look out for when it comes to Split, or really any map for that matter, is how often are teams getting the spike planted. And not only do they find what is 6 of the last 7 rounds, but look how many rounds that they got the spike planted before that. That just leads to an economy that will eventually allow them in the late stages of a half to start finding success, and it'll allow them to purchase up a little bit more often than their opponents. So they eventually take that advantage and turn it into a very favorable back part, I guess the second quarter, if you will, of that first half. So now
it's going to be a paranoia set play onto Heaven. It doesn't really quite catch them, though, and Fair gets caught out himself by Mini. I really like the set play from Sedated, but Elevated read that super well.
SH will be tagged up by paint shells as well. We'll keep them down, but Tanaka does make his way onto site. The problem was there were 2 members defensively. So 3v3 we go, but a little bit healthier are Elevate for the defense, and they already actually flex one more member onto the top side of Hell, and oh boy, Exalt is able to turn that into 2. Bancroft for the final. Beautiful hold for Elevate defensively.
And Sedated do have a couple of set plays that they wanted to use. A lot of teams use that paranoia through mail, but I really like the aggressive hold into mail just to wait for that play to come through. It's not maybe that they were expecting Sedated to use that verbatim, right? But they were in a position to adapt to it in a super clear way, and it was decisive from then on out. So Sedated do still have a few tricks up their sleeve, but unfortunately, it's going to be the 5th round in a row for Elevate, and another half by coming out of Sedated, who so far haven't looked like they have the same kind of spunk, at least, as they did on Bind.
Double stack defensively over towards Mail. It's going to be paint shells. This red player's back with the flashpoint comes out. Exalt able to find 1 kill. Now the paranoia. Does that lead to a second peek? It sure does. Biotic Rain for 3 as they all line up. Now it's just down to 1, and Sinker is in an absolutely atrocious position. He's at least able to find 1 kill. Tags up Shoker, and any repurchases off of this classic would be great for Sedated, but he's only able to force the 1. So now Elevated on 9, and with that, Sedated not able to get the spike planted. Again, a big gamble when it comes to trying to play through the middle of the map like that, and even though you lost the pistol in the following, take a look at the money. You still have 3 members, or pardon me, 2 members that are completely zeroed out, and 3 others that are just down to 200, so you have to find success here if you're Sedated, otherwise this game could be a little bit too far out of reach.
And you're looking at players like Exalt, for example, who's just going to keep a hold of his Sheriff, Bucky in the hands of Mini. This is pretty much a bonus round for them, not only because of the economy that they have buffered up, but because they are 4 rounds ahead. This is very conservative play, I suppose, from Elevated, but also relaxed play. They don't feel the need to upgrade, and they have nice positioning, at least, with the guns that they have available. That camera is very high up. It does spot 1. You can see just how everybody else on Elevate is starting to poise themselves. Nice amount of aggression onto A ramp, because they know if Sedated even plant the spike, so long as they have this position, they can retake it.
It's a big first kill, though, for Mini. Paranoia is coming through just to assist them, but he really didn't need it. And Sedated are a little bit stuck at the moment. They're trying to stack, but Bancroft is here. You also have Exalt trying to rotate over to the defensive side of screens just outside of A. And Hijinks should get this spike down without any problem. It just comes down to the post plant will be very quick to try to re-aggress upon this. The problem is the weaponry. When you've got a Bucky and a Sheriff, it becomes difficult. And if you're Sedated, you need to play this passively. Do not allow an opportunity for a free weapon to come through. Aftershock will be placed, trying to clear out some space. Fair with the more superior weapon at range will take down Shoker. And so now Elevate will look to flood. 3 members trying to push their way through screens. Fault line will open things up. The alarm bot will scout this out. Dark cover also being sent through. Sedated, can you hold on to this? Biotic able to find 1. Exalt there for the trade. 2v2, we go. Exalt finds another. Now it's just down to Fair. Long range shots aren't good.
The reload.
Go to the reload. And Elevate will get a retake and then go shopping afterwards, as there's plenty of ARs to upgrade to as soon as this spike gets defused.
Not your day, is it?
And even though Sedated did a really good job breaking onto the site, they just didn't have enough map control to really influence how that retake was going to go. They were all just stuck onto the site, couldn't even fight on screens. And even though Elevate didn't have the bigger guns, they just had the better positioning and map knowledge, knowing that everybody was on there. Became a bit of a bloodbath with the sprays of Spectres and Vandals, but eventually Elevate were able to break themselves apart. A Rolling Thunder again available for Exalt at this point. And Biotic Rain's Viper shows that she's certainly a choice pick on this map.
Yeah.
Sedated's looking in trouble.
Well, it's just one of those things that, as much as I want to give credit to the Viper being not just efficient, but effective, a lot of it has just been off the backside of things that are not Viper utility. I mean, the Viper's pit has been okay, but it hasn't really led to explosive moments. I don't think anyone would anticipate that. The poison clouds, toxic screens, snake bites have all been fine, but they haven't really led to these kills. It's just, I think Biotic Rain has mostly been in the right place at the right time so far. But if you're Sedated, you need to punish Elevate somehow defensively here. You're likely going to be down 5-11 without question, pending something incredible comes through. But beyond that, if you can find a way to force a couple of repurchases, get a couple of your own ultimates charged up, you're going to be in a much better position coming into what will be round number 17, hopefully trying to get this comeback online. And that's a beautiful shot from Tanaka. That could actually lead to a weapon upgrade pending they actually commit to try to take over the A tower. And it looks like that will indeed be the case. Now it's Exalt v the world in front of him. He's going to have some quick help. And that's a good read for the first. Joker here to help him. Now the flashpoint coming through. Biotic Rain able to find 1 more kill over to the top side of A tower. And now it's actually just down to Hijinks on the site. And he's at least able to find 1 kill. But this was a big opportunity for Sedated that has completely gone awry in the late stages as Elevate are able to re-attack onto the site.
Straightforward clean for Elevate, but I really like Sedated's play. You've got Tanaka pushing through, takes a little bit of control onto A ramp, knows roughly where these defenders are, and then all of those players on Sedate that were in mid, pushing through ropes, fast execute, even able to get a nice little headshot, I think, onto, I imagine it would be Mini that was on the high ground playing from heaven. So there is bright sparks for Sedated. Their guns weren't great, so there was only so much they were expected to do. And the retakes so far for Elevate have been straightforward, but not necessary. When you look at the fact that there's only been 1 defuse out of 4 rounds that Elevate have taken so far.
Yeah.
Another buy coming through. A lot of ultimates for Sedated to make work. Yet again, they're going to be putting a lot of pressure onto mid, but it's gone a bit awry a couple of times already that we've seen so far.
That Boombot will find a bit of information as these spam shots continue to come through. Careful on this peek. Yeah, Tanaka with a scope, able to find first blood coming out. And now as they try to find a way to, again, it's very rare you see attacks with an operator. The Rolling Thunder is going to be called. Is there a follow-up here? Bionic Rain's in a great position with Exalt. They'll find one. The counter Rolling Thunder comes through, though, and Sinker is able to find the connection on the Bionic Rain. So Exalt holding his life, also holding a flashpoint. He's going to just try to stall things for as long as humanly possible. Paranoia also coming through. Tanaka makes the gut check call to say now is the time for a showstopper, and there's not going to be an opportunity to find a kill with this. So we're going to go 3v3. Sedated in control of the high ground outside of B, but the problem is Elevate have actually pinched up a defensive setup around the B site, and if Exalt can get a read that Sedated might rotate behind this, there's an opportunity to find at least 1 kill, and that might just be good enough because now we're 2v2 with under 30 seconds to play, and Tanaka's got to make a play for the spike with an operator.
The camera is on this A site, but it does mean that the rotation is going to be a little bit late out of Mini, who rotated across the whole map, pushed through the attacker's spawn to get there. The spike is going to get planted just in the nick of time at least, but it's how they play around this operator that I have a big question mark about. Tanaka maybe wanted to look across screen to nice position, but he isn't quite sure where Mini's going to be. He has the right idea that he's going to be on this corner, but Mini's playing is super safe. I'm glad that they're sticking together at least. They take out Mini. They're going to be able to spot exactly where the Omen is, and Sedated should be able to take this round from this position. Yeah. Unless Bancroft does an insane 5-head Omen play.
Oh, we'll see. He's working through the dark cover, making his way out. He finds one! He's got the second one! Tanaka had the paint shells up! What in the world? How did they lose Bancroft? They thought the Shrouded Step went over towards the site, and Bancroft does make the 500 IQ play. 1v2, and Sedated's chances of sending this to a map 3 and maybe making a comeback very well could have just went out the window with that 1v2 clutch.
There's no reason why Tanaka should be clearing the site at that point. They know that the Omen's there. I understand that you've got the Shrouded Step. It was a nice play. So unfortunate for Tanaka. Just a wrong decision at the worst time puts Elevate onto match point. I can understand it, but really nice play from Bancroft just to put a couple of question marks around it. Viper's Pit, Neural Theft from the Shadows, all available for Elevate on this defense. And Sedated not having much, but they got to make something happen from this Empress, and this from the Shadows. They have any attack inside.
Oh boy. Possible final moments here for Sedated.
Shadows traveling.
Economy's not great. Empress will be popped early. This is looking like it's going to be a committal very early over to A. From the Shadows is actually to come through, and Fair falls. That's the Empress completely negated immediately. They will at least take down Bancroft, so there's numbers here for Sedated. And there's a couple of weapons to be picked up as well behind this. Exalt is looking to try to make a play with the Viper nearby. Shoker will try to play from up top, but he's not going to find a kill. And so with this, now the Aftershock will just delay things for as long as humanly possible. This is a very tough 2v4 to try to work with.
I'm going to try and make it work nonetheless. Biotic Rain is going to be pushing through, but the alarm bot gives it away, even gets damage done in with a Nano Swarm. So that is a nice little angle. It's going to be so difficult to clear at least. Nice use of Killjoy utility from SH on this retake.
Yeah.
Haven't seen too much of it so far, but starting to prove its use as he's able to get a frag onto Exalt. Biotic Rain can't even get one. Really nice attacking round from Sedated. You can see exactly where all of Elevate died on that map there. Still chance for Sedated to bring this back, but you have to win 6 rounds in a row to take it to overtime at least, and then win on Ascent. Very much an uphill climb.
But at least they're able to build up some sort of a bank here with finding those weapons off the ground, off of obviously a much needed round. But the fact that they're able to collect a couple of ARs, you're now getting a couple of members that can at least buy up for their homies in future rounds, depending on how things go. And on the opposite side, Elevate is in a little bit of a force buy situation here, trying to match up against the 3 players that could afford full armor and Phantoms. They're going to go for a very early Viper's Pit. That's through the middle of the map. And they don't have a lot of tools to clear this. They do have a lockdown that could potentially shrug players away if they so choose to use it. And you can kind of see, at least at the moment for our Killjoy, you've got SH playing in B main. That should reach a good portion of it. He is holding on to this lockdown. So this is interesting. It just comes down to how do you coordinate? If you are trying to clear the middle of the map, how exactly do you want to use this? And actually, they're going to use it to a position, maybe just push themselves onto the B site. The only player defensive that's here is Exalt. And from the shadows will actually be used to get what looks to be Bancroft over towards the defensive side at spawn. So lockdown will come through. First blood was confirmed. The spike will make its way on, but Elevate are in a position to try to retake this pretty quickly from not just the top side of B tower, but also from behind as well.
Spike planted.
Fair gets taken out by Mini in our position, so that's a big lurk, and the neural theft even gets used to show exactly where these attackers are. Mini's able to get more done. It's a 3 versus 3 now, but you can see just how far away they are when it comes to trying to get some damage in, but they're still able to do quite a lot. They've got these defenders stuck, but SH is shutting up and the turret is able to do quite a bit of damage too. Bancroft's position, at least giving up a little bit, but they're able to clear up. It's just going to be that. Miniature gets a 4th. What an incredible round from him, and it's going to put Elevated through. Sedated, unfortunately, going to be out for now. And there's a few rounds like that where they really should have won it.
You got to give credit, though. I mean, Miniature not just finding 2 kills, but it's where he finds the 2 kills that is most impressive about that retake. He gets the one lurking all the way back towards the offensive spawn, clears the other at B main. There's no more exit for Sedated. Wherever they are on site is where they have to stay. And once you read those positions, you just double shell both. Miniature does walk away with both the kills for 4 total in the round, and GGs were said in chat. So Elevate will move on. Sedated, like you mentioned, though, they're not out of the running yet for this open qualifier, because coming up on Friday is a second chance for a second qualifier where the format will stay the same when it comes to having another opportunity to try to work your way into that closed qualifier where, again, there are already a couple of teams that are waiting for the qualified squads coming out of both of these tournaments that we have. So we'll take a look back at the scoreboard very quickly here for us as we kind of tally up what exactly came through. My first reaction, though, Ryan, is the value out of the Viper was absolutely felt. 20, 12, and 4 for Biotic Rain. Incredible stuff for him, just underneath the overall average combat score of Exalt, who continues to find so much value. This time it's by way of assists. He's able to find 14 total assists for the effort. Incredible stuff for Elevate here in the W.
Yeah, but there were bright moments for Sedated too. It was just difficult for them to try and win a map like Split. That wasn't their choice. Elevate had a game plan. It worked out perfectly on both Bind and Split. And you can see with Exalt, with the amount of plants that he has specifically, that he was able to get his ultimate up quite a lot, found a lot of use. Schalke was a great entry for them too. Really good executes, but also the way that they played around the map and the defaults, really good showing for them. I hope to see more of them going into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just a cool thing just to kind of throw a little bit of a personal opinion to see that both of these squads, even after coming up against some resiliency in the NSG open qualifiers, that they stuck with their same group of 5. And we're seeing improvement on both fronts. I mean, when Sedated had lost and they got eliminated from NSG, there was 2 different 5-13 losses for them. Here, much more competitive versus Elevate overall. So improvements obviously being made. Obviously, there's some considerations as far as what the patch has been able to do as far as adjusting and making some maybe monetary decisions a little bit more different, with the save rounds not really being a considerable option anymore. So a lot of things as far as how things go, but just to remind you as far as how the series went, Elevate taking Bind 13-9, like you mentioned, Ryan, not on their map pick, and then taking their actual pick of Split 13-6 leads them into the next round, in which they will play the winner of Depth versus Space Station Gaming. I think a lot of people would expect Space Station Gaming to be the team that comes out of that matchup. But for now, we're going to take a bit of a break and see if we can't find a way to jump in with NRG with the rest of their round 2 matchup, or potentially take them into round 3, where I think Anbox is currently awaiting them. So we'll figure out exactly what happens with our... Yeah. Anything else catch your eye out there, Ryan?
I wouldn't say so. Like, Immortals are going to be playing up against Auglis. Dignitas is going to be playing up against potentially Prospects as they're 1-0 up. Elevate, of course, we won. They could be playing up against Luminosity at some point in the future, but more likely Space Station Gaming in the next round. Ninja's team Timing won against Shadow Life, which is a good look. And FaZe Clan won. I think the biggest surprise so far has been Cloud9 White being knocked out, but
yeah,
it seemed that they struggled in their game. I know Annie had a lot of DCs too with some issues, so unfortunate. But again, they have the opportunity on Friday to try and qualify again. So hopefully things go better for them that time, because there's potential for that team show, but we're not going to see them over the next couple of days at least.
Crossing fingers for sure. We're obviously rooting for everybody to find success in some fashion or another. But we're going to step away for a small break, figure out exactly where we're going to be taking our broadcast coverage, and we'll come in with round number 3 or the continuation of NRG's round 2 matchup on the backside of this break. Hopefully don't go too far. Hello there, friends and family. It took us a while. We were supposed to get NRG from the start, but we eventually got there. We just took the scenic route to get there. We've got NRG going up against Anbox, round of 32 action. I'm IHOLDSHIFT. With me is my compatriot from across the pond, RyanCentral. This is going to be a really good game here, Ryan. I think a lot of people were surprised about the short-lived run that both of these teams had in the first open qualifier. And unfortunately here, they're going to have to go up against each other immediately on the Haven, in which, of course, it is a best-of-3 matchup. But one team, once again, will still be left short of being able to earn that spot in the closed qualifier.
Right, and both these teams, you could argue, were looking in good positions to at least qualify. NRG, there's certainly a lot more question marks. The Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifiers, at least, was their first debut showing. And it left a lot to be desired, to be brutally honest. There was a lot of stuff that they could easily work on. They have changed their roster a little bit. Exceed no longer with them. He was on trial. Now they've brought in Genji's Effie's. So I'm interested to see how they play out. I think he's going to be playing the Omen, and Daps is moving over to the Cypher as far as I can tell. But for Anbox, they came off the back of winning a 10K Renegades tournament, and then came into this one, the open qualifiers, sorry, and actually bombed out before we could get the closed one. So big opportunity for them to show up again. They've got a lot to prove. And this is a great opportunity against a team like NRG that improved by the game that they were playing, but still might not be up to scratch when it comes to some of these other better teams.
Yeah, and to be fair, NRG had a pretty tough bracket the last time around. They had a close 3-game series versus Team Kudos, which many of you may not recognize by immediate name, but in one of the NSG monthly tournaments, they did very well, finished top 4. And then they went up against the Complexity squad that surprised not just NRG, but a lot of teams throughout not just the open, but also the closed qualifiers, whereas Anbox had a tough go playing up against Luminosity. They couldn't get quite past them in 2 very tight maps. So we'll see how Haven is going to be played here for both of our squads. It'll be NRG on the offense first, and a bit of a default run out for both squads, as actually for Anbox, they had a lot of early pressure through A-Long. They've given that up, though, to play more centric towards the middle of the map, as they actually don't have anybody on the C site currently either. So interesting setups for both of our teams thus far, but of course, plenty of time to play with.
NRG taking it very patiently. Cyphercam does give up the position of Effie's at least, but that isn't going to be too much of a problem for NRG, considering they're leading more towards the A site. Utility is going to be heard, but you can see the fact that I believe it will be Yeaster playing off the site completely means that they're more than happy to play retake. Had some really solid showings on this map, especially in the Renegades tournament, but really we didn't see that kind of form in the open qualifiers. Cola gets the first kill onto Android, sorry, not Yeaster. And this site is going to be relatively open for business with the amount of utility that they have set up. And Anbox going to be going in for the retake, but I'm certainly interested to see how the Jet plays around, certainly when it's going to be met by Daps.
Yeah, keep your eye on Ye. This 1v1 over towards A-Long could determine exactly how this retake goes, whether it's successful or not. EU's also holding on to a recon bolt just in case. Boyd trying to work his way through. And this is actually really dicey. You saw the tailwind actually come through for Ye on the other side, and he's just going to keep trying to toggle for as long as possible. Does not be able to chance to take the gunfight though in time, and as Anbox is pretty hard pressed to find their way onto site, it will just be down to Ye. A little bit of a dicey 1v1 for him, but NRG more favorable on the numbers from the front retake that was trying to come through the B link, and with that, they take the pistol up 1-0.
Here.
As somebody that watched a little bit of the NRG games, there were some really clutch moments from EU, especially. I remember the 4K that he got on Bind, which was just insane. But I did feel that there was a lot of reliance on him showing up. Cola had his moments. Som had a really quiet showing in the Nerd Street Gamers tournament. So this is another great opportunity to sort of do as much as possible, but it's Som that actually gets the first 2 kills in this round, opens it up. Anbox didn't really have too much to work with. But yeah, you're still going to be there with the chef to try and get one. Make sure that NRG at least take a little bit of damage to their economy. But I like the fact that NRG got those 2 kills and have slowed it right down, waiting for other people just to peek for information on the side of Anbox.
This is actually
very
pretty
passive.
Yeah, this is a decent setup, though. You've got the opportunity for Seb to move over through A short. He's going to realize with his camera over towards long that nothing is here. So you can actually afford to double stack 2 members for Andbox on the C. If they decide to go up the middle through B, you can essentially pinch. This is actually an okay setup overall for Andbox. But just as I say that, seeing no information for Seb through A, he actually gives up the angle, maybe leaning to try to triple stack over to C. And just as he makes that commitment, it's actually NRG who flipped the spike back over, and it's just essentially defender spy cam coming through for ABX right now as NRG will walk freely onto the A site.
30 seconds left.
Not too much to be expected from Andbox. They're going to still go for it because their money's going to be fine regardless. So again, it's making sure that NRG don't win this in a flawless
Spike
fashion.
planted.
And really, at this point, it's a case of seeing what they can scout out. NRG quite rightly aren't going to push for too much intel. Got the camera set up to at least keep a more of an aggressive eye in this choke where at least Seb and Android are.
This is all down to Ye. I mean, from topside heaven, he's got to read information or find a kill. Cloudburst will deny that, and the burst shot from Effie's will take down Seb. So Android might have a 1v1 in front of him, but again, it's not a favorable one. None of them are going to be, as Ye actually does find first blood up top. That's all that Andbox will walk away with. So NRG in 2 very quick rounds, also getting the spike planted, will be feeling very comfortable monetarily. Whereas Andbox, sure, they'll be able to purchase into ARs this next round, but a couple members will be pretty close, if not completely zeroed out, and that's going to lead to a very dicey round coming forward, as NRG will have also the Bladestorm to potentially play with, and Sam is going to try to use that here in round number 3.
Poach has brung out the Odin. He's going to be playing where we're seeing on screen, sort of towards the nest of Garage, the back site. And NRG spreading out yet again, going to be putting a lot of pressure towards C long, and Android is a very aggressive angle. Luckily, the flash doesn't catch him out, but he's able to get free. Can't get much of a follow-up, but he's expecting more of an aggressive push. All of his utility being thrown out, and all NRG was use of flash.
And
Android.
That's beautiful for NRG. I mean, you saw what Android saw. He saw 3 members get flashed. I think he thought there were more hiding in the cubby, though. So, yeah, he's completely spent. This is going to lead for a very wide open potential hit onto C, as defensively he's going to need help.
At least can face a bit more aggressively on A long, which is the direction that NRG are going to be heading. Poach is going to at least maybe spot out that somebody's there with the owl drone going down, but this B hit looking likely. Ye's in a nice position, and there was a flash available, but Poach makes sure that Cola can't use it. In this smoke, you've got the right click coming through from the Jet. She can't get anything, though. Poach gets a second with the Odin. Recon Bolt isn't going to show up too much more. They know that these last 2 attackers of NRG are in this site, but the spike hasn't been planted.
And Seb's already rotated around through B window, so he'll probably find 1 kill for free here, depending on the timing of this peak. And yep, there it is. No problem. Last player left alive is going to be Sam. Like you mentioned, he misses out in the Bladestorm, but does find a Vandal. Could lead to an opportunity to move over to A if he finds the kill into Boy, but not going to be able to do that either. So Andbox able to find their first round defensively. NRG mostly just looking for value off the Bladestorm. None of that comes through. They'll be fine to purchase up for 1 more round after this. So we've got our first full gun round here for both of our squads.
And a good look for Andbox overall. Like, yeah, we kind of memed on Android a little bit with using all that utility, but ever since then, NRG didn't really seem to have much of a game plan. And Andbox wanting to play a little bit more aggressively, face a little bit. They took so much space on A short that maybe NRG felt a bit forced to play on B, and they were caught out completely. Again, a bit of information that Android is able to get, but the smoke is going to clear up. He doesn't know if there's more there or not, but there is a lot of space being taken towards A, namely from Daps, who is in A long, and he has the help of Cola there too. But really, I was just going to say this is very like passive T1 levels of play that we're seeing out of NRG. And they did this a lot in the close quals as well.
Exactly. I was just about to say, you know, maybe you could get that read that, hey, Android is feeling a little antsy. You know, you bait out essentially all of his utility in as much time as it takes to throw each of those abilities out. Maybe you can force that again to see if you can at least make him feel a little bit more spent as far as what abilities he'll have for potential retakes. How about this, though? You've got Boy, who's pushed very far forward with Seb over through A short in double stack motion. You're going to have Ye coming through. The Aldrin's going to find so much information. Kohler with the hot hands will deny some space, and beyond that, the Vandal's good for 2. So now it's just down to Ye. 1v the world. He finds the first, almost gets the second, but Kohler is on 3. Android does have some utility to play with. Poach is going to toss out some shock darts over to the default plant spot to see if they can find a way to get a couple of kills, but NRG, again, 30 seconds left. They'll finally work their way onto site, and this will be a pretty solid post point. You've got members at long, members at short, and you've got good utility to block line of sight over through heaven. This is going to be a really tough retake if Andbox decide to go for it.
Android's going to be peeking for as much as he can get. He knows that the Jet's there. She peeks, and the Jet knows that he's there. So they're going to back off. They're going to save really nice utility coming out of Kohler, certainly on that angle. They knew that Andbox would likely be playing very aggressive in that position, using the Eldron to get that intel, even throwing the hot hands down just to make sure that they can't back out. Not only gets 1 kill, but gets both of them holding in that position. And the rest of the round was fairly straightforward. Once they could get that kill onto Ye2 on site. So really well played from NRG. Third round, the economy is going to be pretty good for them.
Good start, absolutely. I mean, for NRG, just to give you some background as far as how the previous Open qualifiers went, they were 3-0 on Haven as they played through Team Thrifty, Kudos, and Complexity. And while doing that, they averaged 60% success rate on attack, but 67% success rate defensively, leading towards a possible consideration that this very well could have been their map pick. And on the other front, this was a map that Luminosity had Andbox in a really tough position because it was 11 rounds defensively for Luminosity, or pardon me, for Andbox, and then Luminosity came back and won 13-11. So that was a really interesting battle that came through. Run it back, like you mentioned, ready to go here for this one. And once again, Android is feeling the pressure. He's already given up this aggressive angle, and here comes the run it back. Hot hands on the floor. That'll deny some space. Bladestorm is also in the mix, but Som still finds first blood, and Ye actually has to spend a lot of his blades just to take care of the run-it-back teleport from the Phoenix. So now he's just down to the Frenzy. No chance to find any use out of that, and NRG have once again freely taken a spike site.
I mean, the buy wasn't going to be good from Andbox. You could see a couple of Frenzies in play, but Boy still has the Phantom. So this was a pretty interesting buy at least. I don't know whether it was the case that Ye just had the Frenzy in hand trying to play a bit closer or not, but was caught completely off guard.
He had to use the Bladestorm to take care of the first instance of Kohler off the run it back, which is not what you want either.
Wasn't much left after it. So really nice use of the run it back to break onto the site, and you could tell that Android wanted to face, but even on a pixel perfect angle, it was a great entry for NRG to make their way in. Andbox at least able to get a couple of exit frags at this point, but really not too much. They're going to be looking likely to save going into the next round. And NRG's attacks have been different paces, to say the least. Very aggressive in that last one, but they've been very keen to slow the game down, force out a lot of utility, and play around that. They're looking a lot better than the last qualifiers, to say the least. But we are only 5 rounds in.
It's a little early for sure, but no, I you know, after watching T1 and then kind of, I hesitate to use the word force their slower play style offensively. It's definitely left some consideration just of how successful at times that idea is, where you're essentially making sure that your defensive opponent is staying more stationary. You're not giving away a lot of information to the last 30 seconds. But the cool thing about what we're seeing right now for NRG is how they're executing off of their abilities, and especially now that we're getting into the mid stages of this first half, their ultimates. So as Andbox have to go to a couple of pistol upgrades here in round number 6, NRG have the ability of maybe even utilizing 100 Seer if they want to convincingly take this round and put them on 5, but it might not even be necessary. Kohler's able to find 1. And as EU actually does fall, there's not going to be a consideration for the Hunter Fury whatsoever. So now a 4v4, and Boy actually picks up a Phantom. If he can find this kill, it would be incredible. Can he stay alive? Sure will, but there's still more members coming. He actually denies a lot of the curveball, but Kohler still confirms, and that will be enough for a 3v3 as NRG have made their way onto the A site.
The issue is the players that died were the ones that had the gun. Android is still going to go for this. I don't think he necessarily spotted the Phoenix. It was a bit of a wraparound, 2 ships passing in the night, so to speak, but it's a 1 versus 1 now. A big opportunity now for Poach to be able to wrap around, and you can see that the Jet doesn't necessarily expect it. Som is right in this corner looking towards heaven, and the spike is on the opposite side. He knows that it's there, so it's whether a case of if Poach looks right, who sees who first? He does. He sees the gun. And good play from Poach to bring that into a second round. It honestly didn't look good for Anbox throughout all of that, but just that early play from Effie, of all people, sorry, Boy, was enough to get a couple of kills, pick up a gun, and put a bit more pressure onto the attackers.
And now we'll get our first operator in the mix for Ye, as expected. We imagine at some point in time, Sam will try to match him on the long-range battlefield, but going into round number 7, you're looking at 200 Furies that are available, as well as 2 from the Shadows for both of our Omens and Sovas alike. And for NRG, Sam has the ability to go into a Bladestorm, but won't be pulling it out here more than likely. And Ye's going to go for an aggressive peek. Cyber Cage comes down. Recon Bolt, Spy Cams also being thrown out, but Anbox will hold the advantage on the position for now. Just comes down to the timing of this peak. Curveball will come through for the initial challenge from NRG. No information from Ye whatsoever. The Aldrin will scout things out through A short, but you got to keep in mind that while all of this is starting to happen for NRG, the spike is still left mid-map. And as Anbox is trying to use this Aldrin to scout, they're going to get information, and Android nearly gets a chance at first blood.
Ye's at least able to get EU towards A long. And Seb is keeping a close eye, knows that there's multiple people there. The tripwire was broken. The other one he has set up is towards mid, so he really has to use his own body as utility to see if more's coming. Certainly with Ye playing such an aggressive position, he now is locked to that spot in the map. He can't give that up because it's too much of a blind spot. And NRG are going to use that because they're heading more towards C. And Poach has a recon bolt that might show up a couple of players towards grass at this point. But it's again, whether Android faces, if he can catch a bit of intel,
left.
or even a kill at this point.
Well, the execute's coming through. Android does have a curveball available. Still one more left plus a blaze wall. There goes the flash. He's got a player at long, but misses a shot. Pretty uncharacteristic for Android to miss something like that. But Poach is able to find one kill. Dap still existing, only able to take down one. Really needed a second. And the last player left alive will be Effie's, the trial player here for NRG.
10 seconds left.
Taking place of Exceed from the last couple of weeks, and Poach will find the kill from the back, very mindfully paying attention to the flank, and with that, he will find 3 kills, and Nbox behind it will find 3 rounds. 3-4 we go.
That's much more like the Ambox that we've seen. Like, it's very much high highs. The first real tournament that they played with this roster, they won it. They won $10,000, or at least a majority of that prize pool. But them not qualifying against LG, big question marks. A lot of people assume that this would be like a top 10 team, never mind getting into the close qualifiers, which they fail to do. But the way that they take map control is very much key to them. You have some nice placements. They are going to use a Hunter's Fury through A short. Nobody's really there, though, other than the Cypher. They get a little bit of intel, or no intel at all, really, because none of those shots hit, actually. It did look like it caught the Cypher on the side of NRG.
Yeah.
But of course, we could see in the top right, that's not the case. So very much a shot in the dark. Didn't catch too much, but look at the pressure that Cole is putting towards mid.
And again, they can afford, at least for Anbox, to play aggressively if they so choose, because you've got Ye who's completely clearing an angle. Poach, reading a curveball coming through. It's actually going to force out Android immediately into a run it back. You can bait this, and there's going to be a lot of utility spent here. So this is really not all that valuable. You do get a read that there is one player sitting backside boxes right over towards B mid, but look at the pressure coming through the garage. Boy is going to be here, and Seb locking down the angle will find 2, but Effie finds the trade. Color able to help
nice
out,
flash.
but Android getting into the mix. He's only able to find 1. We've got a 1v2, EU down to 33 HP, but at least he still has the spike to try to play with.
He could run right into Yado, who is holding the A-link angle.
30
Knows that he's
seconds
roughly
left.
there, but has the operator, so it's holding up a classic just to take that fight a little bit more. They know that EU is low. That's another reason why the classic is out in play at this point. But I love this position from Anbox. They pretty much have it locked down. But if EU can win one of these 1v1s, he can. Would have been an opening, but Poach was expecting him there. And it's very much a question mark for NRG now, how they intend to control the map. This is going to be another buy coming out of them. And they have 5 ultimates, so I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. But the way that they forced out Android's ultimate there to get no information at all, and then try to play around it, super strong. Android not having the impact that you usually see out of him, like you mentioned early on in this game. But Poach, the opposite. He's usually the supportive IGL. He's top fragging.
Yeah, Android in the previous open qualifiers had a 1.42 KD Whereas Poach, he still played just as well. He had a 1.47, so he's definitely been looking really strong. Android again sending a lot of his utility over towards C long. Kohler trying to work through with the runner back. He will be dealt with. Not a lot of information off that, but it will be enough to get the Hunter's Fury into the mix. And with that, EU is able to find one. Nearly gets a connection, I think, for damage onto a second. But at least with this, there will lead to a pretty free plant. Effys will throw it to the back of the site to try to help out with a little bit of easier utility use to secure. And now it's down to Andbox. How do you retake this as all 4 members are stacked just outside of B?
A lot of pressure, I suppose, on Effys in this position. If he has a paranoia, it'll be a good spot to use it, but he's just checking A long. He's wanting to keep that position. He's getting sprayed down. And a Sliggy from Team Liquid loves people to spray down that spot because people don't do it enough, right? So Ye's going to break his way onto it. They do catch Effys in that position. The neural theft is going to be used to show up exactly where these last 2 attackers are. It's easy cleanup for Andbox, who have looked so much better even over the last couple of rounds. Much better from them on that retake.
The one thing that I remember specifically about watching this Andbox team for the first time during that NSG monthly was the fact that their retakes were so well executed. How they utilized all of their abilities simultaneously. They cleared angles together. You even saw just like a small minimal moment right there where Ye goes into the Blade Storm. His focus is all towards the front side of C long. There is a player still in the backside of C, but he trusts that his teammates are going to clean up the kills. He's very responsible for knowing which angles he needs to be able to clear, and it leads to him finding 3 kills because of it. But again, big credit on Ye finding just the opening kill on that retake with the operator of all weapons. And with this still in mind, he has yet to be matched at long range whatsoever. Aggressive peek coming through. Curveball will stall things, and Ye, he will back away. But a spy cam dart will force him to remove it. Instead, will be responsible for trying to hold on to the initial parts of this A site for now. But NRG will not push forward. They'll use the Aldrone instead to try to get some advantage over towards the A short areas.
The Aldrone isn't going to get too much information. But you can see just how NRG is starting to wrap around it. They don't really have ultimates to break onto the site. They used Run It Back before in the Hunter's Fury. Seb actually trying to use these smokes, but it's given up by the Cybercam. And Kohler breaks his way through, and Ye trades. He's got a nice little angle with the operator, playing much more passively than we've seen. He's able to get 2 at least. Boy breaking onto the site now. NRG dropping like flies at this point. It's just going to be Effys, who can at least get 2. The Putch is waiting with the Odin. Not even a retake in that scenario because the Spiky didn't even get planted at that point. Now NRG forced to save.
Well, the spike not being dropped, but technically, Handbox never gave up the site completely. I mean, you got to give credit once again to Ye. He finds 2 kills, but one of the things that I was most excited about with this Handbox team initially, just to kind of punch this home, was the pickup of Boy. When he was playing previously with Complexity, he impressed us individually how he was able to solely hold on to defensive sites, especially on maps like Haven. He's able to showcase some of the snap there, and that will lead to Andbox taking a pretty nice lead here early on to this first half. 6-4 right now, the current tally as we get into round number 11. Android, a couple members nearby trying to throw shoulders to see if they can catch any information, but they have to be very careful because at any given point in time, Ye could also push over to C and get this operator into the mix through C long. That will not be the case this time, though, as NRG are started to position for an Aldrone push through C long, and the other 3 members possibly going to push through the garage, and Poach is going to realize this and immediately go to an Aldrone. Not going to see much with it. And beyond that, NRG actually find first blood. Ye's getting aggressive with the operator on the opposite side of the map, and he actually does find a counter pick, so that's good information positionally. But NRG have big numbers, so Poach has to go massive. He does find 2, but it won't be enough. We've got a 2v2 situation for the rest of the round.
And gun upgrades for NRG, most importantly. The fact that Seb's going for this, he's not even waiting for Ye at this point. Luckily, he gets 1. That spray was a little bit awkward, and EU could have capitalized off of that. But they don't know where Som is. Holding on logs from CT, and Ye's going to be taking this so slowly with this operator. And Seb just wanted to see if anybody moves from that angle. Picking it apart 1 by 1. It's a case of whether he says it's clear or not. And Som actually swings on him. Is there expecting Ye? He misses the shot, so he's going to try and dodge out. And Ye's actually going to give chase with the Sheriff of all guns. Is it even going to upgrade? This is such an awkward call. Do you go for the defuse? Do you try and fight them at this point? Som is going to actually jump up. He's just been a massive distraction at this point. Awful opportunity for Ye. He just couldn't get a shot in. And Som keeping hold, upgrades to the operator. And this could be another interesting half-time.
It all comes down to Ye missing the first shot. That's literally it. From there, Sam has the utility available into his kit to essentially just bait around, make sure that Ye never feels comfortable to take the fight. And maybe there could have been an opportunity for Ye to do a little bit of shopping to trade the operator down for a moment for a rifle, but he's not able to quite do that. So now an opportunity for the first time so far this match where we'll get Sam playing up against Ye. Jet v Jet, now operator v operator, the call. Sam has been huge with this, but oh my goodness, Poach has got that spot locked down, breaks through the wall, and connects onto what looked to be a headshot. We're going to get NRG still committing. Kohler with the run it back will actually clear out the C site completely. No opportunity for Inbox to retake off of ultimate, so it's going to have to be off the raw gun skill coming through. And you also have to keep in mind for future reference, what does Daps find as the offensive Cypher? He's still lurking over towards A. That's going to be a headache for Inbox trying to clear him out.
They know that Effie's is planted in that position again, but he's managed to teleport out at least. Android trying to find an opening. He doesn't usually survive this long when the C site's hit. He's usually the first to go, so he's going to try and rotate around. It's such an awkward retake because look at the positioning from NRG. Android is able to at least get a kill onto his Phoenix counterpart. And it's clean so far. It's just NRG, it's just Daps. The defuse is going to be fully dedicated, and even the paranoia hits him. They knew exactly where he was. 3 for Ye, 7-5 half for Andbox. And some pretty good play on those retakes. NRG certainly made it interesting in some cases. The way that they played around the run it back as Kohler had 3 throughout that whole half. It was very difficult for Andbox to keep that on lockdown, but they played much more passively, got off of the site, played for a pure retake, and they looked a lot better when they were able to play that way.
And the big difference for me in that last round was the simple fact that as Ye gets the first pick over through the A side of the map, he immediately commits to the Bladestorm, and he just moves quickly with it. Daps doesn't have the ability to match that pace. He was shift walking the entire time, trying to find Ye from behind, and his play as the lurker just comes in too late comparatively to what Ye was able to set tempo-wise. So now that Ye is 14-8 overall, he's having a great game. A lot of it has been on the back end of good operator play. NRG still walk away with 5. They are more of a defensive-sided team on Haven, and Kohler's going to read so much information mid-map, and beyond that, he actually confirms some damage on the Poach. Down to just 28 HP. He will try to get this Aldrone going to see how much he can find over through this C garage. And Kohler's position will stay concealed for now. He's got a little bit of help from behind. That's EU who's with him.
It's very patient play from NRG. Not forced to do anything. They have so much map control with the way that some is positioned on A long. You also have a camera in A short rather aggressively. They know a good amount, and the rotation's actually going to come in. Some takes a pretty big chunk of damage, but isn't going to be seeing anything on A shot. They are rotating away. It's just going to be Ye that's actually lurking at this point, baiting and execute. It's whether NRG falls for it, and it seems that the answer is yes. The rotate is coming in, but they're not too sure. The Cypher's calling, we just saw a jet smoke, that's it. So it's a case of how quickly Mbox are running, and they are running as fast as they can, executing onto the site. NRG are playing completely off of it, just going to go for a 5v5 retake.
A lot of flashes, though, available for NRG. Effie's with the paranoia. I believe there's at least one curveball available as well for Kohler. So as the spike goes down, you've also got a recon bolt behind this. The shot dart's actually placed in a pretty solid position, but
almost kills
NRG are still in a position to where they really can't confirm to move through. And while this has happened, Android has actually healed himself up off of his hot hands. So at what point do you commit to going here? It's going to be 3 through the side of C Garage. There's the dark cover to come through. There's the paranoia across the site. That's going to be the commitment. You're going to get the tailwind in for Sam. Kohler able to find 2. One more around the corner, but it's Ye able to double up as well. Now it's down to what can you find here for Dap and Sam. And they will find, apparently, everything. NRG cleanly get the retake through, even though it was tight for a moment. Ye keeps things interesting. But it will eventually be diffused by Sam as they were deciding who wanted it more, and NRG will take another pistol.
Really nice patient retake there from NRG. You asked what they were waiting for. The main thing was the recon bolt. That came in from Garage from EU, and they were able to get all of the information that they needed. Kohler was a little bit lucky to have them line up with the shots from his Ghost. But some nice play to be able to take that fight on. Ambox's post-plant positions were aggressive, but they might not be expecting to be met with the same form of aggression. Fighting fire with fire, so to speak.
Yeah,
but there isn't going to be a force from Andbox here. That's the most important thing about this round.
So NRG again,
Healing area.
right around 70% defensive rounds were victorious for them when they last played through the open qualifiers. But Anbox off the pistol, they're going to find a kill. That's going to lead to a free weapon upgrade. Sam was hoping, I think, for a little bit more energy and effort from NRG's defense over through A long, and that'll lead to a Spectre picked up for Poach. So now all of a sudden you've got numbers plus a weapon to play with, and Anbox are looking to maybe try to make a commitment over towards C long, as they're just going to 5-stack try to hit.
Yet again, NRG aren't going to be facing on the site. They do have the Cypher camera there to give all of that information up. But you saw Effie's just completely move away, but he's able to get two. Anbox wanted to play a little bit more aggressively because they had to. They only had pistols. They needed to find another kill from somewhere. So nice patient play from NRG. That's how they go for the retake. That's a really good paranoia, and it's opened up for Boy, but Effie's is there again. Will probably want the ace at this point, but Daps is going to deny him. Really nice play from the Omen there on NRG, and it brings it all even going into our first buy of this half.
The puzzling thing about that post plant for Anbox was you saw even Ye spamming his pings as far as this is where the spike is, and Android decides to push through with Seb, and that hot hands could play the difference maker as far as trying to set up to use utility to clutch, and around that, again, you don't have the proper weapons. You still had Poach that was alive, I think with at least one shock dart that was still in his kit, so there is potential to utilize your utility at a very high efficient rate, but Anbox decided to go for map positioning more than anything else, and it doesn't really pan out for them. Effie's with 4 massive kills, though, allows for the retake, and so 7-7 we go, but 2 spike plants will allow Anbox to, of course, purchase into ARs, and with that as well, they will have plenty of cash to save up and use for full kits. So really big round coming up forward here, and if you're Anbox, you really need to take this, but Kohler, feeling just the pixel peak down through A sewers, will find first blood on Boy, and NRG will be looking at a 5v4 the rest of the round.
They haven't gone up to grab the gun, because Tom only had the Sheriff at that point. Very close to having the ultimate, but not really, you know, a kill. I think they need a couple at this point. And NRG are moving all across the map, trying to find a position to play off of. They have Smoke C. They do have the camera there if they want to check it, but they might save it for retake, honestly. It's just a case of whether Anbox give up the fact that they're in this position. Those fires certainly do. So this camera's not going to be used until it's necessary. Daps might actually catch a few more people there, but gets caught himself. So that camera's not going to find much of anything at this point. And the plant is going to go in. And for the first time, NRG go into the retake, a man down.
Kohler, though, will be playing from behind. He will deny any exit through C long. It'll lead towards essentially a 3v4 from the front. Bladestorm's going to be popped for Anbox. Poach able to find the kill in the back. That's actually a massive kill for the post-plant setup of Anbox. Seb, another one behind this. A lot of real estate to play with here for AVX. NRG just trying to double up from behind. EU's able to find one. Hunter's Fury will come through. That'll confirm the kill into Effie's, but not before he finds a pick. It's not going to be a 1v1. EU knows exactly where his counterpart is, trying to stick it, but just as he tries to confirm this to a half defuse, the dark cover expires and Poach finds a free kill, but goodness, did NRG nearly have a good look at that potential late retake.
Smart play from Poach. He must have known that smoke was going to drop off at any time. You can understand EU was aiming to get halfway on the defuse before he jumped off to try and take the fight. There wasn't much time left anyway, but just a good read from Poach, and he's been good for them the whole time. Hasn't been insane with his fragging for the team at all, but the way that he plays around, the way that he calls, has been super strong and a really good post plant for them. Going up against NRG, whose retakes, we've only seen 3 of them to be fair, but they've looked a lot better than before. Now the running back is going to be used very aggressively on the defense towards A mid. And he's able to take a fight at least. He can't really get too much damage in onto the jet. None really at all, actually, when it comes to A. So he's going to be fine. But most importantly, they don't really get any information on what Anbox is trying to do because they were still in their own spawn.
No chance to take away the map. The only thing that you have is Sam, who is playing quasi-aggressive through A long. I only say the quasi part because, let's be honest, he's really not seeing the cross from lobby over to short. He's just watching to see if anyone comes down these staircases, of which, goodness, there could be an opportunity for him to find at least one, if not more, depending on if they stack up, and they sure do. Sam's able to get the collat, and I think beyond that, you still have Ye, who's down to 1 bullet. Kohler will find the kill finally, and with that, NRG looking at a 5v2 for what should be a pretty easy defense for them.
What a play. Just the patience, I suppose, coming out of Som to keep an eye on there. Now he's moved over to Heaven, and it's just going to be Seb pushing from A
30
long. Might be
seconds
running
left.
into another operator play. He's going to peek it with his shoulder, but it's still good enough for Som. He knows where this last one is. Might not be able to get 4K. Android's going to move away. Kohler runs in behind, but he's able to get that frag. The spike is on A long, though, so at this point, NRG are quite happy to face him, but they might be reconsidering that at this point.
10
His Android is
seconds
good for a couple more. Luckily, Daps can win that engagement, but some great play from Som. Just holding that angle, very aggressive, can easily be punished. And unfortunately, Ambox just get caught out. Ducks in a row.
This is just such a beautiful play from Som. Again, fortunate to get double, but still the fact of the matter is the read is great. And you wanted more, I think, overall from Kohler on the run it back, but it still forces the consideration that, hey, they just completely cleared out middle. It would be pretty hard-pressed, I think, for us if you ran box to try to work your way up through middle once more. So they try to take the safer angle, and little do they know that the safer angle was not at all safe whatsoever. So 8-8 we go. EU's going to find a free kill on the Ye, who was trying to cherry-pick his way through mid with really no utility to free him up. A bit of an aggressive peek. And how about that? Effie's just spamming to the dark cover, will be blessed with 1 kill. Maybe an opportunity for more. Not going to fully happen, and Android's actually on the site already. Are they going to expect this? Fortunately, they do. Effie's is able to find number 2 and number 3 this life. Last one left alive as Poach, and he's stuck C-long.
I really like Effie's on the Omen. He was pretty much playing Breach full stop for Gen G. He's looking to get this last one. Nice little crouch peek as well. Nice little cute 4K for him. And majority of it was spraying through a smoke, but he'll still take it. He has the senses, but he was dropped from Gen G. A lot of people said that he was good enough to be picked up by another team, and he slotted in so nicely for NRG. Even then, you got the recon ball coming through, which is going to give that intel, but also force him to face away from the angle that everybody's coming from. Nice 180 flick. Goes back into it, gets a couple more. Really nice play from the Omen. He has this from the shadows to go, but I'm certainly looking towards what Android could do. Bottom fragging, but he has to run it back.
Aggressive look here for NRG defensively through A long, but as some counter utility is pulled out, NRG will think the better of how they're going to challenge, and instead they'll back up to try to play through sewer. And Andbox are getting so aggressive through A long. They might just be able to isolate these 2 members of NRG inside of sewers, depending on how this hit comes out. Likely going to wait for a little bit more utility. The owl drone will be used to try to scout things, and that'll be information for 1. Now the run it back's going to come through Android, the first one forward. From the shadows also being spent. That's defensively for NRG over to the offensive spawn. With that, you've also got Kohler who's rewrapping. They're trying to take away the backside of A long, but 7 Ye able to find 2 kills. And EU's actually able to find a pretty blessed shock dart to come in, but still it's not quite enough. And as the rotation gets shut down from the long side of A, NRG have to rethink how exactly they're going to try to hit this for a retake.
That neural theft is so impactful from Seb because he knows that these 2 defenders are flanking around. It's not enough though. The lurker position is giving up, and the defenders can at least group up together in this 3 versus 3. Nice post-plant positions from Manbox. Spread across, nice crossfires. Paranoia isn't going to catch too much, but the recon bolt does. Poach is able to bring this down, but FPs is able to trade out. Really isn't much time for NRG anymore to go for this plan. And they're still being caught out even at this point. FP's seeing if he could get a bit more damage before he saves the gun. Maybe wanted the Phantom there, but holds onto the Vandal.
Oh no!
And Ambox just on the edge of it. Die out.
That's going to be pretty costly. Look at the money right now. Not everybody can purchase into full AR and full armor, so those 2 members falling is actually more massive than you might consider.
It's massive, yeah.
Yeah, 9-9 the tally at the moment, but there's going to be an advantage here for NRG as far as weaponry is concerned. But just to go backwards to that last round, again, you have to give credit for the play that comes through. Ye finds the snipe through A long over towards main on the flank that was coming out. And behind that, you also had Seb, who is lurking in the middle of the map. That shuts down any opportunity for NRG to hit the flank or to rotate more members in defensively for the retake. 2 really good isolated kills for Andbox leading to the round, but a pretty crucial mistake at the end of it now. So how do you kind of break into this one coming forward? NRG probably thinking that they're going to be in a really tough position, now have a slight advantage when it comes to trying to find round 10 first.
They got a little bit of information with a recon bolt that there were people towards grass. What's most important though for NRG is they didn't use Hunter's Fury. And you could tell really by the position that EU's playing from that they are very much sitting back. If it's going to be a quick C hit, they are just going to throw that ultimate right down that chokeway. EU even using the Eldron to see if it can get a bit more. Actually does get the pulse through. They're not, again, using the ultimate, just trying to wallbang. Actually gets through onto Poach. Big use there. Ye does get the frag onto Cola towards B, so it does force some to check this angle, keep an eye on it, just because they don't want to let this plant go in for free. And Ambox looking very much like they're boxed into a corner, all playing together, no map presence at all, trying to decide what they want to do.
This is a tough call for Anbox, but even behind that, you can make arguments that there's a tough defensive call for NRG as far as where do you stack here. The camera is going to find so much information. Daps is going to read where the play is coming. NRG now in the full rotation. They could still potentially use the Hunter's Fury just to try to stall this a little bit longer, but no need. Daps able to make use out of the Cyber Cage and Trap Wire combination, but Android, he finds one. 13 seconds to play. Sam able to find another, but we've got ourselves a 2v2 with 10 seconds to go. Sam able to find himself a second kill, just down to one. Boy is not going to play for the plant initially. Paranoia comes out, and with that, Effies will challenge from high to low, and that will be enough for NRG to clean up the kill and go up 10-9.
I never expected, in this game at this point, the Effies would be top fragging. This is such good play, and this was throughout the map. You know, Daps using a kill trip to just get a frag through the smoke. You had EU doing it before, very early on in the round to get the kill onto Poach. But some with this operator, so much more impactful than the Nerd Streak qualifiers. I keep going on about it because the improvement NRG has made has been insurmountable already. You can just tell that they're more confident. Their playstyle seems to fit around Effies really well.
Out of my way.
And they're just watching because the Bladestorm was used, going to smoke off the recon bolt. They're expecting the boost jump to come in, but it hasn't quite happened yet. But Som is still able to get one. He's expecting more, but he's going to face them. He is really feeling himself at this point. And another A execute coming in from Anbox.
I'm not going to lie for a second. I thought he was going to get another collateral, but this effort's still not done yet. Sam with the second kill. He takes down Android. Defensively, NRG will be a little tardy to the rotation, but they are going to be waiting for Kohler to make the wrap all the way back through A main. Nobody from Anbox is paying attention to this. They're all low HP, or at least damage in some form, and Ye's only on a classic with 1 HP. This is going to be really tough for Anbox to hold on to. The Hunter's Fury will not really have an opportunity to come out based on the position that currently Poach is in. Now the Bladestorm for Sam, as he wants to try to find a way to get by in. Kohler's cleared out things through A short. Up close and personal, an opportunity. Poach able to find a couple. He's in a 1v2 situation now, but can't respond to Kohler, who comes out of the dark cover. And with that, NRG will find the retake and the defuse, and a 2-round cushion to tote with that 11-9 up.
We good. We good.
The thing that's impressed me about NRG's retakes has just been how willing they are to let the clock burn down. A lot of teams might rush into the site with 7 seconds still left on the defuse, but they waited a good 10 to 15 seconds before they broke out onto the site. Ambox playing super in the face of NRG because they pretty much had to with the guns that they had available. And NRG yet again breaking it down. It's 3 defuses that have gone successfully for them, and a good mix of rounds on their side. Unfortunately, Ambox haven't been able to string a couple of rounds together on this attack, but the Hunter's Fury going to be used on both sides. It's a game of chicken on who can kill who first. But Poach gets Daps. EU can't actually get anything at this point. It's just going to be a low boy at this stage, but this retake is going to have to come in onto the B site. And he's actually going to be using a couple of shock darts just to try and get that frag onto Boy, but he's still alive.
A lot of damage was confirmed off that last bit of the Hunter's Fury to come out. Kohler once again trying to play for the pinch. Sib this time will watch it. Anbox in a really great position now post plant. Spike left in the left corner, and NRG are realizing that this is not an opportunity for us to move through. We also don't want to give up an op, so they will likely just back away and save. But yeah, the game of chicken, as we typically see on a map like Haven, it does find the first kill, and I guess that was just barely enough. Song.
Oh no!
That timing is not fun at all. Yay, does he expect the second one to be there? No. So EU will be able to pick up the operator and hopefully keep it.
No.
Not going to happen. Seb comes through the defensive spawn, so the most climactic part of the entire round was at the very opening and the very end, as Anbox is able to bring it down just to 1.
Timing. A short story. Ambox looked really good on that. Like, I get a bit worried when I see attacking teams go for the B plan because it's so difficult to play retake without it becoming a complete clown fiesta. But Ambox had some really nice control. They kept a hold of Garage. He had some nice little off spots in mid to make sure that NRG weren't just going to wrap around. It was a good read because NRG have done that quite a lot on this defense, going through the attacker spawn to try and pincer them. And now, yet again, we're seeing a run it back used aggressively in mid. Same positions really out of Andbox at this point. Pretty much plays out the exact same way. No intel, no frags, not much coming out of Kohler's run it back there.
Yeah, I think there's an argument somewhere to be made about trying to use that in a maybe later part of the round, whether it's for a retake or maybe trying to deny a rotation from Andbox. But that's twice in a row that we've seen Kohler try to pop this on defense just to the middle of the map. And it's just so strange because the efficiency he found on the run it back from the offensive half was incredible. So it's just interesting to kind of picture up that dichotomy. Let you at home decide which of those two you prefer. Aldrone coming over. Hot hands as well. But with this, EU will find a bit of information off the recon bolt, but on the middle of the map, Boy has actually taken down Kohler, who gets a bit over ambitious. And as you're starting to see both Seb and Ye posture towards A, they're looking to get this thing onto the A site as quick as possible.
This is so good. All of that utility used towards C has baited that rotation in from NRG. This A site is pretty much open for business. It's just a bit of utility. The smokes are going to give it away. But other than that, NRG are going to have to go to this retake 4 versus 5. They have an arrow theft, which would be super useful, but they need to get a kill. And it's going to be really difficult to find that opening. You can tell more than anything, NRG are just watching their backs, watching the lurk. Some is not really going to be involved in this fight at all. And it might just be a straightforward save at this point. Well played from Manbox to read the map like that.
Yeah. And that's indeed how this round will come to a conclusion. So we'll be tied 11-11. And another really tight game. I know a lot of people were surprised to see this be a round of 32 matchup, myself included, but both teams had a tough go. I mean, they didn't get past the round of 32 in their last matchups during the open qualifier that was held by Nerd Street Gamers. So there is a little bit of extra life this time, in case you're unfamiliar with the format. If you're joining us here late, sure, we've got today and tomorrow for this first qualifying tournament, but also behind that, Friday and Saturday will be a second opportunity. Again, 128 teams initially will be allowed to start things off for their second go on Friday, and then we'll determine our final qualifiers to get into the closed qualifier next week on Saturday. But still, a really tough matchup here for both of these squads, and I'm sure neither were loving the idea of meeting each other this early on to potentially not see Thursday come through for you.
Interesting that Andbox aren't dedicating to too much. Usually you see teams poised that they're going to be hitting A, but Som's going to be playing aggressively with the off on A long. And Seb's even going to try and push him off that angle with the camera, but doesn't use it. Actually, he's going to be sitting very passive, might even use it. He's going to use it now, actually. Does spot out Som. He's going to destroy the camera, back off, and give up that space. But Andbox doing what they did in the last round, but vice versa. Using utility towards A. Is going to keep those defenders on NRG towards A shot, very close in. And then going to posture themselves towards C. EU's going to be holding the back of Garage at this point. And Effie's is in a super aggressive position. Got a couple of frags this position last time.
Oh.
But I think Andbox have a good read of what's about to happen.
And they have this good read because look at one of the trap wires. There's one in C garage placed here for Daps. They can't stack this. EU will find one. Now it's just down to Effie's. He finds a wall bank for a second kill. Kohler now making his way to the site, actually finds the spike carrier. So as Effie tries to navigate through the cloud burst, he doesn't realize where Boy was positioned. It's fine, the trade is there, and Som will take care of Poach. But really, it's one of those things that you saw the opportunity. EU tries to throw a recon bolt through middle, realizes that, hey, I don't necessarily need to be here. There's at least a trap wire that'll keep C garage safe. I also have Daps nearby, so I'm just going to go onto the C site, and that commitment for NRG defensively gives them the numbers just enough to hold on and gives enough time more than that for Kohler to come on over. So now NRG on map point, although we will still get another full gun round coming through for Andbox here.
They'd be forcing up no matter what, and only really have a neural theft on the attacking side. Very close to having another run it back, I think, for Android, so might be trying to play around some of the ops, but as the match has gone on, Andbox's aggressiveness is pretty much falling out. Use recon ball, isn't going to find much, but he knows that there's a lot there. Must hit the Eldron at this point. He's going to back off, make sure that he can't get caught out. Doesn't want to give up that map space. The tripwire is there to help him out at least a little bit. And Daps' camera is going to know if people try and break onto this B site. And he has a cage ready to go as well from this corner. So NRG seem to have a good idea on what Andbox is trying to do on all occasions. And that's why they're ahead at least.
This is a really risky commitment if Andbox do decide to execute for a B plant. They don't really have a lot of tools available like a Hunter's Fury or run it back to potentially use to secure a plant off the post plant situation. Daps will be pushed back as Paranoia comes through. Also, a recon bolt will find his position. Kohler really not feeling the flavor to move on in to try to contest this. EU now, though, with the recon bolt, we'll see a couple of information. Also, the shock dart coming through. It's going to find a bit of damage, but the spike will still be committed. Playing over towards B window. You have to keep your eye on Poach, just mindfully over, but Kohler and EU, they find the opening picks. Now we get scrappy on the site. Who sees who first? EU able to find a kill. Really no chance here for Ye as Sam is directly above him. It's just down to Poach, who has to commit forward. He finds 2 picks. Dark cover will be here, trying to play through the smoke. Sam didn't see him, but unfortunately Daps was able to get the read, and NRG will have more than enough time to defuse. They'll take map 113 to 11 and go up in the best of 3.
They'll get round to it eventually. Plenty of time yet again, and another great retake from NRG. I felt like Ambox was trying to go from like a mid to A link kind of play. You could see that they were hokey-cokey in a little bit if they wanted to push on through. But it was just a bit of a scrappy affair on the site there. But some really nice play from NRG. They look a lot more comfortable. I wouldn't necessarily say that Ambox are out of this yet by any stretch. We could have easily gone to overtime and things could have gone very differently there. But man, I keep repeating it, but NRG looking a lot sharper in that map at least. But it is Ambox, and they do have some really good maps and executes across some of the other maps in Valorant. Haven could very much be a deathmatchy kind of style map. So I am curious to know where we are going to be going next for these guys. But man, you got to be looking at Effie's and being pretty happy with that pickup, because he was top fragging joint on his team with Som.
Absolutely. I mean, again, a lot of people were maybe not 100% pleased with the fact that Gen G made a change, but obviously Sean is an incredible player in his own right. But anybody who was able to pick up Effie's, I think, is going to be feeling very favorable about it. So again, if you're missing out on it, Exceed not playing, Effie's is. Technically, this is a trial, I believe, is what they said on Twitter before the tournament started for Effie's, but he's definitely showcased himself, at least in this first map with the 2014 and the 6 assists that he was able to find. On top of that, again, also being trusted to take the objective for a lot of it. 3 plants for him. Good stuff all the way through. But it's the one thing that my mind keeps going to, and I hate to just play the individual game here, is the fact that Android, who you typically look at for Andbox as being a guy that's going to be one of your biggest kill participants, especially considering that he's playing on a duelist that you're trusting to find a lot of openings with. He didn't really have much of that. 0 first bloods is actually more important to me than the 7 and 17. The fact that he wasn't able to find a single first blood kind of goes to show that maybe he was feeling a bit antsy about how this matchup went, because on the opposite side for Kohler, 7 first bloods for Kohler on the opposite Phoenix. So yeah, definitely a bit of a difference there. And I think those first blood tallies say a lot more than the actual KDAs do at the end of the day.
And the assists too, like the impact that Kohler had across the map was very much easy to be seen. And like the ultimates that we used to break onto a site, it was just a really solid showing for him. And even Som had his moments. I think that was my biggest criticism for NRG the last time that we saw them, was there was almost like an over-reliance on players like EU to clutch out and call it up his moments. Some didn't really have the impact, but he is still young. There's still a lot of focus going into that. And with the coaching and all of the improvements that NRG have made, it's a good look. There's some still good stuff from Ambox. This is a team that nobody should really be writing off at this point. But it just remains to be seen that like NRG looks surprisingly good. Ambox a little bit slow off the bat, certainly with Android. But this is a best of 3, luckily. It's not EU, so we get to see a few more maps play out and a few more close rounds at least.
And beyond that, of course, if you guys are joining us, we'll be bringing coverage to you guys throughout all of the 4 days that UMG is putting on this open qualifier. So we will be finishing up this match. That will be the end for today. We'll be back tomorrow as we determine who qualifies in this first tournament. And then once again, back on Friday and Saturday for the same setup for the second instance of the open qualifier. For now, though, we'll take just a small reprieve. We'll be back as soon as map number 2 is ready for us. Do not go anywhere. And if you're going to go somewhere, hit up !streams. There are other tournaments, or pardon me, other tournament matches that are being broadcasted by more community casters like ourselves. So make sure you send some love to those guys as well. But we'll step away for just a moment. We'll come back right after this with map number 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome back as we're jumping straight into map number 2 here. A very narrow haven, though, between both of our squads. 13-11 tilting in favor of NRG just barely. My whole shift with me, RyanCentral. And as we jump into map number 2, we'll be taking a look at Ascent coming forward. This is a map that has been, I would say, very popular over the last couple of months, really, for just about all of our major squads. In specific, the last time we saw Anbox play this, it was actually over when they played their first round of 128, at least that I've recorded here of the Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifiers. But more importantly here, Ryan, the last time we saw NRG play this in the previous Open Quals, it was versus Complexity, and they lost it badly, 13-0. Don't know what exactly happened there, but that was what was reported. So we'll hope to see something a little bit better here for NRG, pending that was the actual score.
Yeah, I'm assuming based off that, what you just said, that this is actually going to be Ambox's pick at this point, which they're going to be really happy with. If they take this, we got to split, and Ambox split. I don't really feel like I need to say more at this point, but Ascent is going to be an important map. Ambox attacking first too, so NRG, I feel like this is such a important pistol round for them to win at this point. And their defense, pretty much the same comps as we saw last time. Both these teams wanted some sense of consistency with their play, but I am interested to see an Ascent without any form of Killjoy.
And it's a bit interesting. We've been seeing Killjoy obviously being used quite extensively over the last couple of weeks, especially on this map. But beyond that, both teams playing with the Phoenix has been something that I think has been interesting, because it's usually a conversation of, do you want the Phoenix? Do you want the Reyna? It looks like both teams will prefer the Phoenix, but with this, there's also no breach. So a couple of interesting things to kind of keep in mind here as we're just waiting for the last 10 seconds to come through, but Anbox on the offense first. One of the things to kind of keep in mind as far as how Anbox likes to play this map, at least in the past, they love to get Android forward in the middle of the map if possible. A lot of teams will prefer to get the Omen in that direction, but they love to get their duelist up close and personal to see if they can make a play check call up this mid-market.
And I guess with you saying that, I'd be curious to see if NRG adapt their playstyle. Like, typically with Killjoys, you'd see them put an alarm bot in mid. For Cyphers, you could do it with a tripwire, of course. So definitely going to be looking at Daps and seeing how he's reacting. Playing very close off the cyber cage. And I really like that Ambox are throwing the Eldron towards A, a bit of utility towards B, but they're stuck in the middle. And they're about to hit this B site through a nice little split. Cole's got a nice position, but he is completely paranoid. And Daps is able to get 2. He's a cheeky chap that's able to get quite a lot, and he gets a 3rd before Poach takes him down. A 3 versus 2 in the hands of NRG. The spike should be planted, but they need to be careful behind him as Summers rotated all the way around.
I can't even speak highly enough about that play from Daps. He's in a really tough position. The curveball was great to help him out as everyone was focused on where Kohler was positioned, and he doesn't make use of it just to find 1. No, he finds 3 in total. Now Anbox trying to hold onto the site. Ephes does make his way on, but it's Android who's able to clean up 3. 2 in the final engagement in a 2v3 situation where Anbox were never able to plant themselves in a post-plant situation that really felt too comfortable. They still respond. And NRG, who thought they were going to do enough, just off the back end of Daps, will still see the round go against them. And now Anbox, with a couple of big kills, they're already going to get Android not just on 3 kills, they'll put him on a Vandal as well.
Really nice play from him. And I was expecting after Daps got the 2K that, okay, it's pretty much going to wrap up at this point. He got 3, actually, never mind. But Android showing up, having a lot more impact than in 1 round than we pretty much saw from Haven, to be brutally honest. Like, it was just the kind of play that you expect from him. And EU gets caught a little bit in the crossfire, as we do see Som picking up the AWP to try and get that Blade Storm as soon as possible. Cole is going to be pushing rather aggressively, and I feel like this is an area that can easily be caught out. Ambox just playing back, waiting for these aggressive pushes to come through. NRG maybe watching a bit of what Envy's been doing, how they got through to the finals from Nerd Street. And Ambox knowing how the playstyle works against them. And so far, it's been easy to clean up. And NRG constantly throwing themselves into the signs of Ambox just to get some damage done.
The only thing that this might provide for NRG that you could speak of positively is if you all die before the spike is even close to a site, at least you deny the spike plant money. That's the only thing I can really say about what's going. I don't even want to say right, but there is at least some sort of a positive as far as doing things, as far as reducing the money that would come through. But Anbox will rotate away from the A site. They'll walk freely onto B. That will lead to a spike plan. And Now for both
30
Daps and
seconds
Effies, it
left.
just comes down to how can you punish this? Do you play for post-plant exits? Do you actually try to give this a true
Planted.
go? That'll be the question posed, and as both teammates will essentially duo up and Wolfpack this together, it looks like they are going to try to deny the middle of the map and see if they can play for exits, but in the middle of the map, Seb will be there, and he will be able to take down number 2 and number 3 in this round for him, so triple kill coming through for the opposite Cypher as Zandbox is able to put themselves up expectedly, so 2-0.
First buy round, so I probably picked the worst opportunity to look at what exactly went wrong for NRG in that game, right? Like, were they attacking first? Were they defending first? It's a scoreline that doesn't really happen an awful lot. So the fact that it completely missed me by is a big shock. And the worst part is that was the deciding map, right? That was the 1 out of 3. And yeah, they were attacking and lost at half 12-0. Luckily, the defending first to half that we didn't really see out of them at all. It was just the 1 round, which was a pistol. But they don't want to get to a point where Unbox are 5-0, 6-0 up at this point. This is such a key round for them to win. Certainly before these ultimates come online and the economy gets a bit too out of hand. Big execute coming in from Unbox, but EU has a nice little nested position to get one, but Android is able to trade him out. Effies has been a complete thorn in their side when it comes to facing on the site. But even he goes down. 3 versus 2.
Careful now.
Little bounce pass off the side here. That's actually a really well-placed hot hands for Kohler. He'll find a kill with that. And as Daps is able to find Seb, now it's a 2v1 situation for NRG. Kohler up top. Boy is in a position where he's going to have to find 2 isolated headshots, you feel like. And the timing here is not going to be great. Only 10 HP. No problem for Kohler to clean things up. And with that, NRG will get on the board. So, hey, I guess there's some positive to start spilling out. The fact that they've already done better in this map than they did the last time when they played Complexity.
They did it. But that was some really nice play for, like, facing on the site.
Agreed.
Especially, teams typically 50-50, I feel, when it comes to do we play pure retake? Literally to the point that I think it would have been X set, where they face on A main with the jet. As soon as they see people, it would be... It would be no. It was a jet player. I don't think it was exit then. But the point, I think it was spot up. I think it was Kanpeki, and he'd face, and as soon as he would see somebody, he would just dash towards tree. Okay, I've seen him. We're playing pure retake. I am just running away at this point.
Yeah.
So it was nice play from him and NRG not doing that. They wanted to be aggressive, but of course, if they get caught out doing that, they go into a retake, a couple of people down. So it is a bit of a gamble playing that style. But EU and Effies especially did a really good job of holding on to A there.
Triple stack for NRG this time defensively over towards tree, and Ye might just be the first one forward. They saw that Sam was playing a corner. He's no longer in this cubby, and fortunately he won't get punished for the peak, and the timing might actually be incredible for him. No, misses the shot. Sam now with an opportunity to maybe steal this operator, but as the spy cam is able to tag him, Sam will back away just for a small moment, but still a 5v4, and you can see Sam really wants this operator, and Box doing what they can to try to deny it. Shock Dart comes through, and that'll lead to a pretty free kill. That's a bit greedy, I think, overall for Sam. You got to respect the opportunity to take the op away, but that really wasn't as good of an opportunity as you would have thought. Now Seb moving over to the middle of the map. Kohler trying to put some energy through the middle of the map. Not going to find anything there. Run it back going to be called. And now Anbox the 4v3 as they try to get onto the B site. Daps is the only player here defensively. Left. He's done well to stay alive for now. He actually finds the spike carrier. So now maybe a bigger opportunity in front, but unfortunately he uses EU, who was near him. Daps falls everything down to Effies for what needs to be a technical 1v3. Now just a 1v2, but he also needs to get a defuse on top of it.
All he really has is the smokes and some shrouded steps to go. Hard to see what Unbox have available to them, but they're playing in Boathouse. I like the idea of baiting one out to see if they can confuse anybody that's holding close, but of course we can see that Unbox are playing very far back. So all of this time has been wasted from Effies. He's expecting people even in B main at this point, so he's not really sure where people are going to be at. I thought that he might just sort of wait there, try and get these players as they're getting away from the spike to just get those exit frags, but unfortunately it's going to be 3-1 to Unbox. We have some pretty mixed stats on this site as well. Like, I was having a quick look. They lost to Renegades 2-13 in the Renegades tournament. In the Nerd Street Monthly. That's not really a good look. But then again, you look at Renegades on this map, and you can sort of understand why it went that direction. They beat Cloud9.
Yeah.
They're going to the finals in December, so almost a bit of foreshadowing. But the only time that we've seen NRG play this map, they lost 13-0, so they've got one round at least. But that still doesn't bode well from what we've seen so far. And that kill onto Som, as he was jumping up with the Blade Storm, is another sort of nail in the coffin, so to speak.
You can almost feel the collective deep sigh when a moment like that happens, just from NRG. That was the only real weapon they had available to them here, and what is going to be mostly an eco round for them. The Blade Storm needed to find value, and unfortunately, it finds the wrong end of an operator. So now all of a sudden, Anbox in a very advantageous position, 5v4. NRG are going to try to play a little bit cheeky, getting creative with how they're trying to work things, and Cole are able to help out Effys, who was only pugging with this classic. This will actually cut Anbox's attack in two, but the problem is Ye will still staying alive mid-map. He will find one more kill, and now NRG are completely trapped right in mid. Really not a great opportunity for them to even find any weapons to collect, and the last one left alive will be Effys in a 1v4. There are a lot of low health pools in front of him, but I just don't think he's going to find an opportunity to find many more kills. Maybe he can sneak a weapon away, but as the spike is planted, Anbox will surely find their fourth round here.
Especially with that fight there, Android full health. Can we just talk about how good that paranoia was from Boy in mid? It caught two people, and Yeaster was able to pick them off bit by bit. Like, the fact that you hit two people in mid, get that kind of lineup, is insane, because it's so open, right? And Ambox, 4-1 up. NRG are struggling a little bit. I mentioned that looking like they were going 5-0, 6-0 down wouldn't be a good look. I think the same applies if it's just the one map, but they have 3 ultimates available. Cola poising himself to be putting a bit more pressure onto A. But certainly Effys in this position, been holding very aggressively, not to mention that they also have their own run it back on the side of Cola. Could be a pretty big matchup, but Ambox playing very patiently.
EU's not going to get anything off his recon bolt. And with that, it actually looks like you're going to get our Jet rotating over to mid. That's Som. He's got an operator, so he'll be trying to wind this, but the 1v1 does come through. Ye once again able to punish. And Anbox has been finding so much value out of the operator, especially comparatively to what NRG's been able to find, which so far has been nothing. So another 5v4 coming out. And NRG, who have a run it back, I just don't know. Is this a round that you want to try to spend this? You don't want to spend it early, you feel like, if you're Kohler, but that was what we kind of learned about how he likes to use it defensively from Haven, was he loves to kind of use it just to gain some information or gain part of the map back. But now as Anbox are starting to position over towards A for a potential hit, the Cyber Cage is actually helpful for Anbox, as Effy's had a really nicely placed Paranoia, but he still can't confirm any kills with it.
Running back is going to be used on the defense. Kohler can at least get one, so now it's a 4 versus 4. It's an awkward spray in the smokes, but it's Ye from distance, taking a step back, kill onto EU. Yet again, Effys is just waiting in the smoke, knows that Ye is right around this corner. It's just whether they can trade him out if he can get one kill. They're not really checking him. He gets one, but it doesn't spot Daps hiding in that corner, leaving his teammate to dry a little bit, but the bait was nice. It's a 1 versus 2 now. The spike is going to get planted just in time, but Daps is good for 1. The recon ball isn't going to give up his position, but Poacher's a good idea that he is going to be holding outside of tree. It's more the fact that Daps is not moving at this point. He's holding this angle of both these players, very much waiting for the other to run into their sightline. Poacher's got a nice little angle, but his crosshair a little bit too high. Daps is able to get his third. Nice play with the lurk from him. And then NRG can double their rounds.
No chance to get the Hunter's Fury onto play. NRG with the defuse, like you mentioned, just down 2 now.
I always play high stakes.
And again, a dicey moment over through tree. I mean, it was one of those things that, again, the Paranoia was well placed from Effys initially, but unfortunately, Daps had already hit the Cyber Cage, so they can't confirm the kill. But fortunately, there are a couple of nice trades to give NRG a chance. And then the final 1v2 to come through, beautifully played, and Daps still leading his team 8-4 for the squad of NRG. On the opposite side for EU and Som, just 1-6, which is not what you want, but another opportunity for the operator to find its way into play, which, again, if you're NRG, you need to find a way to get this thing online if you want to have a chance to bring this defensive half back.
And it was a really good run it back coming out of Cola. Now it's a case of whether Android could do something similar. He's 1 away from having his ult. He wants that orb, but he'll also take the frag if he can get it.
Good
He
trade.
does get traded out. Very important that he got traded out because he did have his ultimate there. And Tom Holding very aggressive, can yet again get Ye. Both these Jets trading each other out. And the response from NRG is to close that door, make sure that a B split doesn't come through. And FBs is trying to find like either jump peek or sneak into that corner a little bit more. Looked more comical than anything. But for the first time seemingly on Ascent, NRG seemed to have the upper hand, and Ambox doing what similarly to what they did on Haven, but they just kind of restrict themselves a little bit. Their creativity and map presence seems to dwindle.
And for Andbox, you've got the Hunter's Fury this time. Do you potentially pop this? It could give them a pretty steep advantage to try to lock down a rotation. But the information Daps was holding a really unusual angle through Garden. That'll be good for a kill, and now a 4v2 starts to break loose, and boy will again find himself on the wrong side of Daps. So now it's just down to Seb, who's going to commit for this, not even going to get a shot off. Daps for another triple. 2 really nice angles in the third one, a little bit more on the wide peak, but NRG 2 rounds in a row, 3-4 up, and the big key, Sam able to get himself online with the operator. That has to be a major consideration for Andbox now that you're starting to get some resiliency out of NRG's defense.
Ambox setting up for a bit of an A play. Omen's posturing himself to paranoia across. Is probably expecting the Jet to be peeking down with the operator like Summer's done a couple of times.
This goes here.
But Daps seems to have a good read on it. He's like, hello, it's me again. I'm over on B this time. I'm going to get another triple kill. And all of this utility looking to come out of Ambox that's going to meet absolutely nobody as Daps is just going to play off the site. Cola, however, going to play a bit more aggressively towards mid.
Well,
and I like the recon bolt there, because usually that's the shock dart even, because usually that's a recon bolt spot. It can bait people out to shoot it. But if it's a shock dart, it's a lot cheaper and a lot less effective at that.
Nice cloud burst coming through. Sam still takes the angle, finds 1 kill. You also got defensively, it's Daps who's on the site. He's going to have to try to find a couple of kills, but no, it's Andbox able to find at least 1. That should allow the spike to go down. They're going to collect the weapon as well with this. So yes, you're in a 3v4. But you're going to have the ability to play off the post plant pending that Ye sticks this. Hunter's Fury for the defense, potentially going to be coming through as the Aldrum's going to scout things out first. But they don't actually use it to clear the site. They're trying to clear things through B main, and staying concealed from this is Android. So now there's potential for Andbox. If they could just stay alive on the B site, the pinch could come through as soon as the retake execute comes out. But it has to be quick. Kohler's able to find 1. Android only good for 1 kill as well, and with that, Sam and Kohler clean everything up. And NRG's retake will stay solid, and they'll tie things up for a piece.
Really good read from Zom. Like, I really liked how Android ended up in that position. Used to run it back to get onto site. NRG saw him go through. You can see even on the minimap there, just waited patiently. Was able to get 1 at least. I think he got... would have been perhaps Kohler, but some immediately just snaps around to get the refrag. I gets the kill onto EU, but it's the same premise, and another really nice retake from NRG. They were 4-1 down, and now even the score. Warmed up a little bit. Daps is 11-5. Huge impact across the map from this Cypher play. And NRG may be looking to be very aggressive on either side at this point. Very quick half coming up, it looks like.
It's a nicely placed hot hands. We'll chip away a little bit of damage. As Zephy's is forced back, so is EU, who is having a little bit of a tough time getting things going for himself. Run it back at abuse from Kohler. He's going through B main. He'll read the information on the operator, but are they going to try to challenge forward to try to take down Kohler off of his teleport back? Daps is here to try to help him just in case. Cyber Cage will be committed, and with that, Kohler will safely rotate from one side of B main into the more safer confines of the B site itself. But Sam is again changing up the angle. This is going to be tough. If he misses a shot, he's likely dead. The tailwind is not going to allow him a chance really to get all the way safely into A. He's going to have to use this with the cloud burst, but it looks like no one's going to challenge him, and this angle will be mostly forfeit as there's not going to be an opportunity for him to find a kill here, you think?
It's more how this tree presence comes in. The Eldron is going to come through on the side of Andbox. Sure, you have Effie's waiting there, but some could at least get the frag onto Seb. He's still in an awkward spot, but it does force Andbox away.
Yeah, you can't go away. As soon as you realize the operator's playing from A, you don't have the ability to pinch. Coming through a tree is by no means safe, so you've got to rotate, and they do so very accordingly through the middle of the map, and they will try to go on to B. You've got Kohler, who's going to be the first up defensively. He's going to be good for 1 and a second. Beautiful stuff for him, but now to Daps. Spike not committing yet. 15 seconds. And Daps is going to hear information as there's players now on the site. The defense is already here, though, for NRG. No retake necessary, as now NRG are really building up a lot of steam. A handful of rounds in a row, and it's all coming from the right places. Sam with the operator. Kohler is able to get close to another run it back, and beyond that, Daps is still finding kills, which is good news.
And Ambox are trying to put aggressive pressure on the extremities as soon as they possibly can. You saw the hot hands very early in that round. But the fact that NRG are playing around that and creatively moving around the map, Daps has changed up his position. Some with the operator now is banked to get another one in case he loses it this round. Things are looking really good for NRG that have won 4 in a row now. There is a Hunter's Fury available on the attack. But it's hard to say how they're going to use it, if they plan to use it at all. Cole is going to be putting a lot of pressure mid. Ye, though. Oh, the flash is awkward, but Ye doesn't check it at all. He can't get a second, though. Boy trades him out. And suddenly, this half-buy from Ambox is starting to prove pretty potent if it wasn't for that recon ball that came through from Effys. Or 4 Effys, even.
And this is a really smart play from Effys. Deny the operator pickup, pull it back towards spawn, and maybe there's a conversation to be had about Ambox. As soon as they got that opening pick, maybe unexpectedly Sheriff the operator, they were thinking, well, let's go ahead and steal the operator, but it still wasn't in a great spot to do it. But Ambox still make their way onto site. Daps is nearby. First kill, he's good for. Second one down low, but the spike being planted is really all Ambox were going for. And as the paranoia will deny some line of sight, here comes the challenge through. Seb can't find another kill, and with that, NRG will take another round consecutively, but not the worst round in the world for Ambox, considering it was essentially an eco. You're able to, again, throw a little bit of insult towards the operator with the kill, and you take a couple of kills plus a plant with it. You're okay with that, I think, if you're Ambox, as you're trying to close off this half.
Yeah, I think some of these rounds from Ambox, they haven't been able to do, even on the rounds that they lose, haven't been able to do enough damage to NRG, to the point that Som is almost maxed out on catch. Effys is good to go. The key thing is that they can afford for the last 2 rounds of this half. So NRG could end this 8-4, and even if it ends 6-all, it's more of a question mark over their defense, to be honest, at this point. The shining light for Ambox, though, is the 4 ultimates they have available. 5 almost with Android. Almost good to go for another run it back. He's top fragging for his team, but he hasn't opened up sites, really. In fact, NRG have done a really good job of shutting down retakes before they happen. I love the fact that they're facing. Just for those that don't know, they usually break the door, it gets smoked off, and it just means that they can hold that position and have a nice little off angle. A lot of teams did this in Nerd Street, but I saw a lot of people like, why are they breaking the door? That's why, because it does force out Ambox to use the smoke there more often than not.
And hey, would you look at that? Dark cover comes through. Android's going to go to the run it back. First one in. Hunter's Fury also going to come through. Android going to try to clear things out over towards Street. He's able to catch Effys on a reload. Now up top, maybe an opportunity, and goodness. Falling out of the sky was Sam. Nearly actually puts himself in line of sight, but Spike will come down 5v4 for Ambox. Ye with the Blade Storm as well, holding down through Hell. NRG have the ability to try to get a Hunter's Fury through for this retake if they need to. And Sam, as he finds a pick on Seb, who is lurking mid-map, now you can focus your effort over to the middle. Crossfire set up between Boy and Poach, but they only go 2 for 2. Is that going to be enough? Ye down to 10 HP. Neurotheft also coming into play. A lot of information here for NRG on this potential retake. Down to just 1 single shot as Ye, he'll fall. So now the last player left, they'll know exactly where Android is positioned. It just comes down to do you double check. Let's be at the stick for the defuse as well. Android has a hot hands. Is he going to get here in time? Even into the angle will just be favorable enough, even though EU finds the kill. Not enough time for the defuse, and Ambox will finally get a round back.
Much better from Android there. Using the running back to break onto the site, even gets a frag. I don't know where some came from. He just dropped in out of outer space, like you mentioned. I've never seen that before. He just like dropped in and was like, oh no, what a terrible place to land. Where are we dropping, boys? Anyway, really good play. Held it out at the end. You know, held his bottle to make sure that he could face off in a 1 versus 2 clutch. And an important time for Ambox to do that. Their economy is at least good for another one. But I mentioned that they had 5 ultimates that round. They used 4. That's the only issue, is it took a lot of utility and able to do that. They only really have that neural theft. Speaking of the run it back, it's going to be used on the defense, and Kohler can at least get 1. The recon bolt isn't going to show up much. It all really came from the smoke that came onto the recon bolt to not show up where Kohler was. It's a nice play from NRG. It's looking like they're going to go into halftime 7-5.
Look, he gets 2. One of them was the operator. One of them was the spike carrier. Andbox is in a complete stall out right here. Android has to make a hero play, and I think he realizes that as he does find one kill. He's onto the A's site, but this is still not a safe take by any stretch of the imagination. Android's going to have to find at least another. For NRG, they are kind of giving up the site for now, preferring to go for the retake, and that will lead to a plant likely. But I say only likely because Boy is considering potentially playing through his dark cover. He'll think the better of that, and the plant will come through, but the retake is going to be pretty quick and hot on its heels as you've got 2 coming through Garden, 2 over through Heaven, and Android with just 1 curveball really has to find value here. Gonna pop open with it and almost got an opportunity, but I think he actually flashes himself more than he was intending. Now you've got the paranoia on response. Here comes the retake for NRG, but can they find the kill? 2v2 we go. Android able to find his 3rd kill, and Boy cleans up the final and will exit the half 6-6 after a brilliant take and a 3v4 for Andbox.
Switching sides.
It's a shame that we go into halftime now. Android was starting to feel himself. Both him and Daps ended in the half 15-7. Very different roles, having a good amount of impact at least. But now it's NRG's time to attack, and like we mentioned before, their last attacking half on this map, they won no rounds. So, I mentioned this with the last pistol. This is an important one for NRG to win, especially with honors even. Winning 5 rounds in a row. I think for them to be 7-5, 8-4 up at halftime is going to matter more to them than Andbox being down, I feel. But it seems that they're going to be hitting B relatively hard. There is going to be a bit of an alert coming out from Daps going to A, but Andbox are willing to meet them there.
Again, the sample size is not large, but
it's one game,
we would be very remiss if we didn't mention the fact that they got blown out on their attacking half versus Complexity. And I assume a lot of learning has been done since then, so we'll see what happens this time through. How about this? Kohler's actually getting very aggressive mid-map. Curveball's going to come through. They deal with the trap wire. It's going to be Boy who's here defensive but can't get a shot off. And is Kohler good for another? Not quite. Daps able to find another pick will allow for some big presence in the middle of the map here for NRG on this pistol. Although Android's trying to retake it, and that's actually very valuable. Even though he only finds a single kill, he wins back the middle of the map, which will allow Andbox to eventually safely rotate back over to A, which is where this hit's coming from.
He is going to try and face as much as possible. The rest of his team is still rotating across. If he can get a kill here, that's big. If he dies, that's going to be a huge loss. And the fact that he's 24 health, suggests to me that it was going to be the latter, not the former. Poach yet again, staggering 1 by 1, breaking on through to the site, as we still see Seb making his way over. It's going to be looking towards tree more than anything, but you would assume at this point NRG are going to have their first debut round win on the scent, at least at this point. As much as we keep memeing on it, this was a really good execute from them. Really adjusted, nice call midway in the half. It's not over yet, but the fact that Seb is 25 health in a 1 versus 3, and they're all wanting to take pot shots, suggests to me that it's going to be done. Yes, Son puts the nail in that coffin. But the fact that they had a call from looking likely that they're going to do a B split and then hitting A very quickly. Nice call from, it would be Daps, wouldn't it, for NRG?
Just a small other minutia moment in the middle of this game. You know, again, you saw Kohler taking over the middle of the map. I feel like a lot of people would be hard pressed on the defense to sit there and say, we have to retake this, especially against numbers. But Android commits a lot of his utility and really is an important play for him to retake mid like he did. It allows Andbox to then rotate over and give themselves at least a look at a retake, even though it doesn't come through successfully. But Android now really starting to wake up. He's 16-8-3. And that is a very different picture than what he had on Haven from the last game. Keep your eye over what's happening at B main, though, as Andbox are going to stack this. And Som, he's going to play patiently. He'll find not just one, he'll get a second. Andbox trying to still commit forward for any kills, as they really wanted to use the numbers to take away some of these weapons. They'll walk away with none. And it'll just be down to a technical 1v5, and Ye won't even have a chance to give it a go, as he will be taken down. So a flawless round here off the pistol from NRG. They will put themselves in a great spot. The only thing they don't walk away with this round is the ability to get the spike planted, which, again, you're fine with considering how flawlessly you took the second round.
And it was so quick. Like, I was going to mention going into the second round that I'm surprised that players like Kohler are buying up to a Vandal, and even EU to a Bulldog. A lot of teams at the moment don't buy an awful lot in that second round because forces seem to be so poignant and so powerful in the current meta. You got the save rolls as well in the game, which might change up how things play out in that fashion. But the fact that they went flawless is so good for their money. And I love the fact that Effie's has teleported over that hot hands. Was expecting that kind of play. Is going to be trying to hit Android with the paranoia. But quite wisely, he gets out of there. Is going to be playing off of the site. And NRG have slowed down the tempo a little bit. See if they can get him to rotate away, perhaps.
Android doesn't really have a lot of utility to stall a push outside of these curveballs, of which he spends both. And now he's being shock darted and jumping. This will be a pretty easy kill, you feel like, but Android able to find one and stay alive. Effie's finally for the trade, EU another, but we'll go 2 for 2. So a 3v3 situation breaks loose. The spike still not down as of yet. And on this, Andbox is here for this retake quickly. You've got Ye up top with Poach. And behind that, you still have Seb who's in a position to deny the tree, so you know that NRG is still on site. The Aldrone will confirm some information down low. Can they confirm the spam shots? Yes, they can. But still, you need to work your way on. They're going to try to overwhelm this with numbers. The Poach goes in by himself. Can Daps be good for the last 2? Oh my goodness, Daps! From the backside of the plant, he's able to just keep throwing shoulders and eventually lines up 2 to clean things up, and Daps has broken past 20 kills already.
Really well played from him. Throughout this map, he's been showing up mostly on the defense, but on the attack, he's been good for these few rounds that we've seen. NRG 9-6 up now. Another save coming out of Andbox.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
And Daps, it almost reminds me of Steel, right, with 100 Thieves. That he sort of came in from Counter-Strike, well-known player, first showing against a major team. They had a look, but this is actually a tactical timeout from Andbox. So this is, you know, make or break for them. Another tournament that they could be going out maybe a bit prematurely from. But against this NRG roster, it might be a case of people that didn't see this game will look at the score and go, that's a massive surprise. But honestly, with the way that this has been playing out, what else can you really say? NRG have just been the better team. The interesting fact, I guess, for Andbox is why tactical timeout on an eco? Like, how much are you realistically going to be getting done on this round in particular? Like, you have a neural theft. You're not really forcing up either. I don't really know what the reason is, whether there is something that they want to go over, but the fact that they're sort of buying up a couple of these sheriffs and a stinger, I would have thought that if they were going to save attack timeout, that they'd do it for a full buy round. So that's interesting. Food for thought.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do with this. Andbox looking to get aggressive. Android's playing up through A long. Not sure what that tailwind was for Som. But definitely felt some pressure, apparently. So he'll be without the mobility to try to break into a site, potentially. So now you kind of tilt your attention over to Kohler. Will he be the guy trusted to try to open things up?
Here.
And it looks like, for now, it's going to be NRG again throwing a lot of attention mid-map. But look at the defensive adjustments that are coming through. Andbox are realizing this, and they're playing super aggressive. But as the curveball comes out, Kohler is good for first blood. Do they recognize that there is still the threat of Boyd nearby? It'll be hard-pressed with weaponry to make a lot happen, but even if you can find one kill, it would be nice, because while this is happening, Andbox is still getting a defensive stack through A long, and if they commit to try to push through this, they could actually pinch up the middle of the map, but it's a lot of ifs, and not a lot of that is actually going to come through, as Boyd will be shouldered and then eventually killed, and NRG in a great spot to take the next round, as Seb will find one. It won't be enough to hold on to the B site.
30 seconds left.
Andbox picking up as many ult orbs as they can. Because it's a half buy, there's no reason not to try and go for this. NRG mostly playing on the site, other than the Omen that's in B main. And the Silver that's holding onto market just in case anybody rotates through there. It's just a Ghost and a Stinger. And NRG have been pulling away with the economy, and we saw this happen a little bit on Haven too, so Andbox are pretty clued up with how this can go. Right now, they're just going to sit passively. I'm curious to know what Andbox were talking about in their timeout. And really, I think that a lot of... One health. Come on, Ye. You can do it. And they can't even get anybody off of the site. Really, at this point, it's just going to be Daps that's pushing them through. And he catches Ye as he dashes out. That's really all that Android can hope for at this point. Oh, the reload is going to be awkward. He's just going to accept his death either by Spike or by shooting squad. But it does get the kill onto EU, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be happy with that. I was going to say, we didn't really see that many tac timeouts in the first qualifier, did we?
No, we didn't. No.
I think a lot of teams just didn't realize that they could do that. But yeah, they can do one per series, right?
Yeah, one per series. This, as far as I understand, and I mean, that's kind of the impression that I was led to believe on from at least the closed qualifier. I don't know if it was different during the open qual, but yeah, no.
I think it's all the same
right.
across all the regions.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's the same rule set. Anyway,
yeah,
there is a running back on the defense. And really, I don't think Android's in a position to realistically use it, considering how far back that he's playing. Boy's going to be trying to face. I would thought that based off Cole's position in here that they'd be playing retake, but the fact that we see Boy played so far up could work out really well. NRG did a really good job of facing on the A site on their defense, but really we haven't seen any success come out of Andbox at all on their defense, never mind holding on this A site. But NRG looking confident, slowing down the play, dictating the map.
Big moment here for Ye. He's going to try to secondary challenge. He still has the tailwind to play with. But a Cloudburst will deny him, so will a Blaze Wall, and he will have to back away. Again, the middle of the map has been a big focus for NRG, but keep your eye on the spike. It's still left over towards A, just barely. With 50 seconds to play, it looks like Effys is going to run this over to B main. That is currently where Andbox is most heavily stacked. 3 members are here, including full setups for Seb. So this is a big opportunity for Andbox to get this round back and make this comeback happen.
It's kill trips as well. Like, look at where the tripwires are placed on B.
Oh,
do you imagine the smokes are going to come through? They've rotated away completely. Andbox have left things open for business, but yeah, a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. All of that utility that was sort of saved up, because all of the smokes come through. You get a tripwire, you get that pulse of where people are. It's an easy kill on the defense in a lot of cases. Now the fact that Andbox used to run it back is a big question mark. Andbox needs to find effective use here. But the fact that NRG are all pretty much stacked up in that back room, other than the jet in mid, should be an opportunity for Andbox here.
No shock darts, though. You have no hot hands, no shock darts. You can't punish the abilities. So now you have to come through and win the gunfights. NRG can just play for trades if they can get them, though. Poach and Android for not just 2, they get 3. One more member inside, one more on the flank, but Sam's not able to find anything, and Andbox just flat out win gunfights. I wish I had a breakdown there for you, but it's just the simple fact that Andbox come through. They get the read that all 4 members for NRG are stacked, and there just aren't trades for NRG. Not enough, at least.
I really, like, I sort of question mark the run it back, but it got so much information. And then this execute was just so clean. Like, Poach sneaking in onto the site was good for a couple. The fact that they caught Som here was big, because he was able to get 1. Both these teams have really been good at just making sure that the lurker can't get much done at all. The first round that Andbox have been able to win on this defense, Hunter's Fury is good, but it's how they want to play. It seems that they want to face yet again on A. But everywhere else, yeah, they're just playing super close in, that they are just going to try and trip up NRG, literally, when it comes to the utility on the B site, and hope that they get a kill whilst they're in the process of an execute. The issue is that NRG have been played so passively and so slow, they have been baiting out rotations hard, and putting a lot of pressure on mid where there's only 1 player.
Well, this time that 1 player defensively will be Ye, scouted out by the Aldrun. Run it back is also committed, and Ye's trying to finesse as much as humanly possible. A couple of shots will connect, and Kohler does find the kill. Now all of a sudden you're looking at maybe an execute towards B, but again, the spike is not here for this, so you have to stay patient if you're NRG. And it looks like they will understand that fact. Effys will be mindful of the potential flank through A long, but once again, NRG playing a bit of chess here as they show force up the middle, they show numbers over through B, but now, all of a sudden, they're redesigning this attack to potentially go over to A, where Boy is the only member here defensively.
And he's in a very much a do-or-die suicide position of the map. He either finds a triple kill, and he does amazingly, or he gets killed straight away. Kohler still has a curveball. So this flash could be the difference. He stepped. Oh, that's big, though. They might have heard the fact that he was there, but nobody's really checking. He's good for 1, at least. That's all you can hope for. He gets 2. This is such a good response from Android. He gets 3.
Oh, boy.
I knew it was going to be do or die. It's just going to be the jet left. He can't get the 4th kill for Boy, but that play worked out so well, and it could have been a car crash.
10 seconds left.
Spike will not go down. Poach able to bounce over a shock dart, but telling you, man, Boy stole the show a couple of weeks previously before he joined an Andbox, so I guess it was like almost a couple of months ago, watching him play for Complexity. There were just so many moments like this where he's just so good at staying alive, and the read onto Effys is incredible, and really you need to give him the 4th one there too, because that jump right click does hit the head, but I think it only catches 1 of what needed to be, I think, 2 bullets. So another big moment for Boy. Keeps Andbox not just in the mix, but it also puts NRG in a really weird spot economically. They're going to go into a force buy here, which is maybe a bit greedy, all things considered. You're up 10-8. You've got a round to play with just to save and come back to a gun round, but they're going to go to Force by City here with a couple of SMGs, a lot of light armors, and not a lot of members that could probably tote full utility with their abilities, considering the economy was so low for everybody.
EA's got a decision to make here. He was checking down Cat, and timing was a little bit off. He could have maybe got that kill there onto EU, who was taking all this space seemingly for free. This is a really tricky position to be in if you're Ambox. You got the operator looking down there. It's a Phoenix, so he's going to flash around this corner. And if EA's not prepared, that's an easy drop of the op and another person down. The tension. You could cut it with a knife, and I know that's such a, typical saying, but it's genuinely so good to watch. Both these teams have so much to prove. High highs and very low lows, even in their short lifespan. Though, that is a good shot. Like, he didn't even flinch the fact that Cola was spraying in his direction. Didn't take any damage, and that's a great start for Ambox.
And behind that, even if things get a little bit dicey here, Ambox have a lot of ultimates they could still potentially
left.
use. This is a pretty key round, again, with NRG on the force buy. They're going to be looking to push through mid-map. You see a couple of pings that are coming through, and this will be a B execute for them. Both members for Ambox on the site will play arches. You've also got now Poach working his way over through the dark cover. Can they find an isolated kill here? A lot of information from the shadows to come through, and the paranoia behind it is also well placed. Android, can he respond to players up close and personal? He's able to find a lot of damage, but not the kill. Spike will be planted just in the nick of time. Boy, how much more magic do you have in the tank? Sees the information. A couple of spam shots will confirm for some. Last one left alive is Effie's, and I just don't know if there's a chance for him with a Spectre to do much of anything. Poach will stick for the defuse. He will get it. And Matthews is just going to maybe try to play for a couple of kills. But again, you force spot here and not able to pull away with anything. All of a sudden, you're just down one. If you're Inbox, and NRG have to save, you feel like, coming into this next round. You cannot go into another force buy again.
I think Boy was bottom fragging throughout the whole server before he showed up in the last 2 rounds. What a time to show up. You're 1-0 behind. You had, a 10-6 lead for NRG, looking really good and confident.
Keep up.
Now they're pretty broke. It's a half buy from them. They have a Hunter's Fury that they're looking to maybe use across the site pretty much from Cat. The Recon Bolt has come in. So yeah, that's going to be their breakthrough onto the site. If it gets a kill, it's going to be important. But actually, NRG, with their guns, they still get a kill with a Hunter's Fury, but it's the other ones that they're able to get. It's a 5 versus 2. As Ambox were looking so good to bring this back, it all fell apart.
Spike planted.
And I just don't know if it's one of those things that they're playing for the information early. I mean, they've been holding on to Al drones late. They've been holding on to recon bolts late. They don't get a read. That NRG are just full stacking for a deep commit, and it will be a flawless, thrifty round for NRG. Just when you thought Andbox was starting to build some momentum, you thought they were going to be able to tie things up 10-10. You essentially give away 5 weapons and a plant. Oh my goodness, NRG are in such a great spot to potentially lock this one up. There will still be some purchases for Andbox, but they have to consider what exactly they want to do because not everybody can afford ARs in this next round.
The fact that Ye is buying an all, where if they lose a gun to match point, this has to be a killer round from him because that is such a gamble. They do have a run it back on the defense. Android has been a lot better with them as the game has gone on. Hunter's Fury available on the defense. It's just whether if Poach uses this as soon as possible. Ye gets that pick. So important that he does that. Android is able to follow up without using the ultimate. So this is a good response from Andbox. Not really too much used, but just baiting out NRG. Ye gets a second.
That was initial operator v operator battle. Now you see the spike, and you should know that the operator is down. You've got 2 members for Andbox that are stacked over towards B main. Holding a camera currently is Seb. And for NRG, this is, oh man, what a strange couple of rounds this has been. Ye able to find his 3rd kill. Last one left is Effie's. He's just going to farm an orb, and I imagine just likely save so you could purchase for a teammate in the round after.
Not too much to work with. Sheepishly just trying to find if he can do really anything at all. Even just getting a frag, making sure that Ambox can't come into this too much. It was a nice read, I suppose, coming out of Android that's flashed twice and can make it a flawless round. A hell of a response from Andbox to lose a flawless half buy for NRG to then have your own. And to not over-dedicate with ultimates. We saw that before in our attacking half, that round, you see the 5 in the row that NRG got, in the first half.
Yeah.
That round afterwards, they used 4 ultimates to take that back, to dictate, to try and pull the game back into their favor. And it worked because they finished off the half even on score. But the fact that they did that without dedicating any ultimates at all, that's a big win. NRG have a lot of stuff coming on. A running back isn't too far away yet again from Cola. But Hunter's Fury on the defense is going to be used straight away. Doesn't find all that much.
Nothing.
So Poach, he was very patient with not using it last round. Quite surprised he decided to use it very aggressively then.
And just to hit one of your points from the previous round, talking about Ye's gamble to try to get the operator, not only does he find value with it, but he's hurt the economy enough onto NRG where Sam actually cannot pick up one into this round. So there is a natural advantage on the potential operator finding use, but based on the positioning, I mean, keep your look. B main, over towards B main is Ye with the operator. This is going to be a hit designed to go over towards A for now. Recon bolt being held. You've got Boy up top. He's been great from this corner before. He's going to need to be once again. Cloudburst coming through, trying to check out the tailwind. Not going to find the kills, flashed up completely, but it's Android from the backside of Heaven for 2. Run it back as channeled. He's not able to find more than that, but at least he stalls the hit for now, and with that, Andbox can defensively rotate, but Poach gets caught out, trying to play to the dark cover over by the doors. So now Android has to be required to find more as he waits for teammates to get here. 3v3, you've got one player in EU very tagged up, and Ye with an operator, he's going to be trusted to find a pick over through A archers, and they realize there's somebody over here. So now as Seb makes his way forward, he'll find 1 kill, not going to get a second, but Daps get traded. 1v2, just down to Sam. Where is he located? He's bottom side, classic use for the bait, and Android was able to make use of it. Nice little bait and switch there, and we'll be tied up 11-11.
Went down to the wire there. I was so worried when I saw Antbox drop down and line up a little bit. I was so worried that someone was just going to spray them both down collateral. But I love the fact that this is going so close yet again. The score on Haven, in case you missed it, was 13-11 to NRG. It was not a close, well, wasn't a one-sided game by any stretch. It was very close, actually. But it's how NRG used these ultimates.
Yes.
The same amount as Ambox, but with Hunter's Fury, they managed to win a half buy the last time that they brought that ultimate out. Looks like they're going to be looking to do same kind of utility play again. Cola might just, bomb it down mid. Hunter's Fury might come across B main all the way to the back of the main walkway.
Oh,
and Poach
no,
actually
Daps.
he crouched up into it.
Joke's over.
Daps is out, and Ambox could take the lead.
I'm not really sure about that play from Daps. At least Kohler, with those run it back, is able to find 1 kill onto Seb. That was over through mid-market. The spike is still down, and Ye's position is actually going to give him an opportunity, but if he misses this shot, he'll be forced back, and he could be chased. And this is really good use here if they decide to go for any utility. No! They don't use... I thought for sure they were going to try to reuse the recon bolt to make sure that it was safe. They don't actually send it out. Ye finds a kill. Poach gets another, and now Andbox in a great position. But that said, Effie's still able to take down Ye, so the numbers stay tight. You've got a Hunter's Fury available, but EU's on 8 HP, and the spike will be picked up with 40 seconds to play to give him a chance at this 12th round.
From the Shadows is available for Effie, so he could just teleport onto A if he wanted, but realistically, how is the EU going to be able to help you there?
30
Seems that they're
seconds
still
left.
dedicating to this B site, looking to smoke off some particular players. But Poach has a really nice position. Hunter's Fury is going to be used, but more than anything, it telegraphs. It actually, does it catch onto him? No, it does not. It was so close. It looked like it did. But it's a nice bait because it has allowed that from the Shadows to come over to A. I really like that because they weren't expecting, they weren't sure if there was going to be anybody anchored onto the A site. So the Hunter's Fury pulls him away and gives that
Effie's has the
opportunity.
clutch. 1v2 in
EU
front
has
of him
to
right now.
leg it.
He's down in hell. He's going to find 1 kill. Boy will drop. Now a 2v2 situation. Does anyone know where EU is? The real question. The Android, fortunately, able to find the kill, but the trade is going to be there. EU's going to take this fight forward, and he might actually catch the timing, but no, Poach is able to pull out the Odin just in the nick of time. Locks down the headshot, and Box will be on 12, and the consideration going forward is what can NRG actually purchase into this next round, because that was a pretty costly one for him.
Match point.
And I honestly think that NRG really want to take this to overtime at least, because the next map is Split. Ambox is really good on Split, and they have really good executions, certainly on the attack. And NRG, whilst they've looked so much better in this series in comparison to what we saw from the Nerd Street qualifiers. Split is a map that teams are either really good at it or they're passable. And NRG is still a relatively new team. I imagine that their split is good, but Ambox, I imagine, would have the advantage going into that one.
I mean,
Yeah, he could bring us there. He's looking down mid.
When Ambox was making their name, it was on the backhand of Split, just flat out. Everything was through Split. That was in the Renegades qualifier and even through the Invitational itself. A lot of their success was found through Split plays while we'll cut off the mid rotation. Yay, though, able to find first blood. No chance for Kohler to get free. And now all of a sudden, as the spike is still lingering over towards A, you've got two members of NRG mid-map that really don't have the ability to go any further forward because of the operator presence.
Right here.
Get out of my way.
And NRG asking themselves how they want to approach this. Wanted to continue putting in a bit of pressure on mid, but Ye is keeping a keen eye on it at least. Boy could get caught out here. He is slowly peeking, but he sees multiple people there. This paranoia is going to be good, but there's not really going to be anything to follow up on it at least. Recon Bolt forces him off this angle, and NRG have actually taken a lot of space in tree. The glass being broken is a big opening, and Ye has found himself here. He's pretty much all over the place. It's like Varys in Game of Thrones, just teleports there. Daps is able to at least pick it up and get the operator, and it's a 3 versus 4.
4v.
I know exactly.
Spike will make its way onto A. All 4 members for Andbox, at least in the vicinity. The neural threat's going to be spent. FEs will get the spike planted, no problem.
Spike planted.
But how do you hold off this retake? They're able to actually get Daps to sneak out through A arch. That could be all they need. But as Boy makes his way forward, he's able to get the trade on the Daps. Sam has picked up an operator. He's actually going to trust that. Him and Effie's, they're going to find 2 kills, and the last one will come through. Effie's able to secure it, and the bold call in the first place for Sam to swap
Switching
over to the
sides.
operator was
Overtime.
definitely risky to be sure, but he makes a play. Daps able to find at least 1 kill was all they needed, and we're going to go to OT.
It's going to be NRG defending first. Some no armor, just picking up that operator. He's going to be playing to face A alongside the help of Effie's, who's looking to smoke as soon as possible. And for Ambox attacking first, they're going to be leaning again towards B. They have a lot of utility. You can see that the Omens line up to potentially paranoia across. But NRG have been reading this pretty well. Daps' position has been very passive, but he even has the help of Kohler over there just in case. They are playing completely off of mid and anchoring onto these sites, which went so well for them on their defending half.
Just keep your eye here on the offensive trapwire locations. This is looking like it's eventually going to be a design towards B, based on the fact that you've got one trapper watching over towards the long A flank, another one mid through the connector. So as 3 members for Andbox start to make their way through, the Aldrin will actually be the first one up, and it's going to find a bit of information, but Daps, so much damage confirmed. The Patient's trying to beat him, but Ye eventually gets the trade, and there's not a response for him as EU actually kind of whiffs one of his shock darts. He'll now go to the Owl drone. He'll see that there is also the Sova nearby, but the spam shots are better for Poach. So now all of a sudden you just got to wait to get the spike through, and you're going to have numbers for this eventual hit over to B. It just comes down to, are you just waiting for Android to make this play? Because he's the closest one to the spike, but he's still watching the flank, and there's 40 seconds to go until the clock runs out.
The fact that the smoke came through there from NRG, they're not expecting Ye to be in this position.
30 seconds left.
And they are playing so slowly. Everything's stopped for Andbox. There's 30 seconds left. Kohler's anchored onto the site. Omen's rotated across.
Gotta make a call.
And Som's not going to be involved in the fight at all.
Kohler's got to be good for at least 1. He finds it. There's another one nearby. He gets a
Players
second.
remaining.
Not going to get the
10
third.
seconds
Down to
left.
9 seconds. The spike will be planted. Sam, like you mentioned, is all the way in Egypt, so he'll take the nearest camel to get on over. But a 1v2 will be set up for him. Seb's going to commit for the neural threat. He's had a great round so far, so they'll read exactly how Sam is positioned. But he's only got the operator. He took the risk. He's going to have no utility for this play. Will eventually drop it in favor of a Vandal, but with no armor, no cloudburst, no updrafts, he's going to have to win 2 incredible 1v1s or just a 1v2 completely. Setting things
Recon
up
Bolt
through Archway are both players. Recon Bolt comes through, and that's going to be all that's needed. Andbox able to find the confirm, but my goodness, you thought for a second Kohler was going to do enough, but Andbox take the edge of the
Switching
first OT.
sides.
Yeah,
Match
especially
point.
with how Ambox, the recon bolt that came through, just missed. Like here, Kohler's positioning. The recon bolt comes through on the attack. and it bounces so awkwardly, it misses him completely, and he's good for 2 in this position. If that recon bolt had gone literally anywhere else, Cole's position may have been given up. Sorry, Android's position. No, it is. It's because it's flipped around. So Cola could have done a hell of a lot more damage there, but Ambok still managed to take it. Now they just need to have a good defending half, and we got to split.
And just to bring it up one more time, Energy played complexity. They didn't win a single offensive round, but obviously things have been much better this time through. It just comes down to how confident are you in this offensive round to try to neutral things up at 13. Boy tagged up. Paranoia sent out early. Curveball also coming through as they're trying to strike Boy back. He's going to stand tall. He wants to take the fight, and why not? He's able to grab 2, Android a third as he was helping out from on top of the A site. And now Energy, their hopes of cleaning things up in 2-0 fashion come down to a 2v5. Not going to occur. And with that, we will see Split and Box clean to the OT, 14-12 the win.
Really good play from Manbox there. That was such a close half from both teams. It was pretty much even throughout. But man, you got to feel sorry for NRG a little bit there, but it was just when it mattered, Ambox showed up, did some clinical play on their attacking half of overtime, and just Boy's position in there. And he really came alive through the game. He didn't really have much of a showing on Haven. Even the first half of Ascent really didn't show up an awful lot. But as soon as he got into that defending half, was having multi-kills after multi-kills, and when Ambox needed him to show up, he did. And that's why he's such a good addition to that roster. We're going to split.
That's terrifying. I mean, we already mentioned the fact that Andbox, when they were really establishing their name, again, when they were initially signed, there was a lot of anticipation, a lot of hype behind the roster. Their first couple of outings were not exactly the strongest. Android himself said, this is not a game that you can just pick up 5 individual players and just pug your way through. And we realized that quickly. And during their run through the qualifier, a lot of it was done on Split, and even a lot of their success throughout that Renegades Invitational was also met on Split. But as we take a look at the stats back, again, just incredible performances from so many members. There's a lot of storylines to talk about. But I think the big one overall is the fact that you've got Android on 28, 18, and 8, 3 first bloods. This time, though, it's the fact that he's able to match up and actually exceed the pressure that we saw from Kohler. That was something that we did not see in those first map highlights from Haven.
And I think even like you could look at the jet difference as well. Wasn't quite, you know, Wardell versus Dicey from the close qualifiers, but like Ye getting 6 first blood. Som had a decent show, and I think going 18 for 19 is still decent from him. But Ye just seemed to have the jet op control over that game. And even stuff like Poach having 11 assists is just such a good look if you're this team. It was really even, and I'm genuinely really impressed with how both of them played. I hope that they both get to the close qualifiers. Even if one of them does lose, they still have a chance on Friday, but now's not really the time to go into that. But both of these teams have responded so well to their unfortunate losses in the Nerd Streak qualifiers. This is going to be a hell of a third map because both of them look ready to show us what they're capable of.
And just to kind of hit it, you're bringing up the idea of the Jets and the operators. Ye was able to walk away with 14 operator kills in total. That's unreal. And on the opposite side, Som only walked away with 6. So just kind of, again, painting a little bit of a picture right there as far as how that battle was looking. But like you mentioned, it's going to be split. Again, this is just one of many streams that are happening. So for all of you guys that are out there supporting these teams, again, we're just happy to bring the broadcast coverage to you guys. Again, that's RyanCentral, IHOLDSHIFT. We've got Bryce, who's locking things down in production, making us look and hopefully sound good. And beyond that, of course, there are other streams that are happening. We've got to share love to our homies. !Multi will give you a link to a multi-stream that has everybody's cast currently on it if you want to see multiple perspectives. Otherwise, !Streams will get you individual links to all of our friends that are also supporting coverage here in the opening rounds of our first tournament of the UMG Open Qualifiers. And I say first tournament because coming up on Friday, there'll be a second opportunity for the teams that are knocked out, of which, unfortunately, one of these teams will be in that mix. So for now, we're going to set things just to a brief break. Split's coming up next for map number 3, and we'll join in with them when they're getting ready for Agent Select right after this. Cool, cool.
Gonna pop to loop here, right?
Copy that.
Seconds left.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have a mammoth series on hand for a round of 32, if you believe that. We've got ourselves a really tight haven. It was 11-13 favoring NRG. Then the opposite way after an overtime came out on Ascent favoring Andbox 14-12. Next up, it's split to determine who gets to the round of 16 and who will have to wait until Friday to get one more chance to potentially qualify for the closed qualifiers for UMG. Again, we've got a lot of partner streams out there with a bunch of community casters that are also providing coverage to more events. But of course, during that closed qualifier, the UMG gaming stream will be live throughout all that broadcast action. But with me, RyanCentral, and we've learned a lot about these teams, even including back to results that we were kind of basing our opinions on early into the series. Now, all of a sudden, it all comes down to split to determine who makes their way on.
Yeah, and it's really a tale of two different splits for both sides, really. For Andbox, it's near enough a 100% win record. The only game that they lost was like in late September in like a Nerd Street Gamers like monthly. And since then, they have become one of the more dominant forces. A lot of their influence on how they attack, especially, has been taken in by teams like Renegades, who used it to make their way to the First Strike finals in December. For NRG, they've only played it twice. They won once and lost once. The loss was against Complexity, and the win was against one of their very early games in that qualifier. So really, if you're to base it off that, this should be Andbox's win on this map, but weirder things have certainly happened today.
And I think beyond that, just to kind of paint the picture fully, the team that they played earlier on was Team Kudos, who's not a bad team. They beat them 13-3. And when they lost to Complexity, it was only by 2 rounds, 11-13. So I think we're going to get a pretty good battle here. And again, those results are not exactly what you would call recent when it comes down to how we've seen these teams play, but it is the last instance that we can go back to and kind of cite previous examples as far as what we come to know for these teams specifically. So as you take a look at Andbox on split, they do like to play the Viper. That is, I think, the biggest kind of takeaway, at least for now, when it comes down to what to expect for agent compositions. That's definitely something to kind of keep in mind. On the other side, again, the one real time that we had a chance to really watch NRG play, it was versus Complexity on split, and they do not go into anything too weird. They decide to stick with the Raze Jet combination for double duelists with the Breach in the mix. So that would be at least as far as what we had from the past and might lead to some expectations going into this one in the near future.
I think the main thing really is that Andbox seemed to be the one with the main playstyle, like I mentioned, but in the time that we saw them since that Renegades tournament, a lot of teams have really picked up on it, and it isn't just Renegades that used it to their advantage. Teams like Dignitas used it a little bit too with their Raze play, and it's mostly just executing fast onto the A site, being able to boost back onto Heaven, jet dashing towards screens on A. It really is a case of whether we see anything new or different, or just a different style from Andbox to change it up a little bit and to adapt. But we can see the agents coming in. Poach, again, moving away from the Silver to the Viper. Android onto the Raze. And a similar sort of squad coming out of NRG that we're used to. EU just moving over from the Silver to the Breach, and Cola Phoenix to Raze. And they're going to be defending first.
And these are the exact compositions that we were just leading towards as well. Both the Sentinels are going to be playing Cypher, no Killjoy here. Of course, the Omens are in the mix, and still the double duelist, like we had mentioned, still coming through. So map 3, as we decide who moves on. And even then, I mean, again, you think back to the Nerd Street Gamers tournament, you got the top 16, you were into the close qualifiers. That is not the case here. You have a lot of work to do when it comes down to trying to get yourself one of those coveted qualifier spots, which leads to some really scary matchups earlier than you would normally anticipate. But with this, and with NRG setting things up defensively, we'll just have to see if Andbox do decide to play aggressive. One of the things that we mentioned earlier when we saw a split between Elevate and Sedated was that often you see the Vipers lurking kind of towards the opposite angle. That was very much so the case for Andbox. This time, though, Poach is going to be here if they do decide to hit this B site quickly.
That Andbox are going to be putting into very quick pressure, not using any Viper utility. We kind of saw this a little bit early with it maybe telegraphing the play a little bit, but the screen has come through. Going to be able to break onto the B site fairly easily. There is going to be a bit of restraint from the position of Daps. The spike is going to get planted, and NRG pretty much ready to take the 5v5 retake.
Like those paint shells. It might be a bit early for some people's desires, but it does a little bit of damage and it stalls the potential retake. It also allows Sandbox to get set up defensively on the site where they want to. 2 players right by the ropes. Sama's going to be the first one up, and he's not going to be up for long. That's first blood now finally confirmed. Daps tried the same thing, also finding just as little success. Kohler, though, on the site. He's found 2. Nearly an opportunity for a third. The challenge will be there, but Boy and Seb will combine for the last 4 needed, and Sandbox will win the pistol.
It seemed to really force NRG from playing away from Heaven. There was so much of a defender stack towards, like, defender spawn, CT, if you could call it that. So Ambox did their best to just influence NRG to go in that direction. And they just had some really good post plants positions. Nice little crossfires. Boy able to have some pretty big impact already. Was probably the MVP, I would say, for Ambox on Ascent. With the moments that he had huge impact, he was a styling player. But I'm very excited to see Ye on the breach. He was one of the better breaches that we've seen in NA, but only really dedicates it to this map.
Wow,
So I'm excited to see what he could do as he fault lines across mid.
Aggressive setup here for NRG. They've already freed up Kohler through B main, and this trapwire will stall him from moving too far forward in mid-market. But if they can find a way to flash him or fault line him forward, there could be a kill or 2 here waiting in the wings. This comes down to if Sandbox realize this and if they even commit to staying in the middle of the map in the first place. Spike is lingering over through sewers, and it looks like there will be a rotation with this toxic screen set up to block Heaven, that this will be the eventual commitment call.
And NRG are just anchoring onto the site. Som's position is very deep into what would be a pretty late face. And Ambox are gonna get wrapped around from Kohler, who's able to get 1. Suddenly the pace for Ambox breaking onto the site is increased, but Som gets in 2 minds on who he wants to take a fight, and Boy gets 2.
Now Daps trying to find kills. He gets so much damage, but nobody falls. So Kohler, as he makes his play around, he'll upgrade the Sheriff to a Spectre. He's trying to help him over through the elbow, but can't find anything. This is still a doable 1v3. Fault line will actually find a lot of value, and now Kohler on the taps. He will find a 3rd kill, but he'll eventually fall, and after the kill comes through, Sandbox will get the spike planted. They'll go up 2-0, but I would say fortunate to find that 2nd round, considering the play that was coming through and the timing of all things for Kohler on the backside flank.
I don't think NRG are going to be too upset about it, though. They're going to be able to buy fully, and the damage to the economy that they've done to Sandbox is pretty visible even from this point. Not going to be ideal from Seb, who is just going to be holding on to the ghost. And I really like NRG's plan to try and wrap around. It was just a couple of seconds really too late. But Kohler getting that frag forces Sandbox to play a little bit more scrappy, and that could have gone very differently. And I love this camera. It's so high from Daps.
It's enough actually to see down into the cyber cage. E will recognize the threat, but can't respond. So now that Android is on site, Daps has to be good for at least 1. But he can't find a 2nd. So with that, now all of a sudden the Phantom is picked up. And NRG, in a 3v4 situation, they do have the showstopper available off of the explosive round that we've seen from Kohler in the first 2. Paint shells will be sent out over towards the backside cubby. And now the double blast pack forward, making his way over. That's going to not confirm a kill. It goes over the shoulder. Are you kidding? But Sam and Effie's were able to at least find 2 kills behind us. But this should have been a 2v1 the other way. So now it's just down to Effie's. He can't even consider going for a spike defusal, even to halfway, because the snake bite that's down. That's going to provide an opportunity for Ambox to set up a fault line. So even more distraction coming through. And Effie's, even if he finds this kill, he might not even have the time. And he won't even get the first part of what needed to be 2 parts done. And Sandbox will start off beautifully 3-0 up.
How close was that from Kohler? Or even Android with that.
Yeah.
He's 5 and 7 to having another one. No, it would have been Kohler, never mind. It was the retake, of course. It's 2:30 in the morning for me, so that's my excuse. But NRG are going to feel very hard done by when it came to that showstopper completely missing. I don't think it even really did any form of damage to the target on site. So they're forced to go in for a half buy. And this lead from Manbox on this attack is starting to already, 3 rounds in, look a little bit scary.
This camp is just so nasty. Daps, is he going to recognize that there's a second player here? He really wanted to play for the information, but Sandbox will find the opening to kill. Some, though, mid-map has taken down Android, so at least that part of the map will be in control of NRG. They'll allow them to freely rotate between B and A. But the problem is you've got nobody on A. and this will be likely a spike plant coming through as soon as they recognize how open it is. A couple of smokes will be placed, and you still have Poach, who's going to be watching over towards A tower. He might have 3 players in front of him. He's holding the corner at the moment, and Sam is actually able to find a kill. So now there's an opportunity for this 3v3. Even though Sam is low, they're going to clear out the backside of A ramps, and this is a pretty good opportunity here, Ryan.
The problem is this Cypher camera. It gets so much information. It must see for Ambox that all of the players are here, because Ambox have changed up the positioning a little bit. Just shifted a little. Som is going to try and break through, but Seb is there waiting, and it's a nice little cleanup for them. Straightforward enough, 4-0 to Ambox.
It kind of looked like he was double flashed there with Seb, and he just held on the trigger and found 2 kills. Yeah, okay. You take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. But 4-0 up now is Ambox. At least NRG can start to bring some weapons back to the table, of which we're going to get the early operator play coming out for Som. And as we had mentioned before, Som was not, at least on Ascent, matching up with Ye when it came to operator v operator. Overall, when it comes down to how things have looked, though, Som has been putting up some resiliency, and you'd love to get this operator online early if you're NRG as far as finding value is concerned.
And it does force plays like that we just saw out of Som. And really, at this point, it's just a case of buying it out. We do see the showstopper coming through aggressively yet again. So much space given up, but actually NRG are able to get a couple, and the showstopper on the attacking side misses too. It's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, trades are even. Rolling Thunder is available, and keep your eye, because at the moment, as far as the breach is concerned, you've got Ye, who's going to be playing through B main. This is the entire round right here. This 1v1 between Ye and Daps takes it. So now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 for NRG. There is no consideration of the Rolling Thunder. It's just getting through this Viper's pit. And Sam is going to try to be sneaky. He's going to float over the top, but it doesn't even need to happen because Effie's coming from the front. We'll find 2. Beautiful retake for NRG to get him on the board.
My thanks.
Dapper's going to be the one diffusing. Has the neural theft going in, along with the other 3 ultimates for all of the alive members of NRG. A really good, it wasn't even really a retake. The majority of the damage from NRG was done as Ambox were coming in onto the site. So really good read. There wasn't the toxic screen there from Poach to really help them break through. But it's the first time really we've seen Android break in with that double satchel entry and be punished for it. He is 4-4-4, so he's not been completely running away with frags. But that entry has been so good for not only Ambox in this game, but Ambox on Split as a whole. If the NRG can shut that down, that's their win condition.
Cage trigger.
And for me, I'm just kind of curious to see mostly what is going to be Ye's positioning throughout this round. Do you try to open up with the Rolling Thunder? Are you going to be trying to prefer to use it as a retake denial? Seb finding first blood at long range on the EU backside of the A screens. That's A tower wide open. And behind that, you still have 2 members that are lurking. You've got Android who's sitting over towards vents, and you've got Boy who's sitting at B main. The only rotation available for NRG right now is through the defensive spawn. And you should be aware of that if you're Ambox. So a bit puzzling to see him not fully commit to going on to A. They're still going to hold the spike mid-map, and they might look to play for B tower instead.
A big mistake. NRG haven't really moved. They've just pivoted a little bit. And Cola's positioning is good to get a lot of intel, and Dap's camera yet again is able to get so much information. At least the utility's being used towards male. They are going to break on through a bit of utility in order to stall them. But this, yet again, might force them to go A. Good use from NRG to make them go into an area where Cola's holding a bit more aggressively. And Som is the op there, too.
The thing about this play with 30 seconds left is the fact that Daps is going to know that no one is going to be because of that play off the camp. So now you got the Rolling Thunder that has to be successful. Som misses his second shot. Then have another opportunity, though. That one will also miss, and all of a sudden, Andbox find themselves on the favorable side of the kill feed. But can they get the spike down? Not a lot of time, but less of a position for Effies to maneuver anywhere. And with that, Andbox will clean things up. But NRG, my goodness, did they have a chance with Daps finding so much of a read through that play through mid-mail? He knows that it's going to be an A hit, but NRG just unfortunately couldn't hold strong enough.
Yeah, even with that flick from Som with the operator was nuts onto Poach. If he hits those other couple of shots that came out from A screens, that round goes so very differently. I even like Effie's using it from the shadows to teleport onto site to catch them off, but fluffs the spray a little bit, stands out a bit too far in the open. Ambox played that really well to improvise on the spot, but that was a fleeting opportunity for NRG to keep themselves in this, really.
Wow. I mean, that was a big moment right there for NRG. They still can afford to this round, but the fact of the matter is you're looking at a 4-round differential halfway through the first half, and Ambox are 2 rounds away from essentially winning the first half. If they can go 7-5, that would be great for them. And now they're primed to potentially be in a better spot, just depending on how things go. So we'll see. As NRG, a lot of tools available, and they're playing pretty aggressive through A ramps as well.
Well, that's the thing about the Viper. You watch this throughout the map. As soon as that toxic screen comes in, it forces NRG to face probably more than they want to be honest. Nobody wants to play in a position that NRG are in, but the Viper utility forces you to. And it's the same on B. We saw this aggressive up positioning over on that site being stood on the boxes. Now, is he going to be able to catch stuff? The flash is going to catch him up completely. He can't hit the shot, but he survives with his life.
And again, EU has the potential of using a Rolling Thunder. If they feel this commitment is going to come through, this might be the opportunity. Everyone is able to make their way onto site. The Rolling Thunder is being queued up, but is it too late, potentially? Sam's going to try to make some use out of the Bladestorm, but doesn't find anything in. The timing of the hit with the Rolling Thunder was really just not well executed. Just barely. If he pulls it out a second or two earlier, he catches almost every single member through that A main lobby area, but now it's just down to a 1v4, and you really just don't feel great about Effie's chances. Not going to even occur to find the first. And Inbox in a great position, 6-1 up, and they forced out the Bladestorm as well as the Rolling Thunder.
I don't necessarily think that this is going to happen. We're going into another eco round, so this could be 7-1 for Unbox, but even if Unbox win this map 13-1, I don't have big question marks around NRG, especially after their loss to Cole 13-0 and Ascent. That's very much like oh, this doesn't bode well. But losing 13-1 for NRG, I don't think is really a bad loss for them at all, to be honest. Unbox are just so insane on this map, right? So hopefully they can bring it back. I do believe in them. They do have a showstopper good to go if they want to play more aggressively. But I feel that NRG's position in here is just falling right into Unbox's traps. They can't play pure retake because they're too busy trying to face either for a frag or at least for intel, because Unbox are just denying that information to them. It's insane. It's great to watch. It's really good Valorant.
How about this? We've seen this play before. Kohler again on the long flank, but this time Anbox is not stacked up towards long. You saw them throw a couple of members through a fault line trying to play through A long, and this is awkward!
I know exactly.
Both players caught with their knife out. Kohler quicker to the draw, and he'll find the kill. That's good for a first, and actually a second blood also comes through, so now an opportunity for NRG to really clutch things up here in a thrifty round. Daps in a 1v1. He's not going to win it versus Seb. Effie's can't confirm, but Sam is there. The kills are looking pretty great, and it's just down to Ye for a 1v3. No chance, and the thrifty round will come through with a bit of comical relief in the 1v1 initially.
You say that, but it was also super impactful for getting that pick onto Poach, but also that amount of intel that they were poisoning themselves. The fact that you saw Poach rotating away from A gave NRG all the information that they needed to stack on B. It was just a great play. It's been the second time that Cole has done that. It's working really well against what Ambox are trying to do. The big comical question is he going to keep doing it? And Ambox going to let him?
It's Poach every time, too. He was dead in the first round that they had made that play happen. He gets caught in the second, so we'll see if it comes through once more here. But a full gun round at hand, and NRG, this is where you really need to start to snowball and hopefully tie this one up 6-6. You've got the operator now in line. Sam positioned over towards B. Boombot will come through. A bit of information off the read that it is going to trigger for a moment, but Sam on the high ground will obviously stay safe. And depending on the timing of this dark cover expiring, it could be one kill. It is Paranoia. Dark, pardon me, the falling. Wow, what am I saying? Rolling Thunder also coming through, but Anbox, they will use from the shadows to take advantage of the positioning there to get onto the B site.
Some playing a very aggressive angle. The Cyber Cage is just going to deny him all that information. And yet again, NRG forcing a lot of people through this bottleneck of a choke. And some leading the line with a Sheriff and an Operator. The Showstopper's going to come through as well, but boy, gets Somi, gets Kohler as well. The Showstopper's not going to catch anything at all. Effies is going to try and do his best, but it's up to EU who can get one. Wasn't expecting Poach to be on the high ground behind him. 7-2 Ambox.
everything was on the fact that Sam doesn't hit the quick scope onto Boy. And you can't fault him for it. It's a tough shot. It's a gut check reaction, but the fact that he misses that shot, Boy's able to find 2 kills, and from there, the retake was just never really going to be allowed to come through.
Yeah, even the showstopper, that could have come in.
Yep.
More of a finite shot, I suppose, but just in the general... I say that, but we have seen a lot of showstoppers just miss. So NRG still going to be able to buy at least. They have a rolling thunder on his defense, but they need to do better than the last one for EU, who has been great on the Sova. We expect a little bit from the Breach, but right now I just feel that this is the Ambox show on Split.
Sam, same position. Does he find the same kill? Oh, this time, that's really tough. Wait, Sam gets away. No chance. The double blast pack came through. I thought he was dead to rights.
I don't know what
Daps
was
is on
more
site
surprising.
trying to stay alive, and now Sam can hold an angle, and he finds a pick. Nobody was with Android. He was on the site by himself.
Oh, mid.
This seems like a mistimed communication. You've got 2 players walking up mid. That's going to be scouted out by the same spy cam that we saw Daps use previously. So it's going to be on to Andbox to try to open this up with a flash, maybe to get through. And Daps is in a position to where if he can find 1 kill, that might just be enough.
Look at NRG, the triple stacked on A. They're expecting a completely different play. Now the Neural Theft is going to show up exactly where Som is on this angle. He's going to get smoked off. And yet again, it feels like an impossible retake for NRG, who are all wrapped up in the same position. Seb is going to be lurking in mid. We've seen a lot of success from Cyphers even today from this position. How's it going to play out now?
You also have the potential of a Rolling Thunder off the retake. It's going to be called, but Seb is able to find the first kill. So even though this Rolling Thunder connects with a couple of players, you can't push onto site until you deal with Seb. 1v1. Seb, what a snap onto EU. Last 2 defensive members of NRG are stuck backside dirt, and they're going to tuck tail and run. There's no chance for them to come through with this, and you don't want to lose the operator. So NRG are going to be down 2-8 on the defensive side of Split in map number 3. And if you can't take it by my candor and tone, a lot of their hopes seem to be kind of running out the window here so far.
And you got to pair that in the fact that NRG are defending, which, you know, a lot of people will still say that the defenders have the advantage on this map. Unless you're playing Andbox or Renegades, in which case you don't have the advantage ever, it feels. Showstopper available on the attack, so another quick fire execute potentially coming out of Andbox. And NRG are rotating these ultimates out. And some of them do find the impact, but Andbox seem to just have a different pivot, a different script read and improvisation skills based off what NRG throw. And that's the most surprising thing. Andbox, yeah, their defaults are a little bit repetitive. You can see exactly how it comes out. But the way that they adapt on the fly when things go a little bit different, that's the impressive aspect of their Split.
And there have been, I think, just beyond that, a handful of rounds that it simply comes down to decent, or depending on the POV you're looking at, not decent timing. I mean, again, if that kill comes through mid-mail, that Rolling Thunder finds 3 members defensively on the retake on site, your opportunity to get in there and take advantage of that is much higher. But the fact of the matter is you just can't push through it and leave Seb in the high ground. And you talk about the Rolling Thunder from a couple of rounds previous when they tried to use it to stop the A hit from, 4 or 5 rounds ago?
Yeah,
that one was a slightly couple of seconds too long. Yeah, and it's a totally different round if you hit that. So it's just really tough. And again, for NRG, they're down 6 rounds, but you don't feel like they're really all that far out of this game.
No, like the fact that I say that it's 8-2, but I feel like NRG to an extent are keeping up because a lot of these rounds are super close. It comes down to a 1v2 clutch. I don't mean to harp on how good Andbox's Split is, but really the narrative, the big picture thing for me has been NRG look the business now. The way that they've come along throughout this tournament, even this series, has been great to watch. But this is Andbox's hometown. This is the way that they play. Soma's a nice little off angle, but again, smoked off. These smokes that come out of Boy have been shutting him down constantly, and another A execute coming in clean.
And Som, this is greedy. He's got safety of the dark cover and the cloud burst from behind, but now he's going to be shrugged away as the snake bite comes in. Spike will come down. There are members over through A ramps. You're looking specifically at Ye for the post-plant setup of Andbox. You have to get this kill if you're NRG. You cannot allow Andbox to back out. And there are 2 members that are nearby. Som is still trusted to try to find a pick. Not going to have anything in front of him. Kohler now considering going through, and surprise, Ye's able to find 1, but is it enough? Now you've got the showstopper for Andbox. Android's just holding this, just essentially making sure nobody comes through the elbow. Now that the fuse is low, he'll throw it out, not going to find any connection. NRG, this is your best chance, but you have to go, and you have to go now. And Sam, I think, runs into a teammate with the tailwind, still finds one, nearly gets the second, just down the daps, only able to find one kill, needed a second and a third, and Nbox will look at the last run of the half, up 9-2.
Last round in the half.
NRG have really been struggling against these retakes. Managed to get 2 defuses, but it's more the fact that they aren't able to nip it in the bud to face early. We saw this quite a lot on Ascent, right? That they held on to the sites, did a bit of damage, then played a 5 versus 3 retake, and it worked out pretty well for them. Ambox are playing so well. The fact that they peek off of the toxic screen from Viper is the best part. They drop it, Ye is right there, stood in front of you, ready to kill you every single time. Now NRG are trying to up the ante a little bit by playing a bit more aggressive. But there are 5 members here. Kohler actually doesn't get spotted by anybody, but he body blocks too. He does get traded out. That could have been really messy from Ambox, but how NRG deal with this is the bigger question.
Oh, and EU nearly as good for a double of his own, but he does get shrugged off. Sam, judge in hand, couple of jump shots. He actually connects for a bit of damage. This is by no means comfortable for Ambox, but Sam is running out of opportunity to really find value out of this judge as he takes a little bit of a longer angle. Defensively, you still have Daps up top, and he needs to stay alive. You have to keep this position, and he's not only able to find the position, he also finds a kill. The last one left his backside, Zed with 1 kill, but Daps is there, fortunately, for the trade, down to 45 HP, but NRG will exit the first half, down 3-9. This is going to have to be an incredible offense versus a very good split team if you're NRG.
I imagine a lot of coaches are taking notes on just how effective this was. It was a bit comical where Kohler's like, you have ID, you're not coming in. And it just blasts down 2 of them like it was a really good... And it just shows that there are, you know, blind spots that Ambox can be taken out of with their comp. And certainly when teams play aggressive on the defense, you look at Envy, that playstyle works out so well. But we go into half-time here. This pistol, needless to say, NRG pretty much need to win it to keep in the game. Otherwise, Ambox go 10-3 up. They have the economy advantage going into that round. 11-3 up. Then it becomes a must-win buy when it comes to the first buy. So NRG need to have a really good attack here. It's going to be tough.
Early fault line going to be thrown out. Kohler might be feeling a bit more anxious about how he wants to play this, but the Boombot actually does get alerted for a moment, so I think there's going to be some good information as far as where Boy is playing on top of this double box. You saw the paint shells also coming through. That won't find the connection that I imagined Kohler was hoping for. Spike's still left over towards mid-market as the rest of NRG are starting to threaten the middle of the map, and lurking towards A is Daps. Has not committed yet, but Poach is the only defensive member responsible for the middle of the map, and he's playing this very passively.
It's pretty much a point where they just 3-2-1 go. They break these tripwise. Poach is expecting that kind of play. And you can see at this point, Seb is just jiggle peeking, has the camera set up on screens now, so is expected to play a little bit more anchored onto the site. NRG are ready to go with this execute. Poach looks away at the worst possible time, and there's an opening for NRG.
Snakebite does go down, but Kohler's able to find the kill. NRG are now on top of the site and having their way with it. Seb, he's good for 1. He's got help nearby. This is still possible. And as you're going to get another kill from Android, Andbox are now here defensively to hold this a little bit longer. Seb, are you good for another? Not the case. Boy up top. He's watching Android go in essentially by themselves. Had to go to the reload, and NRG, really off of just the unfortunate timing from Poach, find the plant. But as Boy cleans up a kill, the last 2 members are a single shot away from death. And there's a big opportunity as Boy tries to go down to the low ground. Should have an understanding that NRG are stacked through elbow. Timing of this pick could be big. He finds the first, getting at the second. Boy is good for 3. And a round that looked like it was great for NRG. You labeled it a must win. It doesn't come through, and Andbox now on double digits.
So much to break down. Poach is thanking his teammate, looks away at the worst possible time. Boy was so close to wall banging. It would be Daps in that position. And this is just smart play to know that they're going to be stacking, they're going to be lining up, so just try and face them as much as possible. Daps doesn't catch him.
Wow.
Effie's kind of fluffs his lines a little bit. A hell of a round. A force now from NRG. They really don't have many more options to go. But the fact that they broke Andbox's economy by a huge amount there means that it's certainly still worth going for. And they're going to be hitting it relatively fast. Paranoia looking to come through onto Mail.
Yeah, if you're playing to win here, you're definitely forcing, and it's unfortunate. Sam just a little bit too far long range onto Android. He actually doesn't confirm any damage at all. Don't know if it was a left click that was thrown out or a right click from that, but doesn't make a difference. Android will not just find one, he'll grab a second. Challenges forward! Unreal! The blast pack play forward, he gets the third. Effies will find one, not gonna get the second up top, and all of the hopes for NRG may have just flown out the window. 11-3 up, NRG. I don't even know what they could afford here if they wanted to force. It's going to be the same loadouts that they essentially had this round.
The absolute cojones that Android had here to sort of face an Android playing in the style that we saw NRG sort of adapt to towards the end. Like the push here, EU can't really catch him, doesn't have the gun to spray that well, and
Yes, this should
another force coming in. It's going to be forces all day until NRG win a round. If they win a round, Seb is going to be playing super aggro with this camera. He's going to get a lot of information from this position. And they're pretty much set up on the A site at least, and NRG have to make something happen.
Android mid-map, going to catch some information, but again, doesn't want to necessarily force a gunfight. He doesn't have to. NRG full stacked in again, the toxic screen play. Poach puts it down and he finds himself looking at a firing squad, but now it's Seb. In the cyber cage, it's only good for one. This is a good opportunity for NRG to get onto site and likely get a plant behind it as there's nobody else left for Andbox even near the A site, and that will lead to ABX starting to back away and reconsider what they want to do here.
Seems like they're still wanting to go for it. I thought that they were just going to back out and save. They can give NRG this round if they want, but I mean, why not? Just, they're just going to sort of keep going. They're going to flash this corner. Cola manages to look away and he's good for two. He actually sprays him down perfectly well. He knows exactly where this breach is. Ye gets two before he's taken out. So again, NRG could have won that a bit more cleanly, and could have very much been squeaky bum time if they're not careful.
I could feel the sheesh in your voice. But anything it feels like it's possible when Boy is up on the field. I mean, he's just played so well, but this play from Kohler is great. Like you mentioned, Quasi flashed up, able to transfer for the second. Things got dicey here, but there were just enough numbers. And yeah, you saw that if Ye finds that last kill, you just don't know.
The key thing
but
is,
4-11.
I was just going to say, like, look, NRG, the rounds that they can't get two in a row.
Yeah.
And so this is a great time to start, right? Because Andbox are pretty much on the edge of putting this one to bed. Showstopper could be exactly that for Andbox. NRG have the guns, but they don't really have much else.
Careful here. Android likes to get aggressive, and yeah, he doesn't have any help. The flash came through, but Sam was able to at least hold the angle, and I think just kind of pre-fired as he was affected by the flashpoint. So a good opening kill here for NRG, starting to cook with a little bit of gas. They've got mid-map control. They've got two players lurking on the extremities, one towards B, one towards A, and as soon as they read information from either of these players, they could just gut check, make a call, and as Kohler finds Ye on top of the B site, that might be enough.
Poach is adjusting his position. Like, this is a lot of intel that he has. Boy's able to do quite a bit of damage, at least gets that information from that position. It's pretty much mirrored from what we saw on Ascent. It's just Seb now. Brings in a couple more frags at least, but in a 3 versus 1, do you expect Andbox to do it again? It's really hard to say at this point. I mean, look how low like Kohler is on the site. There's an opening, but I wouldn't say it's likely? Question mark.
I'm so glad that you left it as a hypothetical, because there's no way in hell I was answering that question, because you feel like there is potential. Seb is actually going to commit to get into the low ground. Not going to have a lot of opportunity to back away. A couple of spam shots will come through. That'll be information for NRG, and it looks like Seb will give this up. He's going to try to play for exits, though. There is still going to be point of contact here, and Effies, he will be good for the kill. NRG, all of a sudden, they're starting to build a bit of momentum, and Andbox, they've been dismantled a touch here in a couple of these offensive hits. This has been not a bad at all. Offensive round for NRG. You go to the fact that the pistol, if you win that, if you're NRG, that's technically 4 rounds in a row, 5 if you continue from the round or the half previous, and this is a possible game. You're still feeling okay about the 6th round coming through, as Andbox will be on a save.
And those ultimates never really got used from Andbox. I mean, why would you on that defensive round that we just saw? Curious to know if they're going to use them now. Question, I guess, for NRG is, do they feel the need to use the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder? Ambox is certainly a scary team at the best of times. But if they can get through this flawlessly, that's a really good look. But look at Ambox, they're playing so aggressively. The camera and the tripwire is at least going to spot them. But it doesn't matter. Seb just absolutely domes Daps. Neural Theft comes out. They know exactly where these attackers are. The issue is they're in mid. And they could go anywhere.
That's a lot of damage confirmed, and that's actually going to force NRG back. Great read from Android. You would love a kill, but you're happy to deny the area of the map up top in front of B. So now all of a sudden, it was Seb who picked up the Phantom. He's starting to rotate back through the defensive spawn. Simultaneously, though, NRG are starting to consider going back over to A, but there is no safety blanket here. They're going to have no information at all. This is going to have to likely be a showstopper or Rolling Thunder just to execute. You've only got 45 seconds left.
And Poach doesn't really have a read on his toxic screen either. He's just going to be staring at ropes to see if he sees any toes coming down. There's no tripwire there, so it, again, is going to force Seb to play rather aggressively. If he gets hit very quickly, he's going to die in his position, and really, it's just a call of the flash, and the body's on site. But no, NRG don't push up ramp at all. This could be a costly mistake, as Seb's going to wrap round.
Quick pinch, showstopper out, gonna find nothing. Seb, is he good for a second? No, EU's still alive. You still have the Rolling Thunder if you're NRG in this 3v3. The spike now down. Again, remember that Seb was the only player with a weapon that was picked up, so it's just back down to pistols for this retake attempt for Anbox. And you can see currently just fault lines and flashpoints being held so far for EU. Now the Rolling Thunder's gonna be committed. It doesn't find a lot of value, but Poach still finds a kill. Still doable. Now he's got a weapon, but Sam denies. Now it's down to Boy in the backside. EU not going to allow him to come through. He'll double up for a second, but that was an expensive round for NRG. Considering it was only an eco for Anbox, they use the Rolling Thunder, they use a showstopper, and they only survive with 3 members. Anbox are once again back in fighting condition.
And they used that against a half buy from Anbox. A lot of ultimates came out, but it was on the back of Seb playing super aggressively. I love that. I think Dapper does it on Sentinels as well, where it's like, I have my ultimate. Let's go hunting. Gets a frag, gets that information. It can react with it on the defense. It works so well. And NRG were completely caught out. Another tactical timeout now. And this is probably a better time to use it than Ambox did. But I say that. Ambox came around and won on a sense. So that tactical timeout proved dividends for them. NRG though, they're bringing this back. I don't want to cast a curse anything. I'm just saying they're looking good right now.
That's fair. A valid opinion there, Ryan, I do say, my dear. So now as you take a look at what's available, again, you're going to get a full weapon round here. The only consideration was one player who had light armor. That was Ye. But with that in mind, Ye is probably not going to be playing all that aggressive in the first place, considering that he does have a Rolling Thunder available, although he is trying to position maybe early if you want to consider his time now in this pause. And maybe he's trying to take a fault line peek over through B main. On the opposite side, though, you've got Sam, who's got the Bladestorm. You're not going to see it this round, most likely. He's also got the money that could put him into an operator. Obviously, it's pretty rare to see operators on offensive split, but something to keep in mind. And as we get out of our pause, it looks like NRG will do their normal default split across the map. Maybe some early aggression on both fronts here through this A main area, including a Shrouded Step coming through for Boy, who's trying to actually maybe get aggressive and then at least deny this orb. Both snake bites are going to be spent for this. And now it's just out of the angle. Flashpoint comes through. Poach in a terrible spot, but maybe not. He actually just holds down the trigger. He finds 3. Boy able to find the 4th. And NRG are down to a 1v4 just up to Kohler.
Oh, that double stack was insane. You have Poach on the ground. You have Boy that teleported up onto the high ground. They lined up perfectly. And just Boy being in high position took everybody's sights away from Poach. He's good for free. Kohler has it all to do. All falling apart there. Match point for Anbox. And what a hell of a strategy from them to hold that defense. Just a position up on the high ground. And you could just see NRG weren't sure where to look. The fact that they faced this aggressively after being flashed, the fact that they got so much damage done was incredible. What a hell of a play from Ambox.
Unbelievable. I mean, in the blender right there is NRG. That is the definition and exhibit of it. But now they're down to their final hopes. Unfortunately, Daps can only afford to go into a Spectre, but everybody else will at least be able to bring full utility with the full armor and AR combinations. but you better think that there's going to be some PTSD about NRG trying to make their way over to A again. So this time they will stay away from it and set themselves up to potentially take over the middle of the map, which, to be fair, has been pretty free for them so far because Andbox have been happy just to play more passive through these back stairs. And you're going to see Seb being that guy this time around to try to lock things down and read any information while Poach stays on the opposite side of ramps, or pardon me, on ropes once again, as he's just hoping for some does to shoot at.
His screen as that shot just burnt into his monitor just from staring at that position for so long. It's not the most ideal observing, I suppose, when it comes to watching a particular player, but it's so pivotal on locking down mid without needing to risk any lives at that point. And Som's going to try and lead the line. He's going to actually see a little bit of Android. It's an opening. And he knows that the Cypher's there. The spray is good for 2. And there is life for NRG as they're going to be hitting onto the B side. There is a roll in Thunder, though.
Yep. Brilliant double, though, from Som. Can't understate that whatsoever. And this Ye falls. Now the Rolling Thunder is off the table. This is looking like a 7th round for NRG. Behind that, if they could do it flawlessly, it's a free weapon upgrade for Daps, who was the one player who could not afford an AR. So now all of a sudden for Andbox in a 2v5, they're just going to give away this round. They're not even going to bother for a retake. Doesn't even look like they're going to bother for any exits. Their money is okay, but it's not great to allow them a chance to even punish. So NRG are going to walk away with a free round. But on top of that, their economy is going to be bolstered so much. And this is still very doable. Do not rule out NRG. I mean, they've got all the tools they need so far.
And they have ultimates, most importantly. Viper's Pit good to go. The Rolling Thunder, which didn't get used. It was a nice pick onto Ye, who, again, I don't think Andbox are going to be too upset letting that round go. I still think there is a question mark about the money that they'll have available. It should still be decent. But they had to rely on him here. Had to rely also away from Jet operating. But Som with the Phantom has been able to get some work done. Good prediction to know that Andbox is going to be there and spots the little legs of Seb to nail down a second. It's just how Andbox are going to play this on the defense. We saw it super aggro on A. Seems that this time they're going to sit back a little bit. Or maybe not, actually. A similar play could be coming out on this A site.
I think there's a lesson learned right there for Seb. I don't think he realized how much of a one-way smoke that was.
Ooh.
Okay. Viper's Pit's going to be used over towards A main. Very early here for Poach. And interestingly enough, Boy is going to stay with him for a time. That means there's nobody watching the build of the map. You can see what's different this time around, though. Seb actually uses both trap wires in the same position that Poach would be responsible for, in which he's mostly relied off of just one trap wire to be there. So this will weaken up the defense in certain areas while it also boosts and bolsters it in others. So for NRG, they will read this and decide to try to play over to the middle of the map. Fault line will actually connect onto Som, bit of friendly fire there for a moment. But with this, Andbox, they are stacked so heavily onto B. And if NRG can take the high ground, it doesn't matter where this Viper's Pit is. You can just walk onto site.
4 people from Andbox stacked onto B. These tripwires are going to be the canary in the coal mine. But how Poach adapts to this from this position is going to be key. They know that he's going to be set up in there. It's a case of whether they actually catch up Boy in that position, but Som's going to dash onto the site, clear it as much as possible. And Poach is under a lot of pressure.
30 seconds left.
Blaze really committed for NRG. Som not able to find a kill. He was the one trusted to lock down the rotation. You still have one more member nearby. That's Kohler. He's only good for 1. Numbers are good for Andbox. Plus, with this Viper's Pit, they've denied the exit through A ramps. The only player that could essentially pay dividends is going to be what you thought was EU, or maybe even beyond that, Daps, who just walks right through. But now it's just down to Effies. He'll be rolling Thunder, completely affected by the status effects, and Andbox will cleanly take. NRG gave it a go, but GG's in the chat will mean Andbox will move on to the round of 16, and NRG will have to wait until Friday to give this tournament another go.
If you are an NRG fan, need not worry. There is another opportunity for them to qualify on Friday and Saturday, but what a hell of a series. Like, we knew that there were going to be certain question marks over both these teams with the fact that neither qualified for the closed qualifier series for Nerd Street.
Right.
But that game in itself should show you that these teams are very much contending for a top 16 sort of finish at least. And who knows, certainly with how they played some of those maps, they could upset. I could see them definitely getting very high in those qualifiers. It's good news for Andbox that continue to move up. NRG, a lot to learn. Bit unlucky, I think, to face Andbox this early in the seeding, to be honest. But
True.
there is still hope. There's still another opportunity, and I still fancied them there. They looked a lot better than last time. The improvement for NRG has been insane, but Ambox, they still got it, baby.
And just to kind of, again, re-hit as we take a look at our statistics here across the map, there were, 4, maybe even 5 rounds that if timings are a little bit more favorable for NRG, they probably take those rounds, and this is a totally different look. So considering how much we said Ambox is an incredible split team, we saw that in their run through the Renegades qualifier and the Invitational itself. The fact that NRG are actually battling up against an Ambox team, I agree with you 100% that, yeah, you should not be worried whatsoever if you're an NRG fan as far as what they could potentially do their next go around. But you take a look at the statistics, Boy at 20-11 with 1 assist leads the pack. And beyond that, there's really not a negative you could throw anywhere. Everyone had great games. Sam found 5 first bloods. On the flip side, Poach still finding a lot of value off of the Viper, which you want, but at times are hard-pressed to find. And that's all good news for both sides. And again, this was a very competitive series through and through. 13-11 was the Haven map number 1 in favor of NRG. They nearly bounced back to take the ascent, but it's Ambox who find a way to come back in the second half to set it to overtime and then eventually take it 14-12. And then here, Ambox a little bit more convincing overall with a 13-7, but still a pretty tight match, all things said and done. Ryan, kind of final thoughts from you over not just both of these teams, but also the tournament as a whole, because tomorrow we'll be back to do the next 3 rounds in which we will qualify teams for the closed qualifier with UMG next week.
I think if you're looking at NRG, if they were the top seed in that game, they got to ban out a map and pick the second, I think that series would have gone very differently. I do just think that like Ambox played to their strengths. You know, they banned Bind. They had the second choice of being Ascent, and if they need to, they go to Split, which is a map that we know that they're pretty good on. NRG made it close on very not so much niche maps. I guess Split for a lot of teams is like they're either, you know, decent at it or they're exceptional and it's their map and they love to play it.
Fair.
But I think on Haven it was very close. Ascent, if we went to Bind, maybe NRG could have done a little bit of damage there, right? So, you know, NRG, I think they were hard done by, like, because they were the bottom seed in this match, and a lot of influence came into Ambox, who just played it straight. But even then, it was pretty close. Good look. Like, I think both these teams look really good, and I'm excited to see more of them and more of Ambox tomorrow.
And hopefully we will get that chance. Again, just to re-hit it one more time, these are all community streams. We're going to be hosting some of our friends that are still providing coverage across the First Strike Open qualifier with UMG. Of course, make sure you give this guy a lot of love. I mean, it's late for him or early, depending on how you look at it.
3 a.m.
There you go, baby. That's passion right there. He's at RyanCentral with an underscore at the end. I'm at IHOLDSHIFT. There's one more look as far as how this series went. The back 2 maps for Ambox just barely. But like we mentioned, we'll be back tomorrow for more. You can catch us right here at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern. UMG will be posting out which matches will be happening across us and all of our friends that are bringing out community coverage. So if you enjoyed the coverage, make sure you follow on the way out and you'll get notifications on when we do pop things live. But until tomorrow there, friends, have yourselves a wonderful night. So long.
30 seconds left.